schedule by Christmas, allowing it to be implemented next year. This initiative is intended to make Test cricket more appealing to players who often choose shorter formats for higher earnings. Now, decks are almost clear for Jay Shah to take over as the ICC chair. As NDTV reported last week, he has 15 of 16 votes now, but once he assumes power, he will encounter significant challenges. Sources have told us that Disney star are in a mood to renegotiate the broadcast deal with ICC. Disney star is asking for $100 million discount, and the deal was inked at $3 billion with ICC. Star wants a discount on the World Cup coverage as well. The World Cup coverage delivery that happened in June. The Star ICC deal is done for a period between 2024 and 2027. But talking about Test cricket and its relevance, there was history created at the stadium in Pakistan on Sunday afternoon as Bangladesh achieved its maiden Test win versus the hosts, triumphing by 10 wickets in Rawalpindi. It is great news for the country that is limping back to life after unrest and street protests, but a big setback for their star all-rounder Shakib Al Hasan, ex-captain, who played a crucial part in the win. He has been named as one of the accused in connection with an alleged murder that took place during the recent street protests and violence in Bangladesh, which left hundreds dead. The 37-year-old ex-captain and Awami League lawmaker in Sheikh Hasina's regime could also be dropped from the side. Now, news from the world of athletics. Sweden's Måns Duplantis continued to add to his legendary performances. 3 weeks after breaking his own record en route to a gold medal, bettered his record at the Diamond League. Duplantis cleared a mark of 6.26 meter in his second attempt. He broke the world record for the 10th time, beating 6.25 meters he cleared when retaining his Olympic gold medal in Paris earlier in the month. And this was the third time this year he has broken his own record. The 24-year-old had brought the Stade de France crowd to their feet at the Paris Olympic Games when he broke the world record for a 9th time, and there has always been a feeling that Duplantis was not done yet.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad. Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
The Mollywood Me Too issue, bigwigs step down, Kerala government forms an SIT. Filmmaker Ranjit has stepped down as the Kerala Film Academy chairman. Meanwhile, actor Srilekha tells NDTV sexual misconduct has been normalized in the film industry. Well, our sources inform us that after the CEC meeting, the Jammu and Kashmir BJP candidates list is expected today. Meanwhile, all eyes are also on the Congress and the NC and their movements, as tomorrow is the last date of nominations. An image of murder-accused actor Darshan getting VIP treatment inside the jail premises is now viral. The big question is he being treated as a VIP prisoner? He's seen smoking a cigarette surrounded by 3 others in an open lawn. The CBI conducts multiple raids in the Kolkata rape and murder case. The CBI has raided RG Kar ex-principal in the corruption case, and after a 13-hour search, the CBI has seized documents. Meanwhile, forensic medicine doctor of RG Kar College has been held by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and the accused Sanjay Roy's polygraph test has ended. Israel and Hezbollah exchanged the heaviest cross-border strikes yet since their ongoing conflict began after the 7th of October, but stopped short of an all-out war. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bawa. We've got a string of crucial updates lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with our big focus at the moment, the Mollywood Me Too issue. Many bigwigs have now stepped down as we speak. There's an SIT that's been formed. The Justice Hema Committee report had flagged huge concerns. In fact, the Justice K. Hema Committee report on the issues faced by women in the Malayalam film industry continues to rock the world, as Sunday actually witnessed the exit of 2 high-profile men holding very important positions. The government, under pressure by the opposition and the film industry, set up a special investigation team, including senior women police officers, in order to conduct a preliminary inquiry into sexual harassment allegations made against several actors. Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan has said that he would like to trust Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan when he said that if the victims of sexual abuses in the Malayalam film industry come forward, then the process of law will be set in motion. But a special team formed to probe atrocities faced by women in the cinema industry in Kerala, well, 7 members, an all-women team has actually been formed. Veteran actor Siddiqui has stepped down as the General Secretary of Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, and veteran director Ranjit has resigned as the chairman of the Kerala Chalachitra Academy as sexual harassment accusations against them gain steam. Noted actor Siddiqui stepped down from the post, as I mentioned. Meanwhile, a female actor had on Saturday alleged that Siddiqui had sexually abused her after inviting her over for a movie discussion. We have a string of reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
Actually, I haven't come out with this, first and foremost, because I had back then put a lid on the entire incident and moved on. Because he hasn't, according to law, according to the norm per se, he hasn't actually made any sexual advances towards me. But he did touch me. He was playing with my bangles, playing with my hair, at the nape of my neck, which kind of made me feel uncomfortable. So it wasn't sexual abuse. If he wants to fight the case, I don't know what is going to happen the next minute. But this had happened long back, 2009, when I was battling my own personal demons, my personal life. And I had traveled alone at Kochi. So somehow it did come to know. I don't know how this entire episode resurfaced, as in some media from Kerala did contact me for the same, which I was literally quite surprised, because I haven't spoken to any media before, especially the Kerala media, about this incident particularly. I did, the person who actually mediated with me about this, getting this film, I did speak about it, the incident, during that time, like during that period, but I haven't spoken to the media because I had moved on. You don't want to remember something which is not that pleasant in your life. But the thing is, it's a sorry state for women in general. Workplace, we all, this is a kind of a second home for us. We are here to do a job where we are respected. and that is all. That is all we ask for. But in this industry, I would say, this had been normalized, This sexual favors being asked from women and women complying to the same, or there are sections of women too who, before they're asked for any favors, they would be, ready to comply or ready to go to any length to get a role, to, get a job done. So this had been normalized in this particular industry that I'm talking about. There's a hush-hush about it. It's a practice that's prevalent in this industry since, the case Me Too movement, if we talk about Harvey Weinstein, even that had come to light much later.
Sonia Malhar,
Hello,
thank
ma'am.
you for speaking to us on NDTV. We do understand the sensitivity of the situation, but if you can tell us, because you have leveled charges against, against the actor. So if you can actually tell us as to what happened.
He's literally raped one artist named Revati Sambath, and she told us she's brutally raped by actor Siddiq. It's not an allegation only; it's a truth. So we need justice. He's quitting from the AMA designation. He's the vice president of AMA organization. Now he's quit from the organization, but we need the legal action very soon. We need justice. So both government, state government and federal government, we need your support to give our justice get back.
Ma'am, now even the state government has formed a committee, and this committee is in fact, has female IPS officers. Do you think that somewhere is going to reinstate the faith of women, especially, to come forward and to file their complaints?
I think it's very, very difficult to reveal again and again the right situation and how. It's very, very verbally we again read from the officers. Once one committee formed by one judge and two eminent ladies, and again Kerala State is formed some committees, and before 1 crore 40 lakhs like that we spent for the committee, HEMA committee. But it's okay. Because of I also revealed my problem also for the HEMA committee also. But again and again, government, some police officers and some social workers, like that, again and again, how the ladies are again going and reveal the situation again. It's not fair, ma'am. I need the High Court bill or High Court, because we need the justice very speed. High Court is directly give the justice like that. They can appoint a bench or special division bench like that. It's good for us. It's again and again we'll go and repeat the situation. That's not good for the victims.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, NDTV, for this support this time. Thank you.
मेरा तो इस मामले पर बोलने को भी मुझे शब्द नहीं मिलते कि कितने कड़े शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जाए इस मानसिकता को कंडम करने के लिए, और कैसे इससे छुटकारा पाया जाए। इसलिए मैं बार बार कहता हूँ सख्त कानून बहुत ज़रूरी, लेकिन कानून से भी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है समाज के अंदर चेतना पैदा करना, महिलाओं के प्रति आदर और सम्मान की भावना पैदा करना। मुझे तो इतना शर्मिंदगी महसूस होती है जब इस मामले पर कोई बात होती है। ये देश, इसकी संस्कृति, इसका इतिहास इससे बहुत बेहतर व्यवहार का अधिकारी है।
For the latest details regarding the murky world of the Malayalam cinema, we have with us my colleague Uma Sudhir joining us live. Uma, as we've been reporting, big wigs have now stepped down. The government has now formed an SIT. What further details can you disclose to our viewers as we speak?
So obviously the delayed Hema committee report, which came 4.5 years after it was first made, that in fact started this entire debate once again about the condition of women in the film industry, and the Women in Cinema Collective, which is in fact the body that pushed the government to have this kind of a committee to inquire into the conditions in which the film industry operates in Kerala, has also come out and said that this is not a case of only Kerala and a lot of dirty linen being washed in public there. The fact that this must be happening across industries, and this is to be looked at as a wake-up call. On the face of it, the Hema committee report itself had the testimonies of multiple women who spoke about harassments of different kinds, and they also spoke about physically people coming in at night and knocking at their doors and feeling threatened, and therefore taking family members along with them to shoot sites. All that is talking about the safety at the workplace itself. The Hema committee report also spoke about a kind of a mafia that is controlling the Kerala film industry, saying that about 15 men, actors, producers, directors are at the top, and they control what happens in the industry, and those who, so to speak, give in to the demands for sexual favors or the threats, they are called as cooperating artists, and that the others are not allowed to function or get work in the industry itself. Those were very, very worrying things that the Hema committee report said. And subsequently, when the AMMA secretary, which is the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists Association secretary, Siddiq, who is also an actor, producer and director, when he said that he thinks this is only happening in isolation, and he does not think that casting couch is an all-pervading kind of phenomenon in the Malayalam industry. Subsequently, an allegation that was made against him a few years ago by an actress, that resurfaced, and she in fact gave details of how the incident happened in 2016 and then came out in 2019, and that's how his resignation happened. And of course, again, the other film director, Ranjit Balakrishnan, also resigned. So now the SIT being set up by the government is a very positive signal. The opposition had been asking for it. The governor has also said that he hopes that this chief minister's word that justice will be done to these women will be now taken up. And people are also asking for those women whose testimonies were recorded at the Hema committee to also appear before this SIT, so that those cases can be pursued to their logical conclusion, because there are also cases of POSCO that you come across in that particular report. Back to you.
As always, Uma, thank you so much for breaking down the latest details for us. With that, let's turn our attention now to Bangalore and Bangalore's Central Jail. Well, a picture of popular Kannada actor Darshan has gone viral. Darshan is in judicial custody in a murder case, and this still has raised doubts over the actor and his aides allegedly getting special facilities and VIP treatment inside the jail premises. We're going to pull up that shot for you in just a moment. Darshan currently lodged in a Bengaluru jail, smoking a cigarette, surrounded by 3 others in an open lawn. That shot has gone viral. A video has surfaced showing the Kannada actor on a phone call with a man. NDTV, I must inform our viewers, cannot independently verify the authenticity of the video, but the Kannada actor is among 17 people, including his friend actor Pavitra Gowda, who are in judicial custody in connection with the murder of his fan Renuka Swami. The 33-year-old fan had allegedly sent obscene messages to Gowda, after which his body was found near a stormwater drain in Bengaluru's Sumanahalli on the 9th of June. But seated on a plastic chair in an open ground around a grassy patch of land, there are 4 men who can be seen looking into the distance along with Darshan smoking a cigarette in this video, in this photo that's now viral.
Ms. Malini Krishnamurthy, DGP of Karnataka. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. I just wanted to know about the developments which are taking place in terms of inquiry. What exactly is the progress which has been made in this case, ma'am?
See, I've just come to know about this evening. So, our additional IGP, Mr. Anand Reddy, is right now in the prison, Parapanagrahara Central Prison, doing a preliminary inquiry. Once the inquiry is completed, I'll be able to give you full details about that.
But prima facie, ma'am, what exactly does it look like?
See, I can only answer that once the inquiry is done. So let us wait for the inquiry. And in case the inquiry reveals something, we will react appropriately at that juncture, and I'll give you more details at that particular time. Yeah.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಂತ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದು ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಸಾವಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೊರಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಕ್ಕರ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕರಿಸಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಐತೆ.
Well, breaking news coming in at the moment. The BJP has released their first list. As far as the Jammu and Kashmir poll list is concerned, their first list of candidates has now been released. Remember, after the CEC crucial meeting over the weekend on Sunday, the BJP was expected to release their first list, and now it is out. In fact, details pertaining to this first list will be joined by Nazir Masoodi in a short while from now. But I must mention, the BJP has released a list of 44 candidates, and it's named seats for all three phases in this list that has just been released. The first list of J&K candidates from the BJP is now out. It has 44 candidates, and the BJP names seats for all three phases. Nazir Masoodi is tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, after that crucial CEC meeting, as expected, the BJP has released their first list for Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to find out if there's the BJP state president Ravinder Raina's name. I'm not able to figure out if it is there.
Right, Nazir,
but you can see lots of. Yeah. So I am trying to see if there's the name of BJP state president Ravinder Raina's name in the first list, or it is missing. Appears their name is, I have not been able to find out if it is there. But there are large number of, lots of, new names, particularly those who have recently joined the Congress. Also those who had, over the last 4-5 years, switched their sides, joined some from National Conference. Davinder Rana, his name is there. Shamlal Sharma, his name is there. He was a Congress leader. And people from other parties, for example, Zulfikar Chaudhry, he recently joined the BJP. And then there are other, people who had recently joined BJP or over the last few years have their name figures in the first list of these candidates released by the BJP. So clearly, a lot of change in the candidates who had actually, if we see the last list, there's a lot of change. New names have come up. New people have been given mandate in this list. Though there are, old names also. For example, Sunil Sharma, he was from Kishtwar, he is here. Dilip Raj Parihar, he was from Doda, he is here. Gagan, Rana is new one. Raj Parihar was already there from Doda district, he is here. But there are lots of, as I said, number of new people who have, been part of this list, like in Syed Shaukat Gayoor. He was in the PDP. He joined then the BJP. He's the number one. Is Shaukat Gayoor. There is Arshid Bhatt. There are Javed Ahmed Qadri. There's Sophie Yusuf. Sophie is one who has been with the BJP all along from Anantnag. So it is a very interesting mixed bag of so many things. But I am trying to find out why, this Ravinder Raina's name is missing. I have not been able to find out if that name is still there or that would be released in the subsequent list. So BJP, what appears and what we could see after just going through this list, BJP had tried to see the winnability, particularly in the Jammu region. There's not much chance in the Kashmir Valley. Their main focus has been on the Jammu region, which has been a BJP stronghold. The party has been fighting anti-incumbency over the last 10 years. Though for the last 6 years, there's governor rule, but everybody identifies governor rule with the central government, and in the center is the BJP which is ruling. So it has to do a fine balance. We have to see also what would be the manifesto of the BJP Prime Minister during his visit to Jammu and Kashmir twice during the elections, and also recently in June had promised, besides holding elections, the statehood be part of BJP's election manifesto. They also sought the suggestions from the people across Jammu and Kashmir, and they have promised that they will include those suggestions in their this manifesto, which would become the agenda of governance. And interestingly, even before the list was released, senior BJP leader Brigadier Anil, so he said that, look, the post-poll alliance is a compulsion, and because that is when there's a fractured mandate. So they must be looking for the post-poll alliance as well. That's why, though there are no possibility, what we know, that there could be any chance of having any alliance with the Congress, PDP or the National Conference, because the way BJP has described both the parties as anti-national. For example, after National Conference recently released their manifesto, they said it is an anti-national manifesto and sought answers from the Congress and the Rahul Gandhi that do they support this? Do they approve this? What the National Conference mandate, this manifesto is. So clearly, there are bleak chance if after elections there would be, this any kind of, alliance with the National Conference or PDP. But clearly, there are a number of low, independents who were earlier with the Apni party or other groups. So they have been now contesting as independents. They are believed to be, they can be supported by the BJP. And also, BJP is hoping they can win and they can form alliance with the independents and the smaller groups. Having said this, a day before the nomination, for the first phase of elections ends tomorrow, BJP has released its first list of candidates from Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. And so far, I have not been able to see if the BJP state president, Ravinder Raina's name is in this list.
Right. While we figure out whether Ravinder Raina's name is featured or not, as my colleague Nazir Masoodi is reporting from Ground Zero, lots of new names in BJP's list. Some Congress leaders are also featured. I must inform our viewers that the BJP will contest 15 seats in the first phase. The BJP has named 10 candidates for phase 2. Meanwhile, the BJP will contest 10 seats in phase 2. And as far as the third phase is concerned, the BJP is going to contest on 19 seats. The polls in Jammu and Kashmir begin on the 18th of September, as Nazir Masoodi has been reporting. Nazir, meanwhile, all eyes are also on the Congress and the NC, considering you said in about 24 hours, it's the last date of nominations.
Well, I was again going through this list. Let me first just say, when you see the BJP list, you get a bit confused who these people are. For example, Syed Mushtaq Bukhari, he was with the National Conference. He is now featuring in the BJP list. And there are Zulfikar who was in the PDP. He is now in the BJP. So it's kind of seeing new people joining new parties. Election has started. Elections are announced. The people as well. Large number of people have joined BJP in Jammu and Kashmir. So they feature in this list. Having said this, there's another challenge on the BJP's opposition. Congress and National Conference, they are now making last-ditch efforts to see if they can hold this alliance, which was announced last week. But because of the serious difference over seat-sharing arrangement, literally this alliance is literally hanging by a thread. So Congress is making last-ditch effort. They have sent their, these troubleshooters, K.C. Venugopal and Salman Khurshid. They have already reached Srinagar. They are holding meeting with the Congress leaders at Congress PCC headquarters. In a while from now, they will be reaching Gupkar Road and meet Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. And that meeting will decide, because this is the day or the moment of make or break moment for the MP Congress alliance, because tomorrow is the last date of filing of nomination papers for the first phase of election. If this election has to become a reality, this meeting will decide. Sources say National Conference has offered 5 seats to the Congress in Kashmir Valley out of 47 and around 28 to 30 in Jammu region. There are also some local partners like the CPIM as well. Few seats need to be given to them as well. But according to sources in National Conference, there is no compromise beyond 5 seats. And they say if Congress wants to contest more seats, they are free, and they have offered third option, which is let's have friendly contest in those seats where they don't have a challenge with the BJP. Their BJP is not their real challenger. Let's have a friendly contest. Let the best person win. It would be the alliance who is going to win. But the fact is, we have to see. Congress sources say they are very keen to have this alliance, and we'll have to see whether the troubleshooters of Congress are able to ensure this alliance happens and the seat sharing arrangement is finalized, because time is running out. The alliance is at the knife edge. Both the parties have so far been stick to their respective stand. They have refused to blink. We have to see, because time is not on their side. It is the last day for any negotiations. Tomorrow is the last They are filing nomination papers for the first phase of elections. NC has already indicated to their candidate that, oh, look, be prepared, file the nomination papers tomorrow if something doesn't come out. So KC Venugopal has reached here today. In a while from now, he'll be meeting with Abdullah. Last week, there was a meeting with the meeting of Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, KC Venugopal with Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. That time it was decided there will be alliance and seat sharing agreement will be finalized by this evening. But then the negotiators said there were serious differences, and perhaps why Congress is so keen, they want to send a message that India alliance is intact, and also it can send a larger message in the Jammu region, which is where Congress is hoping to win more seats, that since the Congress is in the alliance, they can hope to be part of the next government, because in the recent parliament elections, both parties, NC and Congress, had got more than 41% votes in the alliance. BJP had got 24% votes and PDP just 8% votes. It's not necessary that would be replicated in this parliament election, but it appears that the momentum is on the side of NC. That's why they are adamant they don't want to concede more seats to the Congress. But now the final decision will be taken in today's meeting of KC Venugopal, Salman Khurshid, and Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. In a short while from now, right now, Congress' own meeting is going on at Congress headquarters here in Srinagar.
As always, Nazir, thank you so much for joining us with the latest information from Ground Zero, for contextualizing the latest updates for us. As my colleague Nazir is reporting, all eyes are on that Congress-NC meeting, but the BJP has also just released a list of 82 candidates for the three-phase assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll keep getting you regular updates from the Valley. For now, let's turn our attention now to the Haryana polls. Well, political parties are in full swing for poll season in Haryana. The Congress has started the screening process of their candidates for all 90 seats. And at the same time, the BJP central leadership is also mulling over their political strategy as a series of meetings have taken place. The Aam Aadmi Party too, by the way, is camping at the grassroots level and is expected to soon select their candidates. The JJP, meanwhile, has announced it would ride solo this election and will make an alliance with India, but not with the BJP. INLD has already forged an alliance with the BSP and also decided seat sharing with the BSP. The ruling BJP and Indian National Lok Dal, the INLD, have urged the Election Commission of India to postpone the upcoming Haryana Assembly elections, though, which were originally scheduled for the 1st of October. The parties have actually cited a clash with weekends, public holidays and religious festivals as the main reason for this specific request. But the demand for a poll date revision has sparked a strong backlash from other political parties, including the Congress, the JJP, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. Listen into the reactions coming in.
So people are a little confused.
No, but I can on record assure you I will not go with BJP again.
Will you go with the India Alliance?
Let's see if we have the numbers. And yes, if our party is taken as a priority one, why not?
Gurpreet has been tracking the latest updates for us on Ground Zero. He joins us live at the moment. Gurpreet, the battle for Haryana, well, it seems that the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are going at it alone. But the big question being whether the BJP can regain lost ground?
Well, if we can talk about Haryana polls, we have seen all the political party, they are having the high-stake battle at this point of time. If we can talk about the BJP has been ruling in the state for the last 2 terms and they have been trying to woo the voter on the basis of the development, saying that a lot of things had been done during their tenure. If we can talk about the Congress party, they have already lost 2 terms election in the state of Haryana, and this time they are also trying to go for do or die whole system, so that they will be able to regain their political position in the state of Haryana. We have seen anti-incumbency they are encashing, and specifically they are talking about unemployment of youth in the state of Haryana. Same thing if we can talk about the JJP, we have seen after just breaking alliance with the BJP, JJP has been very vocally speaking against BJP, but they were the part of BJP government for the last more than 4.5 years. So JJP is also trying to make a way, because a lot of farmer protests which were being held in Haryana at that time, they were also trying to gherao JJP netas in the various locations of Haryana. Same thing, INLD, which has already lost political base in the state of Haryana. Now they had forged an alliance with the BSP so that they will be able to get vote bank from grassroots level. And Aam Aadmi Party, we know during the Lok Sabha polls, they forged an alliance with the Congress, but now this time they have already decided they are going alone for all 90 Vidhan Sabha seats. If we can talk about Haryana politics at this point of time, one can easily understand all the political party, they are putting in a lot of effort to regain the political position. So let's see which political party and how the voters are going to cast their vote on what agenda in the state of Haryana. Back to studio.
As always, Gurpreet, thanks so much for joining us with the latest updates. On to Maharashtra now, where the second round of MVA seat sharing talks are likely to take place today. In the first round of talks, over 36 seats in Mumbai, both the Sena and the Congress have asked for maximum seats in the city. Differences and disputes are possible in the MVA during seat-sharing discussions. That's a health warning. The BJP, meanwhile, claim the MVA will split over seat disputes. Now, the Sena has demanded that a chief ministerial phase should be declared. The Congress and the NCP, SP are actually firm that there is no need to declare this before the polls. But to figure out what actually is happening in the political playground in Maharashtra, we have with us Radhika Swami, tracking all the finer details. Radhika, what details do you have for us this morning?
That's right. Seat sharing talks have begun, be it MVA or Mahayuti. The initial seat sharing talks have certainly begun. As far as MVA is concerned, it began on Saturday, and today it will continue. On Saturday, the talks were on Mumbai seats. As far as Mumbai seats are concerned, there are a total of 36 seats, and Sena has asked for the maximum share between 16 to 20 seats. As far as Congress is concerned, that's also asking for close to 15 to 16 seats, and NCP Sharad Pawar faction asking for close to 7 to 8 seats. Both the Sena and Congress are vying for maximum seats. Remember, Mumbai is Sena bastion, but as far as Congress is concerned, considering the stellar performance that entire MV and Congress in particular showcased, it is in a better position on the negotiation table, which is why it is asking for maximum seats. Of course, Sena won, undivided Sena won 14 seats in 2019. It would want to retain all of these seats and get extra seats as well. Remember, the political landscape has changed since 2019. It used to be undivided Sena and BJP contesting against Congress, NCP. Now there are splits and realignments that have taken place. So this time it is the MVA versus Mahayuti. As far as MVA is concerned, it is the divided Sena, Uddhav Sena, NCP Sharad Pawar, as well as the Congress party, which is on the opposition side. So there are going to be differences as far as seats are concerned, 288 seats to be considered. And as far as chief ministerial candidate is concerned, there is going to be difference as well, as Uddhav Thackeray wants to sort of project a CM face. However, the Congress NCP doesn't want to do that ahead of the assembly election. So yes, bone of contention as far as seats and CM face is concerned, but all that could be ironed out in the days to come as the meetings progress.
Well, let's see how the meetings progress. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with this update. Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation Anti-Corruption Branch has announced that they have uncovered substantial evidence in their corruption probe against former RG Kar Medical College principal Sandeep Ghosh. Now, when asked if they had found any concrete evidence, a Central Bureau of Investigation official responded, "There is a lot." The CBI has registered an FIR against former principal Sandeep Ghosh over financial irregularities. In fact, the CBI raided 15 places over the weekend on Sunday in connection with the probe into these financial irregularities at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. Now, as far as this FIR is concerned, I must inform our viewers that the FIR names Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of this medical college, as an accused, along with Tara Tenders, which is a company from Howrah, Ishan Cafe from Kolkata, and a company named Khama Loha. My colleague Saurabh's tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Saurabh, what further details can you disclose to our viewers this morning?
Well, you know, the focus of the probe clearly seems to have shifted as far as the CBI is concerned from, you know, the probing the rape and murder to probing financial irregularities. These are two separate probes. And one of the things that a lot of people have been saying is that one really shouldn't lose focus on the fact that this was primarily a probe to answer certain questions and allegations that were raised earlier in the courts as well, that there was evidence tampering, or that people were being shielded, or that, you know, there was a cover-up. All of these questions in the rape and murder probe the CBI has to answer. But it seems to have largely now become a probe into financial irregularities, and that is where the focus seems to be. Even though simultaneously the probe into the rape and murder is going on, the fact is that the CBI has not set a time-bound manner or a timeline to complete the probe into the rape and murder. And that's something that many are questioning now, given the fact that is this now more, a probe into financial irregularities, or will it answer the initial questions that were raised about allegations of a cover-up or allegations of shielding some accused or evidence tampering, etc., which were all allegations raised in the Calcutta High Court also. But clearly, there is that difference of opinion on which probe seems to have now, overshadowed the earlier probe, which is the probe into the rape and murder. And that's a question that many are asking. However, the CBI says the rape and murder probe is a court-monitored investigation, and they've shared updates with the court.
As always, Saurabh, thank you so much for taking us through the latest details coming in. With that, let's turn our attention now to the horrific Badlapur case. The accused is expected to be presented in the court this afternoon, we're told. He will be brought to court under heavy police security. The family, including his father and brother, were actually summoned by the SI team over the weekend on Saturday, and the team also visited his house for a panchnama. I must also inform you that a team led by Aarti Singh visited the school and questioned the staff there. The police might demand for an extended police custody to investigate this horrific case. A quick update from Mumbai now for you, where a student of Tata Institute Social Sciences, TISS, was found dead at his apartment. This is what the police has confirmed. The student, Anurag Jaiswal, who comes from Lucknow, was found dead at his rented apartment on Saturday morning. And sources informed us at NDTV that the student, enrolled in the Human Resource Program, had actually gone to a party with his friends in Vashi on Friday night. We know that there were about 150 students at the party. Now, as per sources, the student was drinking a lot of alcohol. Upon questioning the roommates, the cops have ruled out the ragging angle in the case, adding that after returning home, the student was unwell. But TISS has put out a statement regarding the incident on social media. News now from the national capital. Well, there was a firing incident outside a cafe in Delhi's Satya Niketan area. We can inform you that the firing was outside a cafe called Love Bites, and according to the police, some boys from Jahangirpuri had come to celebrate their birthday party. There was a birthday party being celebrated in the Satya Niketan cafe. The boys had a fight with the cafe manager over seats, and the boys fired in the air outside the cafe. I must inform you that fortunately no one was shot. But for the finer details, let's go across to my colleague Shreya, who's tracking the case. Well, Shreya, the police caught a boy named Ahmed from the spot. What further details can you disclose as we speak?
Right, so I'm in Satya Niketan outside the cafe where the incident happened, and let me tell you, Satya Niketan is a very prominent residential area in South Delhi, and these boys who had come to celebrate their birthday here, they are essentially from Jahangirpuri, and due to some seat arrangement fiasco, one of the guys began to open fire. Fortunately, nobody was injured, but right now, according to Delhi police, 5 of them have been arrested, and the vehicle of the accused have been recovered along with the pistol that was used here outside this particular cafe in Satya Niketan. And let me tell you, this is right opposite to a very busy area. It's a very bustling area in South Delhi, which is the Durgabai Deshmukh metro station, and here there are a series of cafes and pubs in this area, and it is quite shocking that that such an incident has happened in a posh, prominent South Delhi locality, and this is exactly where the incident took place last night on Sunday. And here we can see Delhi police have put the barricades, and right now, the information that we have for now is that 5 of them have been arrested, and these boys are in their 20s, early to mid-20s, and they had come from Jahangirpuri. Over to you.
Thanks so much for joining us with the details from Satyaniketan. In other news, our Prime Minister interacted with Lakhpati Didis. They're the women members of self-help groups who actually earn 1 lakh rupees annually in Maharashtra's Jalgaon. Here are visuals of the Prime Minister's interaction with these Lakhpati Didis. In fact, there are 11 lakh Lakhpati Didis in Jalgaon in Maharashtra. And finally, the Janmashtami celebrations across the country. It is Krishna Janmashtami today. Millions of Hindu devotees across India and the world are celebrating the birth of Lord Krishna. Well, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you as always. For now, we're going to slip into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The BJP releases a list of 82 candidates for the 3-phase assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir. There are new names and some Congress leaders are also featured. In the Mollywood Me Too issue, big wigs now step down as the Kerala government forms a special investigation team to probe the case. An image of murder-accused actor Darshan getting VIP treatment in jail goes viral. The question is he a VIP prisoner? He's seen smoking a cigarette surrounded by 3 others in an open lawn. The CBI conducts multiple raids in the Kolkata rape murder case. The CBI raids RG Kar ex-principal in this corruption case, and after a 13-hour search, CBI seizes crucial documents. Forensic medicine doctor of the RG Kar College, meanwhile, has been held by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment regarding the VIP treatment that actor Darshan was receiving inside the jail premises. We can now disclose to our viewers that the breaking news information coming in is 7 jail officials have now been suspended. This after an image of actor Darshan smoking a cigarette inside the jail premises along with a couple of other people has now gone viral. 7 jail officials have been suspended. The jail superintendent, we're told, has been transferred in the case. But that's a breaking news story coming in. 7 jail officials suspended after this video and image of actor Darshan went viral. This is a developing story that we're currently tracking on NDTV. In fact, the jail actor's D party, he's currently lodged in a Bengaluru prison in connection with murder charges. And he was seen smoking a cigarette surrounded by 3 others on a lawn. That image is on your screens and it is now viral. The latest video actually opened, meanwhile, with a man in a yellow t-shirt smiling at another man on a video call. A smiling Darshan was seen responding with a nod, exchanging a few words. In fact, that 25-second video showed the actor sitting in a brightly lit room, and behind him, large curtains cover the wall and some clothes hang on hooks, as you can see on your screens at the moment. But the Kannada actor is among 17 people, including his friend actor Pavitra Gowda, who are in judicial custody in connection with the murder of his fan, Renuka Swami. After this material has gone viral from inside the jail premises, I must inform our viewers that the jail superintendent has been transferred in the case and 7 jail officials have now been suspended. To give us context and for the latest breaking news information, let's go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who joins us over the phone line. Pratibha, as I informed our viewers, 7 jail officials have been suspended and the jail superintendent has now been transferred in the case.
That's right. That is the statement that has been given by Karnataka Home Minister G. Parmeshwar, who has been in touch with the DGP prisons and has been stating that a preliminary inquiry has suggested that 7 jail officials were involved and all of them have been suspended. And in the meantime, the jail superintendent has been transferred as well. What has happened is that the CCB did find some information and had conducted a raid a day before these pictures as well as the video emerged. And there was nothing suspicious that was found, nothing that was also recovered there. But the day after, these pictures go viral, and that has given out a lot of allegations in terms of the kind of VIP treatment that has been provided to actor Darshan, who has been accused in a murder case and has been lodged in the Parmeshwar prison, along with 16 others. That also includes his close confidant and girlfriend, Pavitra Gowda, who has been fighting a court case in terms of her bail. What is also ironic is that Darshan has been fighting at the magistrate court in terms of home food that needs to be provided to him, along with blankets and more. And at a time like this, the kind of VIP treatment and the allegations revolving around it has definitely given a lot of concern in terms of citizens of Bangalore. And also at the same time, we have to really tighten the security protocol is also something that the Home Minister has promised. A lot of fingers being pointed at the Karnataka government because this is not the first time that this happened. This is a couple of years ago, Shashikala, who's a Tamil Nadu political leader, who was given VIP treatment, had also raised concerns at the Bengaluru prison in terms of the DA case there. And the Home Minister as well as the DGP are working on tightening the Parapanagrara prison.
Right, Pratibha, also Renuka Swami's father has demanded a CBI probe and punishment after this photo went viral on social media.
So that is definitely yet to be taken. But however, yes, Renuka Swami's father has expressed concern as well as pain in terms of how these kind of pictures have caused him, and also has pleaded in front of the Karnataka government to tighten the security there and also ensure that proper and thorough investigation takes place there. We are also talking about the case at the time when the police has promised that the charge sheet will soon be filed, keeping in account of all the evidences that have also been collected. So all eyes are on how this case would take a turn in terms of both whether it would be handed over to the CBI or whether it would be continued with the proper investigation and action around this.
Thanks so much for joining us with that update. As my colleague Pratibha Raman is reporting, 7 jail officials have now been suspended in this case as actor Darshan was seen allegedly being given VIP treatment. He was seen smoking a cigarette with a couple of other people on the lawn, and a video has also gone viral, the one that's on your screens at the moment, where the actor can be seen smiling. In fact, Renuka Swami's father has now demanded a CBI probe and punishment after the photo went viral on social media. As you know, in Bengaluru Central Jail, a picture of this popular Kannada actor had gone viral. Darshan has been in judicial custody in a murder case, and this image and video has raised doubts over the actor and his aides allegedly getting special facilities inside the jail. I can now confirm and inform our viewers that 7 jail officials have been suspended and the jail superintendent has been transferred in the case. As you know, the Kannada actor is among 17 people, including his friend, actor Pavitra Gowda, who are in judicial custody in connection with the murder of his fan Renuka Swami. And as you know, the 33-year-old fan had allegedly sent obscene messages to Gowda, after which his body was found near a stormwater drain in Bengaluru, Sumanahalli on the 9th of June. Well, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. For now, let's go across to my colleague Rika Roy, who has a quick sports update for us.
We start with some cricket news, and the International Cricket Council is considering introduction of a dedicated fund to bolster Test cricket. That will start in 2025. This will help Test cricket stay alive. It will also enable countries outside the big three, those are India, Australia and England, to better compete with lucrative franchise leagues. The initiative, primarily driven by Cricket Australia, supported by BCCI and ECB, aims to establish a central fund that would provide a minimum standard fee for players, reportedly around $10,000. The goal is to finalize the proposal by Christmas, allowing it to be implemented next year. This initiative is intended to make Test cricket more appealing to players who often choose shorter formats for higher earnings. Now, decks are almost clear for Jay Shah to take over as the ICC chair. As NDTV reported last week, he has 15 of 16 votes now, but once he assumes power, he will encounter significant challenges. Sources have told us that Disney Star are in a mood to renegotiate the broadcast deal with ICC. Disney Star is asking for $100 million discount, and the deal was inked at $3 billion with ICC. Star wants a discount on the World Cup coverage as well. The World Cup coverage delivery that happened in June. The Star ICC deal is done for a period between 2024 and 2027. Talking about Test cricket and its relevance, there was history created at the Rawalpindi Stadium in Pakistan on Sunday afternoon as Bangladesh achieved its maiden Test win versus the hosts, triumphing by 10 wickets in Rawalpindi. It is great news for the country that is limping back to life after unrest and street protests, but a big setback for their star all-rounder Shakib Al Hasan, ex-captain, who played a crucial part in the win. He has been named as one of the accused in connection with an alleged murder that took place during the recent street protests and violence in Bangladesh, which left hundreds dead. The 37-year-old ex-captain and Awami League lawmaker in Sheikh Hasina's regime could also be dropped from the side. Now, news from the world of athletics. Sweden's Mondo Duplantis continued to add to his legendary performances. 3 weeks after breaking his own record en route to a gold medal, bettered his record at the Diamond League. Duplantis cleared a mark of 6.26 meter in his second attempt. He broke the world record for the 10th time, beating 6.25 meters he cleared when retaining his Olympic gold medal in Paris earlier in the month. And this was the third time this year he has broken his own record. The 24-year-old had brought the Stade de France crowd to their feet at the Paris Olympic Games when he broke the world record for a 9th time, and there has always been a feeling that Duplantis was not done yet.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. the NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time.
Seven Bengaluru prison officials have been suspended following an investigation into a viral picture and a video following Kannada actor Darshan's receiving what appears to be a special treatment while in custody. BJP releases first list of candidates for the assembly polls coming up in Jammu and Kashmir. The first list of 44 candidates has been released by the BJP. All eyes on the Congress NC. Tomorrow is the last day of nominations. And big step down as far as the Kerala film industry is concerned. This is the Kerala government. They're forming an SIT, and it's filmmaker Ranjit who stepped down as the Kerala Film Academy chairman, while Siddiqui has stepped down as well. So it is a Bengali actor who's spoken with NDTV. Srilekha has gone on to say that sexual misconduct has been normalized in the film industry. And in the Kolkata rape and murder case, the ex-principal has been questioned now. He is being questioned for the 10th consecutive day. This is after raids were conducted over 13 hours that he has now been named in the case as far as irregularity of finances in the college is concerned. This comes at a time when Sanjay Roy's polygraph test has now come to an end. And India celebrates the festival of Janmashtami, the festive fervor that grips the country and across the world as the world celebrates the birth of Lord Krishna. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, and this is breaking news coming in at the moment regarding Bengaluru's central jail, in which a picture of popular Kannada actor had gone viral. Now, based on that video as well as that picture that had gone viral, now 7 officials, as far as that prison in Bengaluru is concerned, 7 officials have now, in fact, they have been suspended following the investigation into that picture and that video that went viral, in which what it really appears is that the actor got preferential treatment. It appears that he was given special treatment while he was in judicial custody. So this has raised doubts over the actor and his aides allegedly getting that preferential treatment inside the confines of the jail in Bengaluru, in which the actor has been lodged in from what we could see in that picture is that he was smoking a cigarette, he was holding on to a coffee mug, and he was surrounded by 3 others in an open lawn. The video that has surfaced also, in which the actor can be seen talking on his mobile phone. So the Kannada actor, do remember, is among the 17 people, including his friend actor Pavitra Gowda, who are in judicial custody in connection with the murder of his fan Renuka Swami. Do remember, Renuka Swami had taken to social media making comments about Pavitra, who apparently actor Darshan is having an affair with. He had made comments regarding that and regarding Pavitra Gowda, and that is when the actor reacted. The 33-year-old fan had allegedly sent obscene messages to Gowda, after which his body was found near a stormwater drain in Bengaluru.
ಮಗನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದು ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಸಾವಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೊರಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಕ್ಕರ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕರಿಸಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಐತೆ.
And to get more on this, my colleague Pratibha is joining us. Pratibha, 7 Bengaluru prison officials have now been suspended following that picture that went viral on Sunday.
That's right. Karnataka Home Minister has said that he did ensure that he would be in touch with the DGP prisons while the inquiry was on, and they found 7 jail authorities who are guilty of this, and they have all been suspended. And in terms of tightening up the security, the Home Minister has promised that stringent action would be taken in terms of tightening the security protocol at the prison, because this is not the first time that we are talking of allegations of VIP treatment given out to an accused, but this is the second time. A few years ago, there was Shashikala, Tamil Nadu political leader, who was also facing such allegations of having been given VIP treatment here in Bengaluru prison there. And interestingly, just a day before these pictures and videos emerged of actor Darshan, the CCB had conducted a raid at the jail, but no suspicious activities nor any kind of materials that were recovered there. And how could such an activity be neglected is also something that needs to be looked at. And the Karnataka Home Minister has promised to look into this. While we are talking of the kind of action that needs to be given in terms of these allegations that have come to light, it is quite ironical that this comes at a time when actor Darshan has been fighting for home-cooked meals as well as blankets that need to be provided from home to him. And this is a case that has been going on at the magistrate court there. Remember, he is an accused in a murder case along with 16 others. That also includes close confidant and friend of his, Pavitra Gowda, who's also fighting a bail case there at the court. And all of this definitely points fingers to the kind of investigation that is on. And the victim's family have also alleged that there needs to be thorough investigation that needs to be on, and have also requested a CBI inquiry. All eyes are on how the Karnataka government is going to handle this and the kind of action that will be meted out in terms of the security there at Bengaluru prison. Back to you.
Right. So, Pratibha, based on that preliminary inquiry that has found 7 officers who were involved in this, and they have now been suspended on grounds of giving preferential treatment, that special treatment that was given to the Kannada actor. He was seen holding a coffee mug, he was seen smoking a cigarette, he's also been seen holding on to a mobile phone, and which is what has led to the suspension of those 7 Bengaluru prison officials. Switching to more news now, and it's BJP there releasing its first list of candidates. This is the first list that has been released before the upcoming elections in Jammu and Kashmir. This comes on the heels after that very close meeting, a very crucial meeting that was held in the national capital on a Sunday. After the CEC meeting, the list is finally out. The BJP has named seats in all 3 phases. 44 names have now been, the Bharatiya Janata Party has named 44 seats of the assembly seats in that upcoming assembly elections. Do remember, this is during the party's Central Election Committee meeting. It was decided that prominent faces would be dropped in the Jammu region. The list was released this morning after the BJP's Central Election Committee finalizing the party polls picks for the upcoming elections. As Prime Minister Modi, the Home Minister, as well as JP Nadda, who were at that key meeting which took place in the national capital on a Sunday. Now, 90 seats in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly are voting in 3 phases, with polling due on the 18th of September, the 25th and the 1st of October. And the counting is going to take place on the 4th of October. Let's just go across to Vasudha, who has more on this. Vasudha, Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections there for the first time since 2014. Now, what we're talking about is that the first list that has been released. Take us through some of the names of that list as far as the 44 seats are concerned.
Well, Divya, parties, as usual, as expected, are running against time to release the first list of candidates. Remember, the last date of filing nominations for the first phase of elections, which is expected to be held on the September 18th, is tomorrow, so August 27th. But today, of course, is a gazetted holiday due to Janmashtami. So tomorrow is technically the last day for all of them to file nominations. And while BJP has just come out with its list of 44 candidates just a few minutes ago, National Conference and Congress are yet to declare their candidates. PDP and Apni Party, of course, have come out with a few candidates. Yesterday's meeting, CEC meeting of the BJP, was critical in this aspect because there were talks about re-strategizing the entire campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, Divya, that BJP does not have too much of electoral prospects on its own when it comes to the valley, but they also believe that be it Omar Abdullah or PDP's Mehbooba Mufti, both these parties have their shortcomings which they really want to bank on. Of course, National Conference is what the BJP believes is its actual nemesis because they have a strong network, which is why they have fielded candidates which seem to be a balancing act between old, loyal, ideologically aligned people, versus the ones who have entered the party in the last few years. So on one hand, if you have people like Devender Singh Rana who have been, a three-time MLA, he has been fielded from Nagrota. You have the Ravinder Singh Raina, who's the BJP president of the state unit. He's also been fielded. Other than that, there are names such as, Rakib Bani, who was given the entire responsibility of Kashmir Valley, and of course a lot of other, ideologically core party members, including Arvind Gupta, Yudhvir Sethi, Shamlal Sharma. Vis-a-vis, people like Zulfikar Chaudhary, who is a renowned ST leader who joined, also an ex-minister who joined the BJP recently, and also former SSP like Mohanlal Bhagat, who also joined the BJP recently. So there is a balancing act between, ensuring that the insiders are not displeased and the outsiders also get their due, so that the party's prospects of winnable candidates win. Of course, that seems to be the underlying idea. Now, 44 candidates have been sort of, nominated. They've been announced. These include, of course, 19 candidates in the last phase, which of course also includes the Jammu, which is the strong area of the BJP. Then 10 in the second phase, and of course 15 in the first phase. There are 90 seats in all. So of course, the BJP wants to fight on at least 60 seats is what we expect. So this is the first list. And of course, a large number of seats have been announced, 44, which also means that the preparations have started. Of course, this is a little late when it comes to the first phase, but the BJP is banking on the third phase. And, party in charges, including including Ram Madhav and Kishan Reddy, have already sort of they will be in Jammu and Kashmir today. So this seems to be a balancing act. At the same time, the party understanding and acknowledging that while it may not have complete electoral prospects, it would be ready to back independent candidates. And it is in some ways also rewarding people who have joined the party in the recent few years. For instance, this Ghafoor Andrabi, who was also, just a few days ago made an executive member of the National Commission of Minorities, he's been made to contest from Pampore. So clearly, Nazir would be able to tell you more about these candidates. But right now, it seems like the party wants to put its best face forward, because this is also a point-proving exercise. First election after the abrogation of Article 370 and first election in 10 years. So clearly a lot of points that the BJP wants to prove to the people of Jammu and Kashmir and to the people of the country before it actually, takes on the rivals of, PDP and NC.
Right, like you mentioned, assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir were last held in 2014, after which the PDP had tied up with the BJP to form the government. But this time the BJP has decided to go solo. And Nazir, take us to this list which has many new, fresh faces.
Well, if you ask me, BJP has released its first list. 44 candidates are there in the list, but there are some important people. Two former deputy chief ministers, Kavinder Gupta and Dr. Nirmal Singh. Their name is missing. So is the name of Ravinder Raina, J&K BJP president. His name is missing in this first list. And if you see the list carefully, you will see those who have changed the party and joined BJP over the last few years. They have been suitably rewarded. They come from all the parties: Panthers Party, PDP, National Conference, Congress. All those who have joined BJP from these parties, they all have been given mandate by the BJP, and their name figure in this list. This is, very surprising. Few years back, you would see all these people were either National Conference leaders, Congress leaders, Panthers Party leaders, Apni Party, or the PDP leaders. Today they are the BJP candidates. That is the reality of politics. Politicians go for the greener pastures, those who don't have a specific ideology. But having said that, BJP has released its first list, and they, according to BJP sources, winnability is the main criteria for giving the mandates. But some of the, after every party faces this, when mandates are announced, there are people who were expecting mandates, they don't get it, they feel really bad. And I spoke to some of the BJP leaders whose name don't figure in the list. They say, "Pata nahi abhi kitne imtihan honge," because it's after first election in Jammu and Kashmir after 10 years.
old loyalists were expecting that they would be accommodated. They say new people who have come from different parties, they have been given the mandate. So they have to deal with that thing, because challenge for the BJP is not just winning the election and the seats in Jammu, but also beating the anti-incumbency over the last 10 years, despite the fact that the Jammu and Kashmir has been under direct central rule, governor's rule, LG's rule. But since central government is BJP government, so everything is attributed good, bad or worse to the BJP. So they have that challenge. And Jammu has also suffered a great deal over the years, because in absence of a political representation, there have been series of protests. They have to deal with that in terms of whether it was recruitment, whether it is electricity, whether it was toll booths on the road. So many things challenge they have. But BJP list clearly indicates they have got the people who they think have a more winning chances, whether they were core BJP workers or the leaders, or they have come from the different parties and joined BJP till yesterday. So they have been given, their names figure in this list. So mixed bag of the people who were core BJP workers or the leaders, and also the new names who have come from the different party. So we'll have to see how difference it is going to make on the ground. And as we know, as the campaigning starts, tomorrow would be the last date of filing of nomination papers, and that is why BJP has released this first list of 44 names. And as I said, interestingly, some important names, including Ravinder Rana, BJP president, his name doesn't figure, though his constituency, Navshera, that has not been decided yet. 2 former deputy chief ministers, for example, Dr. Nirmal Singh, who was a deputy chief minister and also speaker, he was from Bilawar constituency, mandate has been given to someone else, so clearly he has been dropped. So a name of Kavinder Gupta, also a former deputy chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir and also former speaker, his also name does not figure in the list.
Right, of course, some of the loyalists that have been left out, Nazir, and we do know that the last day of filing nominations is tomorrow, but a very key meeting that's coming up with KC Venugopal there, trying to meet with the Abdullahs in order to sort of iron out the differences.
Well, I'm outside Farooq Abdullah's residence here at Gupkar Road in Srinagar, and they're waiting for the guests. And most anticipated guest is KC Venugopal and Salman Khurshid. They are troubleshooters who have been sent by the Congress High Command to Srinagar in an attempt to iron out differences over seat sharing arrangement. According to National Conference sources, they have offered 5 seats to the Congress in Kashmir Valley. Beyond that, it is non-negotiable. That's what NC sources said. Then there are around 28 to 30 seats in the Jammu region. Most of the seats go to the Congress, these 28 to 30. And around 13 to 50, NC wants to contest. And sources say NC has given another third option to the Congress. That, oh look, if you feel you have a claim over a seat and we too have a claim, let's have a friendly contest in those places where we don't have direct contest with the BJP. And they say since our aim is to fight BJP, let's have, where BJP doesn't have presence, let's have a friendly contest. That is the third option. But we have to see this, this alliance is on knife edge. This is the last ditch effort by both the party, particularly Congress, to reach out to National Conference leaders. Last week we saw here Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. They reached here, Farooq Abdullah's residence, had a 1-hour-long meeting. After the meeting, it was almost clear that the alliance is a done deal. Farooq Abdullah announced that alliance is done on all the 90 seats. Some seats need to be figured out who would contest them. But by evening, when the negotiators sat, serious differences over seat sharing cropped up. So, this that still remains, and if it is actually make or break day for the Congress National Conference alliance in Jammu and Kashmir. So if they are able to iron out differences, then tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last date of filing of nomination papers, then the parties can contest this election together. Otherwise, it appears right now the alliance prospects of alliance are hanging by a thread. So, very important and a crucial meeting will be taking place here at Farooq Abdullah's residence in a while from now. KC Venugopal and Salman Khurshid, they met the local leadership who are actually insisting for more seats in Kashmir Valley. But according to NC sources, Congress is trying to bite off more than what they can chew.
Right. So all eyes on the very crucial meeting coming up just before the last day of filing of nomination. Nazir, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Well, now switching tracks to more news, and this is in regard to, in fact, sources are saying that the big BJP meeting that took place in order to, in fact, as far as the evaluation of potential candidates is concerned, there are reports that indicate that the BJP was aiming to maximize their representation from local youths and women, is what was being said. So, of course, now switching tracks now in order to get you more, and it's the polls in Haryana, and political parties are in full swing for the campaigning in Haryana. Now, Congress has started the screening process of the candidates for all 90 seats, and at the same time, the BJP's central leadership is also mulling over their political strategy as a series of meetings that have taken place. The Aam Aadmi Party too is camping at the grassroots level and is expected to soon be selecting their candidates as well, and that's going to be made public, including it will have Sunita Kejriwal, that is the wife of Arvind Kejriwal, while the JJP has announced that it would go solo as far as this election is concerned and will not be tying up with the BJP, however, keeping its door open when it comes to the India bloc. Listen in.
So people are a little confused.
No, but I can on record assure you I will not go with BJP again.
Will you go with the India Alliance?
Let's see if we have the numbers, and yes, if our party is taken as a priority one, why not?
Well, if we can talk about Haryana polls, we have seen all the political party, they are having the high stake battle at this point of time. If we can talk about the BJP has been ruling in the state for the last 2 terms, and they have been trying to woo the voter on the basis of the development, saying that a lot of things had been done during their tenure. If we can talk about the Congress party, they have already lost 2 terms election in the state of Haryana, and this time they are also trying to go for do or die whole system, so that they will be able to regain their political position in the state of Haryana. We have seen anti-incumbency they are encashing, and specifically they are talking about unemployment of youth in the state of Haryana. Same thing if we can talk about the JJP, we have seen after just breaking alliance with the BJP, JJP has been very vocally speaking against BJP, but they were the part of BJP government for the last more than 4.5 years. So JJP is also trying to make a way, because a lot of former protests which were being held in Haryana at that time, they were also trying to gherao JJP netas in the various locations of Haryana. Same thing, INLD, which has already lost political base in the state of Haryana. Now they had forged an alliance with the BSP so that they will be able to get vote bank from grassroots level. And Aam Aadmi Party, we know during the Lok Sabha polls, they forged an alliance with the Congress, but now this time they have already decided they are going alone for all 90 Vidhan Sabha seats. If we can talk about Haryana politics at this point of time, one can easily understand all the political party, they are putting in a lot of effort to regain the political position. So let's see which political party and how the voters are going to cast their vote on what agenda in the state of Haryana. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details regarding the polls coming up in Haryana, but also polls coming up in Maharashtra. So, second round of the MVA seat sharing that's going to be taking place today. In the first round of talks, which took place, over 36 seats were discussed as far as Mumbai is concerned. Both Sena and Congress have asked for maximum seats in the city, and the differences and disputes possible as far as the seat sharing discussions is concerned. It is the BJP there claiming that this is what is going to split the party as far as the seat sharing dispute is concerned. While Sena has demanded that a chief ministerial phase should be declared, the Congress and the NCP Sharad Pawar faction has gone on to say that there is no need to declare this before the polls, and the potential criteria for the seat sharing is basically on who won the seat, how many times, and the potential of the candidate. We have my colleague Radhika joining us with all the details.
Initial seat sharing talks have certainly begun. As far as MVA is concerned, it began on Saturday, and today it will continue. On Saturday, the talks were on Mumbai seats. As far as Mumbai seats are concerned, there are a total of 36 seats, and Sena has asked for the maximum share between 16 to 20 seats. As far as Congress is concerned, that's also asking for close to 15 to 16 seats, and NCP Sharad Pawar faction asking for close to 7 to 8 seats. Both the Sena and Congress are vying for maximum seats. Remember, Mumbai is Sena bastion, but as far as Congress is concerned, considering the stellar performance that entire MV and Congress in particular showcased, it is in a better position on the negotiation table, which is why it is asking for maximum seats. Of course, Sena won, undivided Sena won 14 seats in 2019. It would want to retain all of these seats and get extra seats as well. Remember, the political landscape has changed since 2019. It used to be undivided Sena and BJP contesting against Congress NCP. Now there are splits and realignments that have taken place. So this time it is the MVA versus Mahayuti. As far as MVA is concerned, it is the divided Sena, Uddhav Sena, NCP Sharad Pawar, as well as the Congress party, which is on the opposition side. So there are going to be differences as far as seats are concerned, 288 seats to be considered. And as far as chief ministerial candidate is concerned, there is going to be difference as well, as Uddhav Thackeray wants to sort of project a CM face. However, the Congress NCP doesn't want to do that ahead of the assembly election. So yes, bone of contention as far as seats and CM face is concerned, but all that could be ironed out in the days to come as the meetings progress.
Right, thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now to veteran actor Siddiqui, who has stepped down as the General Secretary of Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, and veteran director Ranjit, who has also resigned as the chairman of the Kerala Academy as sexual harassment accusations against them gain steam. The noted actor stepped down from his position following allegations raised by a woman on the 24th of August. A female actor had alleged that Siddiqui had sexually abused her after inviting her over for a movie discussion.
Actually, I haven't come out with this first and foremost, because I had back then put a lid on the entire incident and moved on. Because he hasn't, according to law, according to the norm per se, he hasn't actually made any sexual advances towards me. But he did touch me. He was playing with my bangles, playing with my hair, at the nape of my neck, which kind of made me feel uncomfortable. So it wasn't sexual abuse. If he wants to fight the case, I don't know what is going to happen the next minute. But this had happened long back, 2009, when I was battling my own personal demons, my personal life. And I had traveled alone at Kochi. So somehow it did come to know. I mean, I don't know how this entire episode resurfaced, as in some media from Kerala did contact me for the same, which I was literally quite surprised, because I haven't spoken to any media before, especially the Kerala media, about this incident particularly. I did, the person who actually mediated with me about this, getting this film, I did speak about it, the incident, during that time, like during that period, but I haven't spoken to the media because I had moved on. I had you don't want to remember something which is not that pleasant in your life. But the thing is, I mean, it's a sorry state for women in general. Workplace, I mean, we all, this is a kind of a second home for us. We are here to do a job where we are respected, and that is all. That is all we ask for. But this particular, in this industry, I would say, this had been normalized, you know. This sexual favors being asked from women and women complying to the same, or there are sections of women too who, before they're asked for any favors, they would be, you know, ready to comply or ready to go to any length to get a role, to, get a job done. So this had been normalized in this particular industry that I'm talking about. There's a hush-hush about it. It's a practice that's prevalent in this industry since, I don't know, I mean, the case Me Too movement, if we talk about Harvey Weinstein, even that had come to light much later.
Sonia Palhar, thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. We do understand the sensitivity of the situation, but if you can tell us, because you have leveled charges against, against the actor. So if you can actually tell us as to what happened?
He's literally raped one artist named Revati Sambat, and she told us she's brutally raped by actor Siddiq. It's not an allegation only; it's a truth. So we need justice. He's quitting from the AMA designation. He's the vice president of AMA organization. Now he's quit from the organization, but we need the legal action very soon. We need justice. So government, both government, state government and federal government, we need your support to give our justice get back.
Ma'am, now even the state government has formed a committee, and this committee is in fact, has female IPS officers. Do you think that somewhere is going to reinstate the faith of women, especially, to come forward and to file their complaints?
I think it's very, very difficult to reveal again and again the right situation and how, why, how. It's very, very verbally we again read from the officers. Once one committee formed by one judge and two eminent ladies, and again Kerala state is formed some committees, and before 1 crore 40 lakhs like that we spend for the committee, HEMA committee. But it's okay. Because of I also revealed my problem also for the HEMA committee also. But again and again, government, some police officers and some social workers, like that, again and again, how the ladies are again going and reveal the situation again. It's not fair, ma'am. I need the High Court bill or High Court, because we need the justice very speed. High Court is directly give the justice like that. They can appoint a bench or special division bench like that. It's good for us. It's again and again we'll go and repeat the situation. That's not good for the victims.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, NDTV, for this support this time. Thank you.
मेरा तो इस मामले पर बोलने को भी मुझे शब्द नहीं मिलते कि कितने कड़े शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जाए इस मानसिकता को कंडम करने के लिए, और कैसे इससे छुटकारा पाया जाए। इसलिए मैं बार बार कहता हूँ सख्त कानून बहुत ज़रूरी, लेकिन कानून से भी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है समाज के अंदर चेतना पैदा करना, महिलाओं के प्रति आदर और सम्मान की भावना पैदा करना। मुझे तो इतना शर्मिंदगी महसूस होती है जब इस मामले पर कोई बात होती है। ये देश, इसकी संस्कृति, इसका इतिहास इससे बहुत बेहतर व्यवहार का अधिकारी है।
And the CBI in the Kolkata rape and horror case has announced that they have uncovered substantial evidence in their corruption probe against the former principal of the RG Kaur Medical College. We're talking about Sandeep Ghosh. And this is the CBI officials there who have now gone ahead and registered an FR against the former principal in the financial irregularities case. The CBI raided 15 places on Sunday in connection with the probe into the alleged financial irregularities. The FR has named Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, as well as an accused, along with Tara Tenders, a company from Havra, and Ishan, a cafe from Kolkata, and a company named Kama Loha as well, because of those financial irregularities regarding that college. And this comes at a time when a polygraph test has been completed on Sanjay Roy. Do remember, he is the only person who has been arrested in the case, while it is the family of the victim, as well as also the family of the accused who have gone on to claim that there were more people involved from what it seems like, that it couldn't have been a single person's job. It is a 31-year-old trainee doctor who was raped and murdered in that seminar hall in the RG Kaur hospital. This happened at 1 o'clock at night when she had gone there to take rest because she had been on a 36-hour shift. So now the CBI has gone on to claim that they have enough evidence in the matter. This is when asked if they had found any concrete evidence regarding the financial irregularities. The CBI officials had responded with there is a lot, which is why they now filed an FIR against the former principal Sandeep Ghosh over financial irregularities. Do remember that he had resigned from his position of the principal just after the incident, but he was in fact given a job in another college where he had taken over as the principal in a matter of 2 days. So those questions were raised by the CBI as to how was he reinstated in another college, given the fact that he was embroiled in this case. Many questions regarding the handling of the case, as far as the role that the college had to play, and why is it that they had not filed an FIR, and it was the finally the family that had to file that FIR in the case. And let's just switch tracks and get you news coming in from the national capital, where firing has taken place outside a cafe in the Satya Niketan area of Delhi. The firing took place outside a cafe. According to the police, some boys were there from the Jahangirpur area. They had come to celebrate a birthday. The boys then got into a fight with the manager regarding the seats that were given to them in the cafe. So they weren't happy with the table that was allotted to them, and which is why they had that fight. And while having that fight, there was a boy who fired in the air outside the cafe. The police caught that boy named Ahmed from the spot, and an inquiry is underway. So, a very shocking incident there. You can see that bullet mark right outside that cafe. It's called Love Bite in the Satya Niketan area of Delhi, where these boys started to have an argument with the manager of the cafe because they apparently did not like the table that was given to them. They were out there celebrating a birthday on Sunday. They had a fight with the manager right outside, and that is when one of the boys of the Jahangirpur area who shot in the air, that bullet mark that you can see from outside the cafe. We have my colleague Shreya joining us, and Shreya joining us from right outside the Love Bite cafe where this incident took place. Shreya, what really happened? I mean, they had an argument with the manager. Eventually, they ended up taking out this gun in broad daylight, firing in the air, and bullet marks on our screens of what really happened there. It was because they weren't really happy with the seat that they were given, or were they not given, or were they made to wait? What was it?
So it all started when one of the men was sitting on the glass table of the cafe, and then the manager had to ask them to sit in the proper seating area and not on the glass table. And they were all inebriated because they had come to celebrate one of their friend's birthday, and that's when a scuffle broke out, and soon it turned violent when they left the cafe. And outside the cafe, one of the men just whipped out the pistol that he was carrying, and he opened fire. Fortunately, no one was injured, but the question here is why are these why was there no checks and balances? You know, here we have seen in Satya Niketan, I was just speaking to one of the RWA members, and he highlighted that these cafes and pubs which are mushrooming here in Satya Niketan, they are mostly illegal. They are not following any rules and regulations that needs to be followed. And there, as you can see, these pubs, they do not have any security guard or bouncers for that matter to check the customers who are entering these pubs. And of course, they are all inebriated. And earlier, the RW member also mentioned that a similar incident happened here in Satya Niketan outside one of the pubs, where the similar incident of open firing took place. And let me tell you, there are 3 police booths in this vicinity. One right opposite to the cafe, and there are 2 police booths right here in the vicinity. There's also this Durgabai Deshmukh metro station right here, and this happened at around 8:30 yesterday, where it was quite crowded here. And because we know that the Delhi University South Campus colleges are here, we know that the crowd mostly comprises of students. But again, later in the night, we see people from all walks of life coming here and having a good time. But there are no checks and balances. There are no security measures put in place. What needs to be questioned is why are these cafes and pubs which are mushrooming here in Satyaniketan, which is also a residential area, an upscale South Delhi residential area. Why are these cafes and pubs not complying the rules and regulations? The RW member also highlighted that they do not have any NOCs done, and they have also filed a complaint, written complaint, but no action was taken on these cafes or pubs. And as far as the Delhi police is concerned, we know that 5 of them have been arrested. One of them is a paneer vendor, and they were all hailing from Jahangirpuri, let me tell you that, and they were all in their early to mid 20s who were part of this entire crime scene, and 5 of them have been arrested. The vehicle of the accused have been recovered, as well as the illegal pistol that one of them was carrying. This incident has made the residents and the other cafe owners and managers here left them feeling quite insecure and unsafe. That if such a case is happening in a posh upscale area like Satyaniketan in South Delhi, right next to the metro station, then it can happen anywhere, and there should be stricter action. Stricter action should be take place, and stricter surveillance should be done in these areas, because as you can clearly see, there are so many pubs and cafes which are mushrooming here. How many of them actually have a security guard or bouncer for that matter? Because these are not very expensive cafes or pubs, and therefore it welcomes people from all walks of life to come here. And often when they get inebriated, such cases of minor scuffles leading to fatal incidents take place. And right now, further investigation is underway, and the RW members have gone to meet the DCP of this area, and they will be discussing the matter on these cafes and pubs not complying to the rules and regulations, and illegal cafes and pubs but mushrooming in this area. They will be discussing upon this matter with the DCP today. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Shreya, for getting us all those details. Shreya, they're reporting from right outside that Love Bite cafe in the Satyaniketan area of the national capital, where this group of boys had gone to celebrate a birthday. On coming out, because they were unhappy with the table that they were given, one of them shot in the air. So we will keep tracking that story, and also getting you more news. And this time around from Mumbai, a student of the Tata Institute of Social Sciences was found dead at his apartment. The student was from Lucknow. He was found dead at his rented apartment. To get more details of what really transpired, what really led to the death of this young student, we have my colleague Anuj joining us to get us more. Anuj, what really happened? Because earlier what was really being probed was that there could have been a ragging angle, but that seems to have been ruled out now.
Yes, that has been ruled out by the police. The most recent development in this case is that the post-mortem of this entire event was delayed because the family of the deceased here was not present. The deceased, as you said, is from Lucknow, and the 29-year-old first-year student in the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, he went out for a party on Friday night, and when he came back, he was reportedly sick or ill. And the next day, in a rented apartment where he lived with his friends, while his friends woke up, he did not. And when taken to the hospital, he was pronounced dead by the hospital authorities. Now, the reason why the post-mortem was delayed since then till now was the fact that the family was still in Lucknow. We got to know that the family came here in Mumbai last night, and I'm currently standing here just a few meters away from the post-mortem zone of the Rajwadi Hospital here in Ghatkopar, where the post-mortem is expected to take place later this afternoon or in the evening. The family, as I said before, has already come in the city last evening, and after the post-mortem is completed, the actual reason and the nature of the death will become clear. Earlier, of course, it was suspected that ragging might be a cause of it, because the place where he went to party on the outskirts of the city had close to 100 to 120 people. Many of them were students. But after the police had a talk with most of them, got to know that they ruled out the possibility of ragging being one of the potential causes, and hence they have reached the conclusion that it might as well be the alcohol overdose which might have resulted in the death of the individual, but the exact cause will become clear only by today evening. But as of now, accidental death has been reported by the police.
Right, Anuj, just stay with us for our next story as well. Coming out of Maharashtra, this is in regard to the Badlapur case in which a janitor sexually assaulted two 4-year-old girls. The accused has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented in the court under heavy police security. Now, meanwhile, a report has also been prepared on the incident by the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare and the Ministry of Education. Anuj, take us through, that report that will be submitted to the centre. Take us through, what's really happened so far in the case regarding this janitor who had taken these two girls to the bathroom, and that is where he committed the crime.
The incident which took place on the 13th of this month, it became the news across, and it caused a lot of shiver here in Maharashtra, especially here in Mumbai region, because we saw it happen in Badlapur, which falls under the home constituency of the sitting Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The reason why it became such a big topic was because of the delay in filing the FIR by the police, which led to the people of Badlapur coming on the street and taking over the railway tracks. And we can see that after that particular incident happened, the overall pace of the investigation kind of went up. We saw that, of course, the accused was arrested on the 17th and was presented in the court, in the Kalyan court, on the 21st of this month, where he was given a 5-day police custody, which ended on the 24th. But because yesterday was a holiday, he was presented in the court today. And today, the police demanded for an extended police custody, but he was given a 14-day judicial custody. Now, we see that the investigation, or rather the entire case, has moved forward at a very brisk pace in the last few days, not just in the legal, or not just through the police, but also in the political spectrum. We've seen that Maharashtra Bandh was called by the opposition political parties, which pressurized the government to act on it. When the protests took place, we saw several representatives of the government reach out to the protester and promise them that several steps will be taken from the government, which included a special report being created by the Women's Welfare Ministry here in Maharashtra, which was presented today to the primary education minister Deepak Kesarkar, who said that he will carry forward that report to the Home Ministry, and they'll make sure that the report is implemented, which also includes a panic button being installed in most of the schools here in Maharashtra. But as of now, a 14-day judicial custody has been given to the prime accused Raksha Shinde in the Badlapur case.
Right, like Anuj was pointing out, that the State Education Ministry has now decided to install panic buttons in schools, as well as those panic buttons will be in classrooms as well as washrooms. We will keep coming back to you, Anuj, for more on that. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, we're taking a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism.
Well, breaking news coming in at the moment, and this is in regard to the list that was released by the BJP just an hour back. The BJP had released its first list of candidates for the upcoming elections in Jammu and Kashmir. But now the BJP has withdrawn that first list. Shortly after releasing it, the BJP is expected to revise that list and then again reissue that list. So the first list of candidates, which had 44 names of the seats in that very list, has now been withdrawn by the BJP. So it is breaking news coming in regard to the BJP. They're withdrawing its first list of candidates for the upcoming elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Do remember the elections that are starting on the 18th of September, followed by the 25th and the 1st of October, with the elections that results that will be announced on the 4th, as that's when the counting is going to be taking place. So it is the list that has now been released by the BJP. That list that came out just an hour back has now been revised. It will be revised and the new list will be announced shortly. For now, they have withdrawn that list as far as the BJP is concerned. Do remember 44 names were put out and announced in that list of the first list of candidates in the upcoming election. So there were prominent names that were in that list, a lot of fresh faces, a lot of new faces, and that is the mantra that is being followed by the BJP in order that they want to have a lot of fresh faces this time around and not go by the old loyalists per to say. So the BJP there withdrawing that list that was out just an hour ago by the BJP in regard to that first list of candidates of Jammu and Kashmir. So the BJP there announcing that first list just an hour back. They released that list this morning, and this was after the BJP's Central Election Committee finalized the party's poll picks for the upcoming election. So they released that list of 44 candidates for the three-phase of elections to the 90 assembly seats in Jammu and Kashmir. But soon enough, they deleted it. They are saying that a fresh list, from what we're hearing from our sources, is expected soon. There were three key names that were missing in that now deleted list, which included the BJP president of Jammu and Kashmir, Ravindra Raina, and the former deputy chief ministers Nirmal Singh and Kavinder Gupta. The list had the name of Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh's brother, Devendra Rana, who switched from the National Conference. And we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, quite a first there with the BJP releasing its list and then withdrawing that list. From what we're hearing is there will be another revised list that's expected to be out soon.
Well, BJP is normally not known for such a faux pas. It is an embarrassing situation for the party. They had to withdraw the list just within an hour after they release it. As I said in earlier broadcasts, I spoke to some of the leaders. They were not clearly happy with this list. They were saying the party loyalists have not been given divided. They are saying that those people who shifted parties over the last few years till yesterday, they have been rewarded, they have been given place in the list. If you see, as I was saying in the earlier broadcast an hour back, look, if you see this kind of a list, you will see former National Conference leaders, you will see former PDP leaders, former Congress leaders, Panthers party leaders, all of them who shifted sides and joined BJP, they have been given mandate by the BJP. So some of the BJP leaders from Jammu, they were really unhappy. Though BJP is a disciplined party known to be following the orders of the High Command, because it is the charisma of Prime Minister Modi and then Amit Shah who is winning BJP elections. And if you see last in Parliament election, everybody was voting for Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Modi, not the local candidates, but wherever I went to in Jammu. But this is something which is unusual in BJP. Within an hour, they have to withdraw the list. They have deleted it from all the BJP handles. Now a new list is reportedly being prepared. Sources say a meeting is underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. So it would be amended. New names may be included. For example, I'll tell you from Bilawar, Dr. Nirmal Singh, senior BJP leader, former BJP President J&K, He was contesting from that seat. Last assembly was in 2014. He won from the. He was Speaker and the Deputy Chief Minister and the face of BJP in Jammu. His name, his delete. His name doesn't figure. Someone else has been fielded from Bilawa. You have Kavinder Gupta. I spoke to him, and he said, "Pata nahi abhi kitne imtihan dene honge." I asked him why you have not been given mandate. Why doesn't your name figure in the list? Usne kaha kahi aur imtihan dene honge. So he was hoping that there would be some change in the list. Then there were other BJP, leaders who were saying that it's not the right thing which was supposed to be done. In fact, in the first list of 44 candidates, the name of Ravinder Raina, BJP, state president, that doesn't figure in the list. He comes from Nowshera constituency, though nobody has been given mandate from the Nowshera constituency so far. But the fact is, in the first list, his name doesn't figure. So clearly, it is going to give handle to the opposition to target BJP when BJP is now facing most crucial elections, which has far more implications than winning or losing an election in Jammu and Kashmir, because it's the first election post-abrogation 370, first election in Jammu and Kashmir after a gap of 10 years.
Right, Nazir, we also have our colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, quite a first step when it comes to the BJP by releasing its list first and then deleting that list, withdrawing that list, and the fact that we will see that list out very soon. But, the reason behind them withdrawing is because many of the lawyers that were left out from that list.
Absolutely, Divya. It just reminded me of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections when, they released the list for Tamil Nadu and they had Naina Nagendran fielded from Thoothukudi when he's actually somebody who has been contesting from Tirunelveli, a neighbouring constituency. Of course, that was revised and a fresh list was sent out in a few minutes from then. But of course, this seems to be rather a little more serious because, what we've been told by sources is that there'll be some changes made, there'll be some additions made, and there'll also be some changes made. That's what they've been told us. We've been told, and it's going to come out in the next few minutes, the new list with some changes. These are being seen as mainly typos or some minor changes is what the party is projecting it to be. But like Nazir is also saying, there have been some crucial omissions which the party may have overlooked. Remember somebody top was also trying to explain to me that, the list is of whoever being prepared. It always gets prepared by junior people. And there are, sometimes the changes that have been finalized, the final stamp of approval, those names don't get reflected. So when the seniors saw it, they of course, saw that, this was not completely what they had discussed, and they have suggested some changes, and we can expect the list in a few minutes from now. In fact, there is a meeting of Manoj Sinha, the LG, and of course senior party leaders, and of course, happening at the residence of Amit Shah, who's the Home Minister, also somebody who has been handling Jammu Kashmir elections. Both the Prabharis will also be in J&K. Tomorrow is the last day. Today is a gazetted holiday. So this is BJP rushing in the nick of time to finalize and sort of announce its candidates. The other parties, of course, are still, NC and Congress, like Nazir has been, are yet to come out with their list. But of course, this is going to give them a handle. But we'll have to wait and see as to how many changes are made. And as far as the names that were announced in the 44 list, it was, of course, at least an attempt at balancing out the old timers with the new guys like Zulfikar Chaudhry, the ST leader, or former minister, or for that matter, Mohan Albhagat, who's a former SSP, vis-a-vis the old timers such as Devendra Singh Rana, who's also the brother of Jitendra Singh, who's been fielded from Nagrota, and somebody who's been a three-time legislator, and other people like Udai Sethi and Arvind Gupta. But clearly, we'll have to wait and see what kind of major changes are made, and from there, we'll have to take this on.
Right, Vasudha, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Breaking news of the BJP there withdrawing its first list of candidates for the upcoming elections in Jammu and Kashmir. We will keep tracking that story and getting you the very latest on the other side. For now, we're saving a short break. Back with a whole lot more with my colleague Rika on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download.
Now, here are the headlines at this hour. BJP withdraws Jammu and Kashmir candidates list shortly after release. BJP has withdrawn the list. They will be reissuing the list very, very shortly. Actor Darshan gets VIP treatment inside the central jail in Karnataka. Heads roll after viral video emerges and jail officials have been suspended. The jail superintendent has been transferred after Darshan's video. Having a lazy day inside the jail is released, and this image has gone viral. In the Mollywood Me Too case, big wigs have stepped down. Kerala government's formed an SIT. Filmmaker Ranjit steps down as Kerala Film Academy chairman. Srilekha Mitra tells NDTV that sexual misconduct is normalized in film industry. In connection with the rape and murder case in Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, the ex-principal has been questioned for the 10th day. CBI conducts 13-hour raid on the ex-principal in corruption case. And Sanjay Roy, the prime accused, has been subjected to polygraph test. India celebrates Janmashtami. Festive fervor has gripped the country. Well, there are state elections that are going to happen in the next month and the month after. Coming up is the first phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir on the 18th of September. But the big breaking story that we are telling our viewers at this hour is that BJP has deleted the first list of candidates for Jammu and Kashmir shortly after it was released. But BJP will reissue the list very, very shortly. I'm joined by my colleagues Vasudha Venugopal and Nazir Masoodi for more on this story. Vasudha, to you first. Well, there isn't much time left for finalizing the list for the first phase of elections. In the middle of all of this, the BJP has declared the first list, also gone on to delete the first list. What has been the problems?
I would say it is going to amend, the party is going to amend the first list. That's what my sources are telling me, that there will be some changes. There's been some sense of oversight. Remember that there was a very critical meeting, Rika, that happened yesterday with the Prime Minister chairing it, and important leaders like Amit Shah and JP Nadda were also present, and over 50 seats were discussed, and the BJP did release a list of 44 candidates today morning. Remember, tomorrow is the last day for filing nominations for the first phase, which will see 24 seats of J&K going to polls. Now what we've been told is, of course, there'll be some minor changes and, of course, some additions which, have to be made. That is what the party is saying. Of course, remember that J&K is not has been traditionally, but the party is also trying to re-strategize its plan and political approach there. This is the first election that's happening there after 10 years, and also the first election after the application of Article 70. So there's a lot of points that the BJP wants to prove, and also, set forward a narrative which will be very important for its projection and optics nationwide and also internationally. The kind of performance that it puts out. Remember, in 2014, it did manage to get 25 seats. It was part of the TDP-BJP government, but of course, the government got dissolved there, but when it took back its support from the PDP coalition. So clearly many changes have the Union Territory of J&K has seen in the last 10 years. So this is going to be a critical election, which is why the BJP wants to put in all thought into this. Now I'm told that there's a meeting that's happening at Amit Shah's residence with the LG present. So clearly some kind of more decisions will be taken. And in a few minutes from now, we can see the fresh list of the BJP. This is not completely, unknown. Political parties are known to sort of issue, lists and, of course, take it back and sort of issue them, reissue them some changes. Their defense is that, the lists are prepared by junior people in the office, and sometimes there are typos and there are mistakes which have to be corrected. So that is what is happening as well.
Vasudha, I just wanted to ask you, given the party in question is BJP, a party that is always in election mode, and of course there are several, points to prove for BJP as the state of Jammu and Kashmir goes into polls after 10 years. But wouldn't you say that it is a little unusual of a party like BJP to release a list and then withdraw, because they are just so proper and so very well researched when it comes to elections?
Well, Rika, in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, if you remember, they issued a list for Tamil Nadu, and, Naina Nagendran, who's one of the veteran BJP leaders there, somebody who joined from AIDMK, he was fielded from Toothukudi, and of course, he's a veteran from Tirunelveli. Of course, that correction came about in a few minutes from then. So there have been precedents, there have been examples in the past where the BJP has made mistakes, with respect to typos. The Congress has also done this. We were not making a big deal out of this because they're saying that within a few minutes from now, you will actually see the fresh list. But like Nazir has also been pointing out, that there have been very critical omissions in the list of the BJP, which to me looked like an attempt to balance out between the old-timers and the newcomers into the party. Newcomers such as, Mohanlal Bhagat, or for that matter, Zulfikar Chaudhary, the veteran minister and also tribal leader, and vis-a-vis, people like Devinder Singh Rana and, Arvind Gupta. So Nazir will be able to tell us more about the omissions, but clearly there seems to be some oversight, some, omission, which is why the BJP has sought some more time to reissue a new list with some amendments made to the list that was issued in about an hour from now.
Vasudha, let me take that question to Nazir. Do you see any significant omissions there? There are a few people that BJP hasn't addressed in this list, and they want to thereby have a revised list now?
Well, prima facie, it appears there was some pushback from within the BJP, and that's why this list has been withdrawn and the new list will be released. Once the new list will be released, we'll know what changes have been made. What were the pressures which made BJP to withdraw the list, delete it from all the handles and reissue it. But clearly, it is not a message BJP would have liked to send. In Jammu and Kashmir, ahead of elections, and when the last date of filing of nomination papers is tomorrow, all the people were preparing to file the nomination papers, and here, within an hour after releasing the list of 44 candidates, where there were, very, very prominent people who were not there in the list, who didn't make it the list. For example, Dr. Nirmal Singh, Kavinder Gupta, Ravinder Raina, who is the BJP chief in Jammu and Kashmir. Though it's expected that the subsequent list, his name may be there, but the fact is there was already a backlash. I spoke to Kavinder Gupta a while back. He said, "Pata nahi abhi kitne imtihan dene honge." So clearly not happy that his name has not been included. He has not been given the mandate. The other people, for example, at Bilawar constituency in Kutwa, Dr. Nirmal Singh has been contesting from this constituency for several, elections. But today, someone else has been given the mandate. And what is more important, what BJP loyalists and old workers were talking, I spoke to a phone. They said, look, new people who are just some time back with the PDP, with National Conference, Congress or the Panthers Party, you will see all of them making it to the BJP's first list of candidates. Be it Davinder Singh Rana, Dr. Jitendra Singh Rana's brother, or be it Surjit Singh Salaitia, Mushtaq Bukhari. They were the National Conference leaders who switched sides and joined BJP. They have got the mandate today. Shamlal Sharma, who was the Congress leader, he has got mandate. Chaudhry Zulfikar, Chaudhry Akram, others who had part in the PDP and Apni party, they have got the mandate. Mankotia, so he was in Panthers party, he has got the mandate. There are several others who are not actually part of the core BJP team in Jammu. They have got the mandate, and many BJP, leaders and the workers I spoke to were clearly not happy. And it appears that may be the reason BJP has withdrawn this list, and they may be issuing the list. They may issue a fresh list, but we'll have to see what kind of amendments or if there would be inclusion of those names who people say should have been in the list. But clearly, it is an embarrassing situation for the party. It is not a message BJP would have. Last thing BJP would like to send ahead of elections in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing that you say that it's an embarrassing situation for the party in Jammu and Kashmir as the state goes into polls after 10 years. Nazir, let's talk a little bit about the opposition. Congress and National Conference, they still haven't managed to get a list out, and Congress has rushed its troubleshooters to Srinagar to salvage its pre-poll alliance with National Conference, it seems. And 1 day to go for filing of nominations for the first phase of elections. How difficult do things look from that front?
Well, while BJP is now battling with the first list of candidates, it is a challenge for the BJP, Congress and the National Conference come out with a list of alliance. But there have been serious differences. There have been serious roadblocks which has not allowed both parties, and both parties have been actually negotiators working very hard for last 1 week to come to a common list which would be acceptable to both sides. According to our sources, this alliance is hanging on a thread. It is on a knife edge, and now the Congress High Command has sent troubleshooters to Srinagar. They are meeting Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah today, KC Venugopal and Salman Khurshid, to iron out differences and see what best can be done today, because today is the last day. It is a make or break day for both the parties for this alliance, which has started, which is facing trouble even before it started functioning. Last week, both parties announced, alliance here at Farooq Abdullah's residence when Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge visited Farooq Abdullah, had a 1 hour long meeting. After that, Farooq Abdullah said, alliance is a done deal. List of candidates and seats would be announced later in the evening, but then there were serious differences. Our sources tell us National Conference has offered 5 seats to Congress in Kashmir Valley out of 47, and around 28 to 30 seats in Jammu province out of 43. So overall, if you see, Congress have been offered between 33 to 35 seats, and NC may like to contest on 56 seats. Since the momentum has been on their side, if we see they make a parliament election as a reference, Congress is very keen because to have this election in an alliance. Because in the last parliament elections, NC and Congress got 41.7% votes. They had 42% votes. BJP got 24% votes, and PDP just 8% votes. So they want to build on that momentum and build on that voter percentage they have got in parliament elections and contest this election. But seat sharing is becoming the biggest roadblock for this alliance, and this in a while we'll see what the meeting will decide when Venugopal and Farooq Abdullah will meet here to decide the fate of this alliance today, because tomorrow is the last date of filing of nomination papers for the first phase of assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir. And also sources in NC say they have given a third option to the Congress also. That is, can't have friendly contest in seats where both are claiming and where they don't have a direct contest with the BJP.
Okay. Well, I think all parties right now in Jammu and Kashmir are on sticky wicket. BJP clearly in an embarrassing position, having announced a first list and then withdrawn it. They're waiting to announce it once again because some of their stakeholders are not happy. Some of them were not named, as Nazir Masoodi, my colleague, is reporting that clearly not all of the party members who've been workers out there have been taken into account, have been factored in. On the other side, the Congress and NC National Conference, they are also juggling around seats. They are in the last, probably the last leg of juggle to see how many seats can be given to each of the parties. Remember, for the first phase of elections on 18th of September, the last date of nomination is not far away. It is as early as tomorrow. Moving on to another news now, which is about the sexual harassment cases that are coming out of Mollywood. Another actor has come forward. Actor Minu Munir has accused other actors, actors like Mukesh and Jayasuriya, of sexual misconduct. Malayalam actor Minu Munir has levelled allegations against her fellow actors and technicians and accused them of verbal as well as physical abuse while working on a project. She named them in a post on social media platform and also said that they were the reason why she was forced to leave the Malayalam film industry. This came in the wake of the Hema Committee report. Let me go over to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who has been very closely tracking this story. Uma, there's another allegation that is out of the closet now after two very senior and powerful people in the industry in fact resigned yesterday. Now it seems that more people may be in the line, and this is a never-ending story with Srilekha Mitra having told NDTV yesterday that sexual misconduct was normalized in the industry.
So what is happening now is actually a can of worms that seems to have been opened, because now Minu Munir, also known as Minu Kurian, in fact, has revealed in a Facebook post where she mentions not just actor Mukesh, but she's also talking about several other actors who she has accused of misconduct, verbal and physical abuse, as well as she's talking about sexual abuse. In this case, there is going to be another angle added to this, because Mukesh happens to be a very, very senior actor, one of the lead actors in the Malayalam film industry, along with, you can say, Mohanlal or Mammootty. Mukesh is also one of the top actors, and he also happens to be an MLA of the CPM party from Kollam. So he's a sitting MLA of the left front who is now being, accused of sexual misconduct by Minu Kurian. Actually, at this time, there is also another allegation that's come up from Tess Joseph, who's casting director. She says that she had, in fact, spoken about it in 2018 as part of the Me Too movement. And now, once again, she has posted on Instagram saying that she has faced misconduct about 19 years ago while working on a television show in Chennai. And she's expressed disappointment on the industry's silence in the Hema Committee report. And she says that she feels like there is no point of justice anywhere, and she is not even confident that there would be things would turn better. What I must point out is, the complainant in the Ranjit director case has told us, Srilekha Mitra,
she's speaking about the fact that this has almost been normalized, but I must also point out that Women in Cinema Collective founders, who are people who have been part of that movement, because of which the Hema Committee report came out, they have been time and again also saying this, that Malayalam film industry has begun to talk about it. That's a beginning, but it doesn't mean that it's only in Malayalam film industry that this is happening. She says it is happening across industries, and it is time for the others as well to wake up. This, of course, comes at a time when the Chief Minister had an emergency meeting yesterday. He called in senior police officers and others and discussed what needs to be done on the Hema Committee report, and subsequently an SIT was constituted with senior police officer leading it, and many of these women who are now coming out and speaking would be expected to go and complain with the SIT itself so that all the investigations can be taken to their logical conclusion. I must point out that several women who had given their testimonies to the Hema Committee Commission itself, their own versions also now to be looked into so that police cases, if necessary, can be filed and investigation can be carried out because there are many, many serious allegations that the Hema Committee report had recorded and put out in the public domain.
Uma, I really need to ask you a question about these victims who have who've claimed that they have been at the receiving end. What really is the government doing to protect them now, or is the government serious enough to protect these women who have now very, I would say, very bravely come out and talked about their accounts?
So, to the credit of the left government in Kerala, they were the only ones in the country who have in fact agreed for a commission to be constituted to look into the allegations of sexual misconduct or other conditions in the Malayalam film industry. And the Women in Cinema Collective in fact gives credit to the Pinarayi Vijayan government for constituting such a commission. That was that happened in July of 2017 after an actor was allegedly taken around in a car for a couple of hours, and she was harassed, sexually molested and so on. And subsequently, of course, an actor, Dilip, was also spent time in jail in that particular case itself. Subsequently, in 2019, the report was completed, but remember that it was not made public for 4.5 years. Now the left-front government, after the Hema Commission report has come out, they have in fact said that we are standing for the dignity of women, and that's the reason why we have put out this in the public domain. And also, in fact, you would recall that yesterday, Ranjit Balakrishnan, who is heading a government body, the Kerala Chalachitra Academy, so that person also resigned. Siddiq also resigned as part of the, AMMA, which is the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists. So, left-wing government and their spokesperson saying that we are very much with the women. We want to protect their dignity and uphold their dignity, rather. And that's the reason why we are taking all this action. Now, an allegation against left-front MLA, who also happens to be an actor politician, will action now be initiated against Mukesh, will be something that we must wait and watch.
Right, Uma, we will keep tracking this story very, very closely with you. It matters not just to the women in Mollywood in Kerala, but all of the women in India who are brave enough to come out and talk about the incidents of crime against them, crime and harassment against them. One of them have, of course, been actor Srilekha Mitra, who spoke to NDTV. Let's listen in to her, and also let's listen in to the Kerala governor on what he had to say.
Actually, I haven't come out with this, first and foremost, because I had back then put a lid on the entire incident and moved on. Because he hasn't, according to law, according to the norm per se, he hasn't actually made any sexual advances towards me. But he did touch me. He was playing with my bangles, playing with my hair, at the nape of my neck, which kind of made me feel uncomfortable. So it wasn't sexual abuse. If he wants to fight the case, I don't know what is going to happen the next minute. But this had happened long back, 2009, when I was battling my own personal demons, my personal life. And I had traveled alone at Kochi. So somehow did come to know. I mean, I don't know how this entire episode resurfaced, as in some media from Kerala did contact me for the same, which I was literally quite surprised, because I haven't spoken to any media before, especially the Kerala media, about this incident particularly. I did, the person who actually mediated with me about this, getting this film, I did speak about it, the incident during that time, like during that period, but I haven't spoken to the media because I had moved on. I had you don't want to remember something which is not that pleasant in your life. But the thing is, I mean, it's a sorry state for women in general. Workplace, I mean, we all, this is a kind of a second home for us. We are here to do a job where we are respected, and that is all. That is all we ask for. But this particular, in this industry, I would say, this had been normalized, you know. This sexual favors being asked from women and women complying to the same, or there are sections of women too who, before they're asked for any favors, they would be, you know, ready to comply or ready to go to any length to get a role, to, get a job done. So this had been normalized in this particular industry that I'm talking about. There's a hush-hush about it. It's a practice that's prevalent in this industry since, I don't know, I mean, the case Me Too movement, if we talk about Harvey Weinstein, even that had come to light much later.
Sonia Palhar, thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. We do understand the sensitivity of the situation, but if you can tell us, because you have leveled charges against, against the actor. So if you can actually tell us as to what happened.
He's literally raped one artist named Revati Sambhav, and she told us she's brutally raped by actor Siddiq. It's not an allegation only, it's a truth. So we need justice. He's quitting from the AMA designation. He's the vice president of AMA organization. Now he's quit from the organization. But we need the legal action very soon. We need justice. So government, both government, state government and federal government, we need your support to give our justice get back.
Ma'am, now even the state government has formed a committee, and this committee is in fact, has female IPS officers. Do you think that somewhere is going to reinstate the faith of women, especially, to come forward and to file their complaints?
I think it's very, very difficult to reveal again and again the rape situation and how, why, how. It's very, very verbally we again read from the officers. Once one committee formed by one judge and two eminent ladies, and again Kerala State is formed some committees, and before 1 crore 40 lakhs like that we spent for the committee, HEMA committee. But it's okay. Because of I also revealed my problem also for the HEMA committee also. But again and again, government, some police officers and some social workers, like that, again and again, how the ladies are again going and reveal the situation again. It's not fair, ma'am. I need the High Court bill or High Court, because we need the justice very speed. High Court is directly give the justice like that. They can appoint a bench or special division bench like that. It's good for us. It's again and again we'll go and repeat the situation. That's not good for the victims.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, NDTV, for this support this time. Thank you.
मेरा तो इस मामले पर बोलने को भी मुझे शब्द नहीं मिलते कि कितने कड़े शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जाए। इस मानसिकता को को कंडम करने के लिए और कैसे इससे छुटकारा पाया जाए। इसलिए मैं बार बार कहता हूँ सख्त कानून बहुत ज़रूरी, लेकिन कानून से भी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है समाज के अंदर चेतना पैदा करना, महिलाओं के प्रति आदर और सम्मान की भावना पैदा करना। मुझे तो इतना शर्मिंदगी महसूस होती है जब इस मामले पर कोई बात होती है। ये देश, इसकी संस्कृति, इसका इतिहास इससे बहुत बेहतर व्यवहार का अधिकारी है।
Here's another shocking story from Bangalore. In Bangalore Central Jail, a picture of popular Kannada actor Darshan has gone viral. Darshan is in judicial custody in a murder case, and this has raised doubts over the actor and his aides allegedly getting special facilities inside the jail, in which actor Darshan, currently lodged in Bengaluru, he's seen smoking a cigarette surrounded by 3 others in an open lawn. This picture went viral. A video has also surfaced showing the Kannada actor on a phone call with a man. NDTV cannot independently verify the authenticity of the video and the picture, but these images have been going viral since yesterday. The Kannada actor is among 17 people, including his friend and actor Pavitra Gowda, who are in judicial custody in connection with the murder of his fan. Renuka Swamy, the 33-year-old fan, had allegedly sent obscene messages to Gowda, after which his body was found near a stormwater drain in Bengaluru on the 9th of June. Seated on plastic chairs in the open ground around a grassy patch of land, the 4 men appeared to be looking into the distance. That's what the pictures show.
ಮಗನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಂತ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದು ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಅವರು ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಸಾವಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೊರಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಕ್ಕರ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕರಿಸಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಐತೆ.
No, they've already, see, yesterday evening as early as possible, we went there, the police department people, senior people went there, investigated. They found, preliminarily they have found about 7 people who were involved. So immediately they were kept under suspension. If there is, the further investigation is going on. If there is an involvement of senior officers, we will take action on them also. We'll keep them under suspension also. We'll see, this is definitely a lapse. I definitely agree. This is a lapse on the part of the department officers. It should not repeat.
Right now, Renuka Swamy's father, we showed that soundbite of his. He is asking for justice. What we do know now is that 7 Bengaluru prison officials have been suspended following an investigation into the viral picture and video showing Kannada actor Darshan receiving what appears to be special treatment while in custody. We do understand that the police went there and investigated. Based on preliminary inquiry, they have found 7 officers involved in this and they have been suspended. My colleague Pratibha Raman joins us for more on this story. Pratibha, this is an outrageous story of a criminal who is charged with murder getting special treatment inside. 7 people have been taken to task. Do you think there are more involved, and what is the kind of investigation that is being carried on right now?
In fact, the DGP prisons has initiated this inquiry, which will be headed by the Additional Inspector General of Police there. The DGP has personally visited the spot, Parmeshwar Bengaluru prison, to find out where the security lapse has taken place. Of course, what we hear from the Home Minister of Karnataka is that 7 officials involved in this have already been suspended, and the senior officers who could be involved in this, like the jail superintendent, would also be ordered for a transfer in this particular particular case. But the main question revolves around security lapse and how this can be addressed so that it would never happen in the future, because this is not the first time that Bengaluru prison has seen this kind of a preferential treatment that has been given to an accused, because we've seen it a couple of years ago with respect to Tamil Nadu political leader Shashikala too. And how can this be averted is also something that was discussed today with both the Home Minister as well as the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has promised that the accused, around 16 of them in this particular murder case, which also involves actor Darshan there, would be transferred to different jails so that this kind of an activity wouldn't take place. Now, several such action definitely needs to be monitored at this point in time. All action now revolves around the Bengaluru prison, because most of the officials are right there monitoring the situation and also trying to find out what would be the report that would be submitted and the action that would be taken soon after. Back to you.
Right. Pratibha, we do understand you're talking about the investigations that are being carried out inside the Bengaluru jail. Tell us, are people asking questions about VIPs being given special facilities inside the jail? What is the mood in Bangalore like? Are they equally as outraged as some other parts of the country?
It's not just outrage. People are asking questions. They are in shock in terms of how a jail that is supposed to ensure that people are finding some amount of fear in terms of the activities that have been conducted by them. But here, it seems like it is a definite place for luxurious living. And that is what has appalled many Bengalurians here. And in the meantime, this has also triggered a political flashpoint of sorts, because we are talking of the opposition leaders here, mainly the BJP, seeking a judicial inquiry on front and on the other pointing fingers at the Karnataka government for letting such security lapse take place under their nose. This is the kind of reaction that we are picking up from both the Congress as well as the BJP here. While the Congress government has said that this has nothing to do with the government, the BJP pointing fingers at them to ensure that a tightening of security in terms of the Bengaluru prison takes place, not just in Bengaluru but every jail around Karnataka. Back to you.
Pratibha, where are we in terms of the investigation into the actual case of Renuka Swami's murder?
In fact, it's interesting that it comes at a time when in a couple of days from now the charge sheet would be filed by the police in terms of the Darshan case, the murder case that he's involved in. And on the other hand, we also have one of Darshan's close confidant as well as friend, who's also a co-accused here in this case, Pavitra Gowda, who's been fighting for a bail, and that is also sub judice right as we speak. And on the other hand, this also comes at a time, ironically, when actor Darshan has been fighting at the magistrate court in terms of gaining home-cooked meals as well as blankets as well as other such facilities from home. And this definitely is seen as a case that is trying to see how they could divert from the VIP treatment that is already being provided at the Bengaluru prison. Now, these are the kind of reactions that are being picked up while the matter is at the court being fought by both the Darshan, who are the accused, and the victim there in terms of their family. The family is also outraged along with other Bengalurians here, and they have been claiming that stringent action must be taken, thorough investigation must be done, if not, hand this case over to the CBI. We'll have to see what kind of reaction would be given in terms of the kind of requests that have been put forth by the victim's family. Back to you.
Thank you very much for joining us, Pratibha, with all the details on the story. Of course, it is a story that we are going to track very, very closely with you, and you also are reporting that the charge sheet in this case is going to be filed shortly, and it is a shameful story of how a murder accused inside the jail continues to live a luxurious life. Some breaking news coming in at this hour. BJP has released the revised list for Jammu and Kashmir. We were reporting earlier in the bulletin that BJP had deleted the first list that they had released, and as Nazir Masoodi, my colleague, was saying that having released the list and then withdrawn, it is some sort of an embarrassment for BJP. Yesterday, as we do know that BJP's election committee was locked in several hours of meeting. Prime Minister was there and so was Amit Shah and JP Nadda. They also had another meeting after this meeting ended to discuss and decide on the list of candidates. It was released and then withdrawn because perhaps several stakeholders, important stakeholders in the state, did not find a place in that seat. I'm joined by my colleague Maria Shakil for more on this story, with the fact that we are reporting BJP had withdrawn the list of candidates for J&K polls, and now they have released a revised list. Maria, tell us a little bit about what kind of changes that were made from the first list as you see the second one.
Okay, so Rika, in the list which has been released, it's just of 15 candidates who will be contesting in the first phase. Remember, it's a three-phase election which is going to take place in Jammu and Kashmir. And in the first phase, there are, and tomorrow is the last date of nomination for the first phase. And hence, the BJP wanted to give all the 15 candidates time to, get their papers in order. So in the first 15 names which have been released again, there is no change whatsoever. But there is a review which is going to take place, or perhaps reconsideration on certain seats, which will happen for the second and the third phase, which will be released at a later stage. So that is the reason why the first list was withdrawn, and the list which has come out doesn't have any changes.
So it's the exact same list you're reporting?
Yes, that's right. So it's the same list, but this list has only first phase candidates which have been announced. The list which had come out a couple of hours ago had names of candidates of all phases. So the BJP, realizing that there is need to review certain seats, that will happen at a certain stage. So there's no need to rush through the second and the third phase seats. That is the reason why they have done that. They have put out seats only of the first phase.
And this is for the phase that will be polled due on 18th of September. Maria, my question really is, did BJP find out after having released the entire list that there are a lot of disgruntled elements in the state who then need to be pleased?
I would not say that, Rika, at the moment, because I think it was in a matter of a few minutes only that the list was withdrawn. Perhaps there was this view that the entire list should not be released in one go, because there are certain other considerations which are at play as well. Right. What we were told by sources in the party is that there are certain seats which need review and further discussions, which will happen in the next 24 to 48 hours, because elections on those seats are still, the date of nomination is still there, so they can perhaps revisit those seats again. So there is a revisit which is going to happen. Whether it will be happening in the presence of the full Central Election Committee, the meeting of which happened yesterday, or will it be a small group or just of core leaders who understand the state very well, and top leadership here in Delhi, and Prime Minister, not really Prime Minister, but perhaps Home Minister Amit Shah and Mr. JP Nadda and others. So that is a possibility. We can see more meetings take place on those seats.
Maria, the elections are happening in Jammu and Kashmir after 10 long years. What really are the challenges that BJP is foreseeing, and which is why they released a list, withdrew the list, and once again have released a list of 15 candidates? There must be some thought process that's going behind all of this, and those must be about certain challenges that are facing the party.
Yes, so it's an important election in the state. This is the first election which is going to take place after the abrogation of Article 370. BJP in the state does face this, perceptual challenge as to, is it really a party which has actually done a lot of changes in the state. There are a number of analysts and locals who are of the opinion that post-abrogation of Article 370, things have improved. There's more infrastructure. There are more opportunities which are being created for the youth of the state. Invariably in Jammu, there is a dominance of the BJP. You have a Minister of State for Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Member of Parliament from Udhampur. So the BJP has dominance in Jammu, but as far as the presence in the valley is concerned, that has not been there at all. So is it really relying on independence? There is a possibility of that, but there are a lot of permutation combinations which are being looked at. And interestingly, given the dominance that the minorities have in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, we are seeing a considerable number of candidates from the Muslim community being fielded in the first phase as well.
Right. Maria, thank you very much for joining us with all those details at this hour. We'll, of course, track this story very, very closely with you. Meanwhile, my colleague Nazir Masoodi is also reporting from Srinagar on the latest developments. Nazir, you said that it was a little bit of an embarrassment for BJP to have released that list, the entire list. They withdrew and now they have released 15 names for the first phase of elections. Do you think that this will give sort of a relief to the locals out there who did not find their names on that list in the first place?
Well, withdrawing the list and then releasing the part of it, just 15 names, clearly shows there was some pushback. There was certain pushback from within the BJP, and then that's why only a part of the list has been released, only 15 names for the first phase of assembly elections, and that tomorrow is the last day of filing of nomination papers. This is clearly an embarrassing situation for the BJP, and opposition clearly is going to use it as a handle to target the party which was known for the discipline. But as we speak, once the list was out, there was a lot of, resentment, particularly from the core BJP vote bank. They were saying, look, those who have recently joined from different parties to the BJP, they have been rewarded. You can see the mixture of PDP, NC, Congress, Panthers party in the first list of the BJP, but those who have been left out. And notably, there was, name of JK BJP President Ravinder Rana was missing. This Sat Sharma, who was the president of BJP and former minister, also his name was missing. There's also this Dr. Nirmal Singh, former deputy CM and former BJP president, his name was missing. And also this Kavinder Gupta, former deputy chief minister and speaker, his name was missing. I spoke to the Kavinder Gupta after the list was released. He said, we don't know, abhi pata nahi kitne imtihan honge. That were his words. So clearly there was a pushback from the BJP. That's why the list was immediately withdrawn, and then the new list of only 15 persons has been released by the BJP, and it is almost same. There's no change in these 15 names which were released, because these are mainly the Valley, Kashmir Valley, North, South Kashmir, Anantnag district, Kulgam district, and also the Ramban and Doda districts and Kishtwar, which are part of this district where elections are going to happen on 18th of September. So no change in these 15 names, but it clearly appears that there was a pushback and there may be a rethink on the subsequent list, because there was a serious feeling within the BJP in Jammu that everything is not well in the list which was released by the BJP. And here I'm at outside Farooq Abdullah's residence. There's also a challenge for the National Conference and the Congress. They are trying to iron out their differences on seat-sharing arrangement.
Through the corridor of uncertainty. Both these parties are also trudging through the corridor of uncertainty.
KC Venugopal, Salman Khurshid and other Congress leaders have gone inside Farooq Abdullah's residence. So the meeting is underway to see what best can be done, because time is running out for both the parties. Tomorrow is the last date of nomination papers, filing of nomination papers for the first phase. So they have to decide, and as both parties are saying, it is a make or the break day for our movement, for the NC Congress alliance. Sources say Congress is very, very keen to have this alliance. That's why they have sent troubleshooters from Delhi, and KC Venugopal and Salman Khurshid. They are holding meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah right now inside Farooq Abdullah's residence. This is the second meeting of the senior Congress leaders, top Congress leadership with Abdullahs. Last week, Rahul Gandhi and the Mallikarjun Kharge visited Farooq Abdullah's residence, had an hour-long meeting with them. But after that, they said alliance is a done deal. But then on seat sharing, there are serious problems. It is hanging on by a thread.
Nazir, as things stand, do you think both the parties have to burn midnight oil today to get that list out for at least the first phase of elections, if not the entire elections?
And there's no midnight time for the both parties because tomorrow is the last day of, filing nomination papers. They have to do it today. It has to be done in the broad daylight. They can't wait for midnight.
Well, thank you very much, Nazir, for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, wait and see whether it reaches midnight or not. But do give us all the information and all that is taking place on ground. Thank you very much. Now, the second round of MVA seat sharing will take place today. In the first round of talks, over 36 seats in Mumbai, both Sena and Congress have asked for maximum seats in the city. Differences and disputes possible in MVA seat sharing discussions. BJP claimed that MVA will split over seat disputes. While Sena has demanded that a chief ministerial phase should be declared, the Congress and NCP are firm that NCP SP, one would say, are firm that there is no need to declare this before the polls. Potential criteria for seat sharing is basically on who won the seat and how many times and the potential of the candidate. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins me for more on this story. Radhika, it seems even in Maharashtra, the parties are treading through a corridor of uncertainty. There's a lot of talks about seat sharing, who gets how many seats, and BJP now has made big claims that that MVA could split over the seat sharing dilemma.
That's the claim made by the BJP. BJP has been saying that the seat-sharing talks and disputes would result in the breaking up of MVA. This is something that they had said ahead of Lok Sabha elections as well. However, the MVA showcased a spectacular performance as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. Whether they can repeat it, that remains to be seen. But certainly disputes over seats. There was first round of talks over 36 seats in Mumbai, both Sena and Congress asking for maximum seats in the city, while Sena has demanded about 16 to 20 seats, Congress seeking 15 to 16, and NCP about 7 to 8 seats. Shiv Sena, in fact, wants to contest all 14 seats it had won in 2014, the undivided Sena, except one seat. Now, differences and disputes, of course, possible during these seat-sharing discussions. And as far as Chief Minister candidature is concerned, that's again a bone of contention with Sena wanting a CM candidate phase to be declared from any of the parties, but NCP and Congress not really willing to disclose a name ahead of elections. So yes, the meetings will continue, and there are going to be disputes and differences simply because of change in political landscape in Maharashtra politics, especially since 2019, with so many parties splitting and realigning. So therefore, disputes definitely going to happen, not just within MVA, but also within the ruling Mahayuti.
Well, thank you very much, Radhika, for all those details. With that, we will have a very tiny break on the show. More on the other side when we come back. Stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is
Welcome back. In the Badlapur case in which a janitor sexually assaulted two 4-year-old girls, the accused has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented in the court under heavy police security. Meanwhile, a report has been prepared on the Badlapur incident by the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare and the Ministry of Education. The report will be submitted to the centre. Maharashtra government also said that after the Thane incident, State Education Ministry has decided to install panic buttons in schools, in classrooms as well as washrooms. Let's listen into the Maharashtra Education Minister.
तो ये प्रोसेस है, लेकिन जैसे हमने सीसीटीवी लगाए वैसे पैनिक बटन भी स्कूल में हो सकता है जहाँ पे ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं। जैसे आपने देखा कि कल का इंसिडेंस टॉयलेट में हो गया या पहले के कोई इंसिडेंसेस ये हॉस्टल में हुए थे, तो हॉस्टल में पैनिक बटन हो सकता है जो दीवार पे लगाया जाता है। ये तो सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी है, बजाए तो ये बजर बज जाता है या बेल बज जाती है, तो वो उनको सुविधा रहेगी जो हम लोग तुरंत करेंगे।
Well, we are talking about the Badlapur case in which a janitor had sexually assaulted two 4-year-old girls, and he has been sent to a 14-day judicial custody. Now, the State Education Ministry is saying that they will come up with this plan of installing panic buttons in classrooms as well as washrooms in schools. Whether it is going to change the way things are being conducted in schools and colleges, educational institutions in various places across the country, whether this is going to improve women's safety or not, we'll really have to wait and see. But this is really a solution that the government is coming up with after having prepared a report on the Badlapur incident, which was prepared by the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare and the Ministry of Education. This probably has been one of the recommendations in the report that has been submitted to the Maharashtra government, that keep a panic button inside school classrooms as well as washrooms to prevent incidents like this. While one would debate as to how a 4-year-old can press the panic button, can be taught to execute a panic button, but this is a suggestion that has been put forth, and the minister is also advocating this suggestion to have panic buttons inside classrooms and washrooms in schools in Maharashtra. Well, there has been huge protests in Thane of Maharashtra after the Badlapur incident where a janitor sexually assaulted two 4-year-old girls. The accused has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented in the court under heavy police security. A report has been prepared on the Badlapur incident by the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare and the Ministry of Education. The report will also be submitted to the centre. The Maharashtra government said that after the Thane incident, the State Education Ministry had decided to install panic buttons in classrooms as well as washrooms. Well, that's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
India celebrates Janmashtami today. This festive fervor that has gripped the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala. Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. In this edition, we'll get you all the latest news and updates from across the country in the next 1 hour. Let's start with the headlines at the top first. Amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in Mollywood, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, has levelled allegations against her fellow actors Mukesh and Jayasurya, accusing them of verbal and physical abuse while working for a project. Seven officials at Bengaluru's Parapanna Agrahara jail suspended after Kannada actor Darshan, accused in a murder case, was seen having tea and hanging out with 3 others on the prison premises. Karnataka CM has called for detailed report from the DGP. BJP releases amended first list for Jammu Kashmir polls. The party revised its list after releasing it earlier today. First phase of the list unchanged. BJP revises list for second phase of polls. And Congress National Conference party huddle over seat sharing in Jammu Kashmir. Congress troubleshooters at Farooq Abdullah's residence. We
starting this edition with our top focus. Amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in Mollywood, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, has levelled allegations against her fellow actors Mukesh and Jayasuriya, accusing them of sexual misconduct. Meenu Munir named them in a post on a social media platform and has also said that they were the reason why she was forced to leave the Malayalam film industry. Well, this comes in the wake of the Hema Committee report. We're learning now Meenu Munir in that post has also named some technicians working on a project with her in 2013 who verbally and physically abused her. Well, the post further said that she tried to cooperate and continue working, but the abuse became unbearable, and as a result, she was forced to leave the Malayalam film industry and relocate to Chennai. Remember, this comes even as several Malayalam movie actresses have come forward and spoken out against the sexual harassment they face at the hands of male actors in Mollywood. 7 years after the Kerala government had formed the Hema Committee report, the Malayalam film industry has been shaken by back-to-back allegations and cases that have come out, and two prominent figures, director Ranjit, actor Siddiq, had to resign from their posts amid these sexual harassment allegations. All right, we'll be getting more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, another case that has been reported now, actor Meenu Munir, who's also spoken to NDTV exclusively just a while back, has accused her fellow actors of sexual misconduct. She has named two actors in her post on Facebook, and also has mentioned the names of some technicians also who were working on this project with her in 2013 of verbally and physically abusing her. We'll make you hear that conversation that we've had with Meenu Munir. Let me first go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's now joining us on the broadcast here. Uma, many women, of course, have shared their harrowing experiences of sexual misconduct after the Hema Committee report was made public. Now, another actor, Meenu Munir, has also named two actors in her Facebook post. We've also spoken to her, of course. We'll be playing out that chunk in just a bit, but this is really getting serious. And Meenu Munir now naming Mukesh and Jayasuriya, accusing them of sexual misconduct. How do we see this now?
2013 is when she says this incident took place, and she says that she has in fact at that time also spoken about it in a Facebook post. What I must point out is that Meenu Munir, Meenu Kurian is accused Mukesh and also several other men of physical, verbal abuse as well as sexual harassment, and that is something that she is speaking up at a time when the Kerala government, Pinarayi Vijayan's government, has constituted a special investigation team to look into the allegations being made by the women, not just in the testimonies that were given to the Hema Commission that, as you mentioned, was constituted in July of 2017, but even the allegations that are coming subsequently, all those also the special investigation team is expected to investigate. This comes at a time when Mukesh is also facing another allegation from Tess Joseph, who was a casting director for a TV reality show Kodiswaran, the same thing as Kaun Banega Crorepati. Mukesh has anchored it in the Malayalam series, and she says that at that time she was harassed by him, and she has also mentioned TMC leader Mr. Derek O'Brien, to who she had reported this particular incident, where she says when she was in a hotel in Chennai, there were advances that were made towards her. What I must point out is that while the left government is saying that they are wanting to uphold the dignity of the women, and that's the reason why they had in 2017 constituted the Commission of Inquiry, which was headed by Justice Hema, and also had veteran actors Charda as well as IAS officer Valsala Kumari. That is a very high-powered committee to which all these women have given their testimonies. Subsequently, this allegation coming up against Mukesh, who also happens to be the CPM MLA from Kollam, that will certainly add a political spin to this, because even yesterday when Mr. Ranjit gave in his resignation, he was of course chairperson of the Kerala Kalachitra Academy, which is again a government body, and the allegation that VD Satishan, who is the leader of opposition in Kerala, had made was that the government is trying to suppress these kind of allegations and accusations that are being made, and he had also raised questions about why there was a delay of 4.5 years in the release of the report itself. The Kerala government on its side said that they are very much
much with the women and wanting to hear them out and ensure that justice happens. And that's the reason why yesterday this meeting happened, with the Chief Minister calling in all senior officers, and then this SIT being constituted, which will now conduct a full-fledged inquiry into the allegations being made by all these women against the actors. I must point out that Mukesh had also commented on the Ranjit case, saying that justice must be done in that case, and he had also said that he also does not believe that there is any kind of a casting couch and that there could be isolated incidents that have happened. A very similar comment was in fact made by Mr. Siddique, who was secretary of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, and subsequently the allegation had cropped up against Mr. Siddique, leading to his resignation as secretary of AMMA as well. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. We also have Beena Paul now joining us, member of WCC and prominent film editor. Well, remember, it was based on the WCC's recommendations that the Kerala government had set up this three-member committee that was led by Justice Sahima to look into the problems that have been faced by the women in the Malayalam film industry. Thank you so much, Ms. Paul, for speaking to NDTV. How do we see this? The HEMA committee report, of course, has been published after a long time now, after a gap of many years. There has been a long delay, and of course, the Kerala government is facing flack for that. How do we see that? How do you see these women now coming forward and the allegations that have been made by them?
You see, 7 years ago, and WCC was formed in the light of the horrendous actor abduction in Kerala. We had, WCC had at that point stated that there is a lot of stuff that is not right in the industry. There's a lot of human rights violations, a lot of labor law, etc. I think the government set up very fast this committee. I think the findings of the committee were rather shocking. The government sat on it for too long. And now when it has come out, it has led to this outpouring of, it's many years of exploitation, not only by actors, but by technicians, not only of actors, but of technicians, of film directors. A lot of women are now coming out. I think this outpouring was natural. And we hope the government will take it seriously and look into not only sexual misconduct, but also other forms of violations that are happening in the film industry.
Okay, ma'am. When you read the report, the HEMA committee report, of course, it was after the group of 18 women, including you, who had asked for, measures to be brought in to make the Malayalam film industry, of course, a safer place for women. When you read the report, how did you feel about it?
You see, the report is rather mixed. One is that the report clearly sort of substantiated what we had been saying all along, that there are violations, etc. But whether the measures that have been suggested are enough, I think as people in the industry, we all have to sit together, whether it is the unions, whether it is the associations, whether it is the government, and find ways. This is and I really like to emphasize this is true of most film industry. It's a rather disorganized sector. Often rules of the land are not implemented. There is a lot of money. There's a huge money power nexus, and a lot of marginalized people get exploited. And this is what WCC has been saying right from the beginning. This outpouring perhaps is the kind of culmination of that. And we hope it doesn't remain just at this outpouring. We want to see action. Of course, the government has now formed a police committee. Police committees can do that much. But we believe that there is much more to be done, and we will continue pushing in that direction.
All right, Ms. Paul, stay with us. We also have Uma Sudhir, my colleague, who also wants to ask you a question here. Uma, please go ahead.
Bina Paul, I just want to ask you this, because everyone's been talking highly about the Malayalam film industry, the quality of cinema that comes in from there, and the Women in Cinema Collective has been saying that this is not just a problem with the Malayalam film industry. They have been brave enough to talk about the issues that are happening there, the harassment that women have faced, not just sexual, like as you mentioned, other intimidatory kind of situations as well. Do you think this is something that is peculiar only to Malayalam film industry? Because, the Hema Committee report speaks about, say, a mafia of about 15 men who are controlling this industry.
Well, certainly not. I have to tell you, a few years ago, WCC organized a conference with women from all the South Indian film industries, out of which we have brought out a report called Shift Focus, which is available online, where we have given recommendations. And all the women from all the industries said the same thing, that there is a lot of systemic problems for women to work. Not only attitudinal, but also to understand that, women are a voice in a labor force, was not really in the system, whether it is contracts, whether it is facilities, whether it is attitude, whether it is, so this certainly did not feel as if it only belonged to the Malayalam industry. It was a conference of women from all over, and we have Shift Focus, which is available online, where there are recommendations. Secondly, we have also presented to the government of Kerala, when there was talk of a cinema policy, from the gender point of view, we have presented. So these are all, I think, common experiences. Our state showed the way by setting up the committee, and that committee is now the findings of that committee is being discussed. I think this outpouring is only natural. Women have kept quiet for too long, and we hope this is the step towards positive change.
Right, ma'am. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV.
Bina, one more thing. Now the latest allegation again being made against actor-politician Mukesh, who actually belongs to the ruling party now. Is that going to create politically uncomfortable situation for this government? What do you expect the government to do? Because there's a MLA who's been elected and he's now facing these charges as well.
I think the government has said very clearly they have set up a 7-member committee, out of which 4 are very senior women officers. I think all these will go there, and I think we have faith in this government that they will act in the best interest of the women.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV and giving us your valuable time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Uma, as well, for getting us all those details there. We'll be keeping an eye on the story here. And of course, now another actor now has come forward and made these serious allegations against her fellow actors, and also technicians in that Facebook post that she shared, Meenu Munir, from 2013. And well, we do see that the Kerala government now has formed a 7-member SIT to probe into the cases and the atrocities that have been faced by the women in the Malayalam film industry. But is that enough? Or is there much more that needs to be done? Is there a need for a systemic change in the Malayalam film industry? These are questions also. These are aspects that need to be looked into. And we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. We'll go to that. All right. I'm being told that we had that conversation with the Meenu Munir at this point in time that my colleague Ishika had with her just a while back. Listen in.
Thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. My first question to you is that you have made some allegations, serious allegations against many, in the Malayalam film industry. If you can please explain to us as to what happened with you.
Yeah, I had a bitter experience in Malayalam film industry. Actually, I was working in abroad in legal consultancy. I came to act in De Ingotu Noke, that one movie is there. The director was Balachandra Menon, and my character was as a chief secretary. When I was acting in that movie, when I went to the toilet, in the shooting was in secretariat. So when I went to the toilet and came out, this one Mr. Jay Surya, he's a prominent actor. He hugged me from behind and kissed me without my consent. And I was so shocked, and then I ran out. Then I wanted to tell other colleagues. Then I went down. Then I was about to share this to another senior actor. That time, this Mr. Jay Surya, he came back of me and he asked me, Minu, I want to tell you one thing. Just answer me yes or no. Then I said, what? Then he said that I have an apartment over in Trivandrum. If you are interested, you can come. So you will get a lot of benefits if you be with me. I said no. Then after that, he didn't disturb me at all. And after that, again I acted in another movie. So one Mr. Muhesh, who is an MLA here. Currently, he's MLA in Kollam. And he also expressed his interest on me. He's interested, so I didn't agree for that. Then actually in Malayalam Film Amma Association, we will get a membership if we act in 3 movies. So after acting 6 movies, I contacted in Idabel Babu, who is the secretary of Amma Association. He said that you come to my flat, I will give the form. You have to fill that. So I went to his flat according to his invitation. I went there and he physically abused me there. He tried to. Then I ran from there. Then again I contacted, that time Amma president was Mr. Innocent, and I told him that I didn't get a membership in Amma association. Then he said, you contact so and so person. When I contacted there also, that time Mukesh, so-called MLA, he called me and said, what you thought about me? Without my knowledge, you could enter in Amma Association, he thought, because you are not ready to share the bed, no? So you better put wax there, wax of candle, no? Put wax over there. Don't share bed to anyone. You cannot share the bed to me, no? So we will not give a membership in Amma Association.
Ma'am, so
And
certainly, you're making very, certainly very grave allegations as to how you were physically abused, verbally abused.
yes,
And then even the Amma Association declined giving you
yeah,
membership even after doing 6 movies. Ma'am,
yes.
in yet another incident, we have seen that another person who has been on a powerful position, Siddiqui, in Amma Association, he has, recently voluntarily, he says that he has resigned on similar allegations. How do you see that incident as well, ma'am?
Yeah, that also, in Malayalam film industry, a lot of sexual harassment is going on, exploitation is going on. I know that many girls are telling, I have seen in online. Even I'm also witnessed. I'm also a victim, and I have 2 children. So because of the children, I had to suppress this incident. Even in 2013, I had told one channel, and that Kerala Comedy, they put that article also in one magazine that Minu is leaving Malayalam industry because she is unable to cooperate in adjustment. Then that time also no one contacted me. What happened to you? Who abused you? No one asked me. So I just shifted from Kerala to Chennai.
So, ma'am, now the state government has said that they have formed an SIT to probe into this matter. Ma'am, how do you see this step, first of all, by the state government? Do you think it is going to reinstate the faith of victims like you to come forward and then, file a complaint?
Of course, we have to file a complaint, and all this negative influence like sexual harassment and exploitation must be eradicated. I very well know that the even minister is also supporting us. Those who all are hurted, they can come forward, and we are there to take action against them. So I trust in them, and also a full audience are there to support us for the justice. Even media is there, and also the Hema committee members, they all have come forward. They all had a similar incidents with them.
Ma'am, my last question to you is that we at NDTV are in fact running a campaign over this called Safeguard Our Daughters. And just like you, there are many more victims, ma'am, across the country. The crime rates against women are increasing. But, if we talk about the action from the side of the state government or the central government, they seem to be mere assurances. So my, last question to you is that what would you like to tell the government and also to more victims like you?
To government, I wanted to tell that, like this association, no, actually all men are, they are dominating. In this situation, like this committee, ladies also, those who are educated and well qualified and well experienced, they should come forward. They should be appointed in this like this organization. Even what I want to tell the government, do not give administration to a womanizer. Example, Mukesh. He left his children and he left his wife and he married another woman. He left her also. Then he is in the MLA position. He is not worth to be as a MLA. So I want to tell the government, please appoint educated and well qualified individuals, such like this administration place. I wanted to tell, and also in like this in film field, like that Amma association, in that we have to appoint ladies also. New gen ladies. I want to know, just eradicate the senior citizen who is possessing the film industry. I heard that some drugs influence also going on in Malayalam film industry. It all has to be eradicated from the industry, not only from the industry, from our country. We have to take care of the country, and government has to, seriously take action about this. I want to tell.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to us on NDTV.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, shifting our focus now to some more news. This is from Bengaluru. 7 officials at Bengaluru's Parapana Agrahara jail have been suspended after Kannada actor Darshan, who was accused in a murder case, was seen having tea and smoking cigarettes and hanging out with 3 others on the prison premises. Following the development, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has instructed prison authorities to move Darshan to a different jail. Well, the Chief Minister has also asked the DGP to visit the prison premises and submit a detailed report on the incident. Well, remember, actor Darshan is currently in judicial custody in the Renuka Swamy murder case. And we are also learning the Karnataka Home Minister, while speaking to media just a while back, had said that he had spoken to the DGP and also an investigation was launched in connection with the matter.
ಮಗನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಂತ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದು ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಸಾವಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೊರಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಕ್ಕರ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕರಿಸಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಐತೆ.
No, they've already, see, yesterday evening as early as possible, we went there, the police department people, senior people went there, investigated. They found, preliminarily they have found about 7 people who were involved. So immediately they were kept under suspension. If there is, the further investigation is going on. If there is an involvement of senior officers, we will take action, on them also. We'll keep them under suspension also. We will see. This is definitely a lapse. I definitely agree. This is a lapse on the part of the department officers. It should not repeat.
ये गवर्नमेंट को सीरियसली बोलना चाहता हूँ. क्या एग्जाम्पल दे रहा है आपको, आप सोसाइटी को. दर्शन जैसा एक क्या मर्डर किया है, ऐसे एक आरोपी व्यक्ति को ऐसे जेल के अंदर कॉफ़ी, टी, भोजन, ब्रेकफास्ट, सिगरेट, हर मोबाइल में वीडियो कॉल करना, ऐसे सभी काम वो चला रहा है जेल के अंदर बैठकर। कौन ऑफिशियल इसमें सहभागी है, उनके ऊपर गंभीर के रूप में कार्यवाही होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा डिमांड है।
In fact, the DGP prisons has initiated this inquiry, which will be headed by the Additional Inspector General of Police there. The DGP has personally visited the spot, Parmeshwar Bengaluru prison, to find out where the security lapse has taken place. Of course, what we hear from the Home Minister of Karnataka is that 7 officials involved in this have already been suspended, and the senior officers who could be involved in this, like the jail superintendent, would also be ordered for a transfer in this particular case. But the main question revolves around security lapse and how this can be addressed so that it would never happen in the future, because this is not the first time that Bengaluru prison has seen this kind of a preferential treatment that has been given to an accused, because we've seen it a couple of years ago with respect to Tamil Nadu political leader Shashikala too. And how can this be averted is also something that was discussed today with both the Home Minister as well as the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has promised that the accused, around 16 of them in this particular murder case, which also involves actor Darshan there, would be transferred to different jails so that this kind of an activity wouldn't take place. Now, several such action definitely needs to be monitored at this point in time. All action now revolves around the Bengaluru prison, because most of the officials are right there monitoring the situation and also trying to find out what would be the report that would be submitted and the action that would be taken soon after. Back to you.
All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, we are switching our focus to news from Jammu Kashmir. Shortly after the BJP today released a list of 44 candidates for the 3-phase election to 90 assembly seats in Jammu Kashmir, the list was deleted soon after. Hours later, the BJP released a fresh list, but this had only names of 15 candidates picked for the first phase of the election. Now, no changes have been made in the candidates picked for the first phase. 3 key names, however, were missing in the now deleted list. That's Jammu Kashmir BJP President Ravinder Raina, former Deputy Chief Ministers Nirmal Singh and Kavinder Gupta. The list, although had the name of Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh's brother Devendra Rana, was switched from the National Conference. Now, we are learning that the BJP has released a fresh list, but the list only has the names of 15 candidates that have been picked for the first phase of the election. My colleague Nazir also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nazir, we believe there is some reconsideration that has been going on the names in the first for the first list of the BJP for Jammu Kashmir elections. However, in the first list we see there has been no changes. Are we likely to see any changes in the second or the in the list with the second phase and the third phase mentioned?
Well, clearly when the list was withdrawn, it was very clear that there was some problem with the list, and there has been certain pushback from the BJP, within the BJP in Jammu, because there have been certain names who were face of BJP in Jammu for years together. Their names are missing. They are names of those people who have recently shifted parties and joined BJP. They surface they are figured in this list. If you see this mixture of people who are recently with the PDP, National Conference, Congress or the Panthers Party, today they have been given mandate, and I spoke after the first list was released. I spoke to some of the BJP leaders in Jammu. They were quite disappointed. I spoke to also, Kavinder Gupta, he's also former, Deputy Chief Minister and former Speaker as well. And his name doesn't also figure in the list. And he said, Pata nahi abhi aur kitne imtihan dene honge. Quite disappointed. I spoke to another BJP leader in Jammu, and he said, look, it is not going to go well for the BJP. It will have an adverse impact. So given the feedback BJP may have received after the first list was released of 44 names, they withdrew the list. They sent an amended list of just 15 names, which is for the tomorrow's, because tomorrow is the last date of filing of nomination papers for the first phase of elections. So that was released, and there's no change among them. Among them are 8 Muslims, because the areas which will go to the first phase of election, polling are mainly Muslim majority districts, which are in Chenab Valley and the South Kashmir also. And out of 15 candidates, 8 are Muslims in this case. But this is something BJP never wanted to happen, because BJP, when it comes to messaging, BJP are best at it. When they want to party discipline, BJP has tried to maintain, look, it is not like other parties where you can have your own say. Party decides and all the, workers and the leaders, they follow it. But same thing has not happened. It is going to be used by the opposition as a handle to target BJP, because there has been, challenge. That's why the list was withdrawn. We will have to see in the subsequent list when BJP is going to release what changes there will be. There is, BJP state president Ravinder Rainan. His name doesn't figure in the list, in the initial list which was released first. Though this constituency, Navshera, has not been decided so far. As far as Dr. Nirmal Singh, who was also the BJP president and also former deputy chief minister, he used to contest from the Bilawar constituency in Kutwa district. There we see someone else has been given mandate and his name doesn't figure there. There's also Sat Sharma, also former BJP president, former minister. He also didn't figure in the list. So clearly there was some pushback in the party, and you see at least 3 former National Conference leaders and the ministers, they make it to the BJP list. There are also Congress leaders, they make it to BJP list.
That of course remains to be seen. Let me take that question to Vasudha here, who's also joining us on the broadcast here. Vasudha, when are we expecting the other list as well as the names that are, of course, as we've seen in the first list, it's only just 15 candidates who've been mentioned by the BJP. When are we expecting the other list or the names to be released by the BJP now?
Yes, Kitty, like Nazir was saying, there was some sense of disagreement and dissent in the Jammu region of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And this, remember, is the stronghold of the BJP. These elections are particularly critical because, Kitty, these elections are being held after a gap of 10 years. The last time assembly elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir was in 2014, when the BJP actually managed to get 25 seats and PDP had 28 seats. It was the single largest party. And of course, then they formed a coalition of sorts. And then, of course, BJP pulled the rug and the governor's rule was established. And then you know what happened with the abrogation of Article 370. So the BJP wants to prove a lot of point here, which is why it's being very careful. I spoke to some leaders involved in this, and they said that there were few oversights, which is what they wanted to correct. Remember that the lists are prepared by junior members, depending on the discussions that they had yesterday. Remember, yesterday was a very important CEC meeting, which the Prime Minister chaired, and not just JP Nadda, even important ministers like Amit Shah were part of this. Yes. And, almost, over 50 seats were discussed. And of this, 44 seats were announced by the BJP in the morning. But of course, in the third phase of elections, which is when 40 seats will go to polls, which includes the Jammu region, there was a certain sense of disagreement amongst members of the party, which is what the BJP wants to now sit across and finalize. But of course, there's going to be time for that, because October 1st is when those elections will take place. But it has done the needful by announcing the list of 15 candidates for the 24 seats that will go to polls in the first phase of elections on the 18th of September, which is what is important, because tomorrow is the last day, and considering today is a gazetted holiday because of Janmashtami, that part is sorted. Remember, all parties are rushing against time to announce their final list of candidates. It has to happen today or max by tomorrow morning. So that's what the BJP has done. This is not one of the strongest areas of the BJP. Jammu and Kashmir is where it has limited electoral prospects, but it is also looking at supporting some very strong independent candidates, because it believes that both PDP and National Conference have seen setbacks with both the leaders, Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, losing elections, but National Conference remains a nemesis of the BJP, because it has a strong network. So clearly the BJP is aware of the challenges, does not want to make any mistakes, at the same time wants to ensure this balancing act between newcomers and people who have been with the party for a long time, like Nazir said, and that is where this dilemma occurs, where it has accommodated people like Arvind Gupta and Yudhvir Sethi and
We do understand there has been some sort of disappointment, of course, and a pushback as well by the BJP leaders who were expecting their names to be included in that list, but that did not happen. Well, that of course remains to be seen, whether their names are going to be included in the next list and when that comes out, of course. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details. Nazir, I would request you to kindly stay on with us. Well, of course, we do understand tomorrow is the last day of filing the nomination for the first phase of elections in Jammu Kashmir, and Congress now has rushed its troubleshooters to Srinagar to salvage its pre-poll alliance with National Conference. Well, the alliance, we do understand, is facing some serious roadblocks over seat-sharing formula. KC Venugopal and Salman Khurshid are meeting Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah today in an attempt to iron out the differences. Let me go back to Nazir here for more details here. Nazir, when are we expecting this meeting to take place, and tell us about what the Congress is seeking here?
Well, I can tell you, meeting is going on here at Farooq Abdullah's residence for last 1 hour. KC Venugopal, Salman Khurshid, Mr. Solanki, GM Mir and other Congress leaders at Farooq Abdullah's residence. Umar Abdullah is also there. They are trying to iron out differences because there are serious difference when it comes to seat sharing. National Conference, according to sources, have offered around 33 or 35 seats to the Congress across Jammu and Kashmir, among them only 5 seats in Kashmir Valley. Congress has been demanding more. According to sources in the National Conference, they are saying perhaps Congress is trying to bite off more than what they can chew. So they don't have that cadre, they can't demand more seats in the valley when party cannot win them. So they are saying we have told this thing to the Congress leadership, but the Congress local leadership has been insisting for the more seats. So it actually reached a breaking point. What for last 3-4 days there was no formal contact in a sense meetings. There was a series of meetings between the negotiators of National Conference and the Congress, but that didn't resolve the problem. So tomorrow is the last date of filing of nomination papers, and today is the make or break moment for Congress and National Conference alliance. It is on the knife edge, this alliance, and this meeting which is going on here at Farooq Abdullah's residence, as Congress has sent its troubleshooters from Delhi, it will decide the fate of this alliance, whether this alliance will be a reality or it is going to break even before it started. Because last week when Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge visited Farooq Abdullah's residence here, had a 1 hour long meeting, Farooq Abdullah then announced that alliance is a done deal and the seat sharing arrangement will be announced by this evening. But when negotiators said there were the real difficulties in seat sharing, and there is also third option what sources are telling us, that National Conference has offered Congress that let's have a friendly contest in the seats which are being claimed by both and where they don't have a direct contest with the BJP. They are saying if the aim is to fight BJP, then what is the point of fighting each other, where BJP is not really in the fray. For example, BJP, which has released the list for the first phase, only 15 candidates out of 24 seats in the first phase. Clearly, BJP is not going to contest from all the 90 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. Their main area is Jammu region, where they are focused, where they have contested recent parliament elections and won 2 parliament seats. The main valley and other Muslim regions in the Jammu area have not been the great support or the great any big constituency
the Congress
for
and
the
National
BJP.
Conference here, if they come on the same page, of course, if the reliance, as you've also mentioned, alliance becomes a reality, then only, of course, the seat sharing that, of course, has now also become a bone of contention that can be sorted out, and that needs to be done by today, because tomorrow, as you've also said, is the last day of filing the nomination for the first phase, and we are hoping some action, some movement in that direction to take place today itself. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. We'll get back to you later for more on that. We are now switching our focus to Haryana. Let's take a look at what is happening in the neighbouring state. Political parties are in full swing for poll campaign in Haryana. Congress has started the screening process of their candidates for all 90 seats, and at the same time, the BJP central leadership is also mulling over their political strategy as a series of meetings have taken place. Aam Aadmi Party too is camping at the grassroots level and is expected to soon select the candidates. JJP, meanwhile, has announced that it would ride solo in this election and will make an alliance with India bloc, but not with BJP. Well, INLD has already forged an alliance with BSP and has also decided that it will share the seats with the BSP. The ruling BJP and INLD have urged the EC, meanwhile, to postpone the upcoming Haryana elections that are originally scheduled for October 1st. Parties have cited a clash with weekends, public holidays and religious festivals as the main reasons for their request. The demand for a poll date revision has sparked a strong backlash from other parties that includes the Aam Aadmi Party, Congress and the JJP.
So people are a little confused.
No, but I can on record assure you I will not go with BJP again.
Will you go with the India Alliance?
Let's see if we have the numbers, and yes, if our party is taken as a priority one, why not?
कांग्रेस तो जेजेपी को खत्म करना चाह रही है। मैंने इसका कारण से कांग्रेस का नाम लिया। कांग्रेस जेजेपी को खत्म करना चाह रही है क्योंकि मैं दुष्यंत चौटाला जी को ये बात कहना चाहूंगा कि थोड़ा मजबूत हो जा। पिछली बार 10 सीटें ली थी, भी ले ले कुछ थोड़ी बहुत ही।
All right, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Welcome back after the break. In connection with the Kolkata rape and murder case, former Arjikar Hospital Principal Sandeep Ghosh is now undergoing the second session of his lie detector test today. For the second session of the polygraph test, the CBI had also summoned one more person out of the 7 key individuals believed to be involved in this. My colleague Saurabh gets us more.
Well, the Trinamool Congress has made a very serious allegation as far as tomorrow's Nabanno Abhijan program or political protest is concerned. Now, the Trinamool is saying that this protest has not been organized by any recognized political body, but some individuals have given a call for such a protest of occupying the Nabanno, which is the state secretariat, and demanding the resignation of the chief minister. But they say that this is a larger conspiracy to create trouble. The Trinamool alleges that there could be men in fake police uniform with illegal weapons that could open fire. And the Trinamool says that the political motivation for this is, of course, to create a situation of unrest in the state. At the same time, the Trinamool also once again reiterated that the CBI has to publish or make public its findings in the probe into the rape and murder which was handed over to it by the Calcutta High Court after serious allegations of evidence tampering, cover-up or shielding the accused that was made in the Calcutta High Court. However, they are saying that there has been no progress, or there has been no progress that's visible to the public, and that's grounds to create unrest in the state because there's no clear answer. However, this is something that the Trinamool is alleging, that this is a larger conspiracy being hatched at the behest of the BJP and its affiliates, and they also say that this is a larger conspiracy to defend Bengal. They add that because Mamata Banerjee is the only woman chief minister, that such a effort is being made to create unrest and her resignation is being demanded, while in other states similar incidents take place, but nobody demands the resignation of those chief ministers because they are male chief ministers. So obviously the Trinamool now, of course, battling it out politically after having faced a lot of questions on this front and the handling of the Arjikor case. The Trinamool now also accusing the BJP and other opposition parties of a conspiracy to destabilize Bengal by creating unrest here through programs like the Nabanno Abhijan. They also say that the focus is no longer on justice for the Arjikor victim, but rather on things like a Nabanno Abhijan and a political aim of trying to unseat Mamata Banerjee from the chief minister's chair. So obviously the BJP will react to this. Remember, this issue of bullets also came up in the Supreme Court. Kapil Sibal had mentioned it, that the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, had said bullets will be fired, and the Trinamool says that that is proof to show that there is some sort of deep conspiracy to destabilize Bengal in the garb of protests of demanding justice for the Arjikor Medical College and Hospital victim in the heinous rape and murder of a second-year postgraduate student at the Arjikor Medical College and Hospital.
All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, we're shifting our focus to Maharashtra now. In the Badlapur case in which a janitor sexually assaulted two 4-year-old girls, the accused has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented in the court under heavy police security. Meanwhile, a report also has been prepared on the Badlapur sexual assault case by the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare and the Ministry of Education, which will be submitted to the centre soon. Maharashtra government has said that after the incident in Badlapur, State Education Ministry has decided to install panic buttons in schools, in classrooms as well as the washrooms.
तो ये प्रोसेस है, लेकिन जैसे हमने सीसीटीवी लगाए वैसे पैनिक बटन भी स्कूल में हो सकता है जहां पे ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं। जैसे आपने देखा कि कल का इंसिडेंस टॉयलेट में हो गया, या पहले के कोई इंसिडेंसेस ये हॉस्टल में हुए थे, तो हॉस्टल में पैनिक बटन हो सकता है जो दीवार पे लगाया जाता है। ये तो सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी है, बजाए तो ये बजर बज जाता है या बेल बज जाती है, तो वो उनको सुविधा रहेगी जो हम लोग तुरंत करेंगे।
Well, news from Bengaluru now. 7 officials at Bengaluru's Parapanna Agrahara jail have been suspended after Kannada actor Darshan, accused in a murder case, was seen having tea, cigarettes and hanging out with 3 others on the prison premises. Following this development, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has instructed prison authorities to move Darshan to a different jail. He had also asked the DGP to visit the prison premises and submit a detailed report on the incident. Well, Darshan is currently in judicial custody in the Renukaswamy murder case. The Karnataka Home Minister has also said that he had also spoken to the DGP and an investigation was launched in connection with the matter.
ಮಗನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಂತ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದು ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನ್ಯಾಯ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಸಾವಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೊರಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಕ್ಕರ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕರಿಸಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಐತೆ.
No, they've already, see, yesterday evening as early as possible, we went there, the police department people, senior people went there, investigated. They found, preliminarily they have found about 7 people who were involved. So immediately they were kept under suspension. If there is, the further investigation is going on. If there is an involvement of senior officers, we will take action on them also. We'll keep them under suspension also. We will see, this is definitely a lapse. I definitely agree. This is a lapse on the part of the department officers. It should not repeat.
ये गवर्नमेंट को सीरियसली बोलना चाहता हूँ, क्या एग्जाम्पल दे रहा है आपको, आप सोसाइटी को। दर्शन जैसा एक क्या मर्डर किया है, ऐसे एक आरोपी व्यक्ति को ऐसे जेल के अंदर कॉफ़ी, टी, भोजन, ब्रेकफास्ट, सिगरेट, हर मोबाइल में वीडियो कॉल करना, ऐसे सभी काम वो चला रहा है जेल के अंदर बैठकर। कौन ऑफिशियल इसमें सहभागी है, उनके ऊपर गंभीर के रूप में कार्यवाही होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा डिमांड है।
All right, we have more news now coming in. Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of Bangladesh, Mohammad Yunus, has said that nobody in Bangladesh will be discriminated against on the basis of their religion or political beliefs. Well, Mohammad Yunus has assured that his government would deliver on the promises made to the students and the common people who overthrew the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and pledged to hold elections after a nationwide political consultation. He said, we will not discriminate against anybody for following a different religion or for having a different political opinion. We want to include all members of the country into one family. Well, my colleague Ghazali is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Well, Ghazali, this is yet another reassurance by Mohammad Yunus.
Yes, certainly. And you see the occasion he has chosen to address the nation on such a critical issue. It was the festival of Janmashtami, when in a televised address, he was addressing the nation, and therein he said that nobody will be discriminated upon, as well as that how no religious political discrimination will take place in Bangladesh was his statement. And he went on to say that even people having different political opinions will not be discriminated upon. Why these statements are significant? Because we have seen that how political dissidents, opposition leaders, or leaders who were part of Sheikh Hasina's regime, even officers, are now facing action from the current interim government led by Mr. Yunus. And we all know that how even India had raised the issue of persecution of religious minorities. Nations and international organizations like United Nations itself has criticized it and has also launched a probe into Bangladesh's excessive use of, or say, the extrajudicial process of taking on the political dissidents. So this statement does assume significance, but we'll have to see whether Mr. Yunus or his interim government there in Bangladesh also walks the talk and ensures that the minorities of the country are safe and are not facing any kind of persecution.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments there, and we'll get back to you later for more. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in Mollywood, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, has levelled allegations against fellow actors Mukesh and Jayasuriya. Having cigarettes and hanging out.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV.
And welcome, you're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We're starting this edition at 2 with the headlines at the top of this hour. Amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in Mollywood, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, has levelled allegations against their fellow actors Mukesh and Jayasuriya, accusing them of verbal and physical abuse while working for a project. 7 officials at Bengaluru's Parapanna Agrahara jail suspended after Kannada actor Darshan, accused in a murder case, was seen having tea, cigarettes and hanging out with 3 others on the prison premises. BJP releases amended first list for Jammu Kashmir polls. The party revised its list after releasing it earlier today. First phase of the list unchanged. BJP revises list for second phase of polls. Congress National Conference huddle over seat sharing. Congress troubleshooters are at Farooq Abdullah's residence. We're starting this edition with our top focus. Amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in Mollywood, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, has levelled allegations against her fellow actors Mukesh and Jayasuriya, accusing them of sexual misconduct. Now, Meenu Munir named them in a post on a social media platform and also said that they were the reason why she was forced to leave the Malayalam film industry. This has come in the wake of the Hema Committee report. Remember, now, Meenu Munir has also named technicians working on a project with her in 2013 of verbally and physically abusing her. The post has further said that she tried to cooperate and continue working, but the abuse became unbearable. As a result, she was forced to leave the Malayalam film industry and relocate to Chennai. Well, this comes even as several Malayalam movie actresses have come forward and spoken out against the sexual harassment they faced at the hands of the male actors in Mollywood. 7 years after the Kerala government formed the Hema Committee in 2017, after actor Dileep's case came to limelight, the Malayalam film industry has been shaken by back-to-back allegations, and two prominent figures, director Ranjit and actor Siddiq, had to resign from their post amid sexual harassment allegations. Well, we had also spoken to actor Meenu Munir a while back. Listen into that conversation.
Thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. My first question to you is that you have made some allegations, serious allegations against many, in the Malayalam film industry. If you can please explain to us as to what happened with you.
Yeah, I had a bitter experience in Malayalam film industry. Actually, I was working in abroad in legal consultancy. I came to act in De Ingotu Noike, that one movie is there. The director was Balachandra Menon, and my character was as a chief secretary. When I was acting in that movie, when I went to the toilet, in the shooting was in secretariat. So when I went to the toilet and came out, this one Mr. Jayasuriya, he's a prominent actor. He hugged me from behind and kissed me without my consent. And I was so shocked, and then I ran out. Then I wanted to tell other colleagues. Then I went down. Then I was about to share this to another senior actor. That time, this Mr. Jayasuriya, he came back of me and he asked me, Meenu, I want to tell you one thing. Just answer me yes or no. Then I said, what? Then he said that I have an apartment in Trivandrum. If you are interested, you can come. So you will get a lot of benefits if you be with me. I said no. Then after that, he didn't disturb me at all. And after that, again I acted in another movie. So one Mr. Mukesh, who is an MLA here. Currently, he's MLA in Kollam. And he also expressed his interest on me. He's interested, so I didn't agree for that. Then actually in Malayalam Film Amma Association, we will get a membership if we act in 3 movies. So after acting 6 movies, I contacted in Idavela Babu, who is the secretary of Amma Association. He said that you come to my flat, I will give the form. You have to fill that. So I went to his flat according to his invitation. I went there, and he physically abused me there. He tried to. Then I ran from there. Then again I contacted that time. Amma president was Mr. Innocent, and I told him that I didn't get a membership in Amma association. Then he said, you contact so and so person. When I contacted there also, that time Mukesh, so-called MLA, he called me and said, what you thought about me? Without my knowledge, you could enter in Amma association. He thought, because you are not ready to share the bed, no. So you better put wax there, wax of candle, no. Put wax over there. Don't share bed to anyone. You cannot share the bed to me, no. So we will not give a membership in Amma association.
Ma'am, so
And
certainly, you're making very, certainly very grave allegations as to how you were physically abused, verbally abused,
yes,
and then even the Amma Association declined giving you
yeah,
membership even after doing 6 movies. Ma'am,
yes.
in yet another incident, we have seen that another person who has been on a powerful position, Siddiqui, in Amma Association, he has, recently voluntarily, he says that he has resigned on similar allegations. How do you see that incident as well?
Yeah, that also, in Malayalam film industry, a lot of sexual harassment is going on, exploitation is going on. I know that many girls are telling, I have seen in online. Even I'm also witnessed. I'm also a victim, and I have 2 children. So because of the children, I had to suppress this incident. Even in 2013, I had told one channel, and that Kerala Comedy, they put that article also in one magazine that Minu is leaving Malayalam industry because she is unable to cooperate in adjustment. Then at that time also no one contacted me. What happened to you? Who abused you? No one asked me. So I just shifted from Kerala to Chennai.
So, ma'am, now the state government has said that they have formed an SIT to probe into this matter. Ma'am, how do you see this step, first of all, by the state government? Do you think it is going to reinstate the faith of victims like you to come forward and then, file a complaint?
Of course, we had to file a complaint, and all this negative influence like sexual harassment and exploitation must be eradicated. I very well know that the even minister is also supporting us. Those who all are hurted, they can come forward, and we are there to take action against them. So I trust in them, and also a full audience are there to support us for the justice. Even media is there, and also the Hema committee members, they all have come forward. They all had a similar incidents with them.
Ma'am, my last question to you is that we at NDTV are in fact running a campaign over this called Safeguard Our Daughters. And just like you, there are many more victims, ma'am, across the country. The crime rates against women are increasing. But, if we talk about the action from the side of the state government or the central government, they seem to be mere assurances. So my, last question to you is that what would you like to tell the government and also to more victims like you?
To government, I wanted to tell that, like this association, no, actually all men are, they are dominating. In this situation, like this committee, ladies also, those who are educated and well qualified and well experienced, they should come forward. They should be appointed in this like this organization. What I want to tell the government: do not give administration to a womanizer. Example, Mukesh. He left his children, and he left his wife, and he married another woman. He left her also. Then he is in the MLA position. He is not worth to be as a MLA. So I want to tell the government, please appoint educated and well qualified individuals, such like this administration place. I wanted to tell, and also in like this in film field, like that Amma Association, in that we have to appoint ladies also. New gen ladies. I want to know. Just eradicate the senior citizen who is possessing the film industry. I heard that some drugs are influence also going on in Malayalam film industry. It all has to be eradicated from the industry, not only from the industry, from our country. We have to take care of the country, and government has to, seriously take action about this. I want to tell.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to us on NDTV.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was actor Meenu Munir speaking to NDTV on the sexual misconduct allegations that she's leveled against 2 fellow actors. Well, we've also spoken to Beena Paul, member of the WCC and a prominent film editor. Listen into what she had to say. How do we see this? The Hema committee report, of course, has been published after a long time now, after a gap of many years. There has been a long delay, and of course the Kerala government is facing flack for that. How do we see that? How do you see these women now coming forward and the allegations that have been made by them?
You see, 7 years ago, when WCC was formed in the light of the horrendous actor abduction in Kerala, WCC had at that point stated that there is a lot of stuff that is not right in the industry. There's a lot of human rights violations. I think the government set up very fast this committee. I think the findings of the committee were rather shocking. The government sat on it for too long. And now when it has come out, it has led to this outpouring of, it's many years of exploitation, not only by actors, but by technicians, not only of actors, but of technicians, of film directors. A lot of women are now coming out. I think this outpouring was natural. And we hope the government will take it seriously and look into not only sexual misconduct, but also other forms of violations that are happening in the film industry.
Okay, ma'am. When you read the report, the HEMA committee report, of course, it was after the group of 18 women, including you, who had asked for, measures to be brought in to make the Malayalam film industry, of course, a safer place for women. When you read the report, how did you feel about it?
You see, the report is rather mixed. One is that the report clearly sort of substantiated what we had been saying all along, that there are violations, etc. But whether the measures that have been suggested are enough, I think as people in the industry, we all have to sit together, whether it is the unions, whether it is the associations, whether it is the government, and find ways. This is and I really like to emphasize this is true of most film industries.
All right, my colleague Uma Sudhir also now joins us on the broadcast. She is getting us more on that. Uma, we do understand now the Kerala government has already formed a 7-member probe team to look into the matters, to look into the allegations that have been levelled by several women in the Malayalam film industry. But at the same time, we do understand there's a lot of talk about how more steps need to be taken in order to ensure the safety of women in this state. I would like to understand from you, what is the mechanism in place at the moment in Kerala to deal with such cases? If such cases of crimes against women come to the fore, and now especially we are talking about the Malayalam film industry, much more needs to be done into that direction as well. But what is the mechanism in place in the state at this point in time?
So the mechanism will be uniform for all industries across the country. In fact, what is meant to be there in every organization, workplace for women is an internal committee that will in fact look into these kind of allegations of sexual harassment. And one of the things that has been pointed out is that films tend to have a limited period of time, a shelf life that is very short. So it could be for a few months. There are very few films that perhaps run into years. There are mostly films that are shooting only for a short period of time, and therefore the internal committee is not something that's part of every film project, and therefore that becomes a big challenge. In fact, just earlier this afternoon when our colleague spoke to Abira, they were speaking to Tengalan director Paranjit, and he said that in each of his shoots he ensures that there's an IC that is formed so that women who are coming out to work there have safe. So even in Malayalam, the situation is similar, that you do not have ICs, and that's the reason why the HEMA committee in fact has recommended that you must have some other kind of a regulatory mechanism that the government should be able to bring in, that is in fact a permanent structure, and that may require in fact legislative action, so that such a body is created which can become substitute for the internal committee that we are talking about in each of these film sets, film projects that where these kind of incidents are being reported. Three things I must point out: the irony of what the actor Minu Kurian, who has said, also called as Minu Munir, who is saying that her case of sexual harassment actually happened inside the secretariat when she was playing chief secretary. I mean, the incident of someone coming and hugging her from behind, she alleges that actor Jayasuriya had done that. That happened inside the secretariat itself, and that is where we are expecting action to come from, and that is where in fact the chief minister has now called all the top officers and said that we are taking a serious view of this, and we will be constituting this committee, which now is expected to start hearing each of these complaints that are being made by these women, the testimonies that were given to the Hema committee, as well as the allegations that are coming post that. That of course includes an allegation against actor politician Mukesh, who also happens to be the MLA from Kollam and from the left front itself. And therefore, what the Kerala government is going to do, what the investigation agency is going to do, is going to be very closely watched across the country, because obviously it's not just a Malayalam film industry that is suffering from something like this. They have at least woken up, spoken about it, and women are coming out and telling their story. It perhaps needs to happen across industries now.
Okay. While we were speaking to Meenu Munir a while back, she said in that conversation that she is going to file an official complaint. For prosecution to happen, for further investigation to happen, official complaints of course have to be filed. Have other actresses also who've come forward done so?
One, we do know that there are testimonies already that are there in the Hema committee, and what the leader of opposition, Mr. V.D. Satishan, has said is that many of that should be converted into FIRs and to be investigated at the police stations. But now that a special investigation team that's going to be specifically looking at this has come up, all the complaints will be directed to this SIT that will in fact look at what the allegations are and what are the charges, and then action will be initiated, whether there should be an FIR or otherwise. That's a later stage, but the investigations and the complaints are expected to first come to this SIT, where we do understand that women have started, some of the people that I was speaking with, they say that it almost looks like, women are just waiting for something like this to happen to tell their story, and therefore there are going to be not just a few complaints that we have heard about, a few more who are probably not coming out to the open, but certainly want to tell their story as well. In fact, against actor Mukesh, actor politician Mukesh as well, there has been a technician, a casting director, Tess Joseph, who has also spoken about this issue of harassment, expressing hope that Hema committee and the consequences of what happened after the report was made public will lead to better conditions and also justice for these women.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. Serious allegations have made by several film stars in the Malayalam film industry, and the latest being the case of Meenu Munir, who's also spoken to NDTV and has said that she faced harassment and sexual misconduct allegations that have been leveled by Meenu Munir against her fellow actors while she was working on a project in 2013. She has accused actor Mukesh as well as Jayasuriya and other members of her team while she was working for this project. Of course, many artists now have come forward with sexual harassment complaints, there is of course a talk about how much more needs to be done in order to ensure the safety of our women, as well, especially in the Malayalam film industry now that the matter has is now being talked about. These allegations have come to the fore that much needs to be done, wider consultations and need to be formed, and much more needs to be done in order to make workplaces as well safe for our women. All right, we'll be getting you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. This is from Bengaluru. 7 officials at Bengaluru's Parapanna Agrahara jail have been suspended after Kannada actor Darshan, accused in a murder case, was seen having tea, cigarettes and hanging out with 3 others on the prison premises. Following the development, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah instructed prison authorities to move Darshan to a different jail. Siddaramaiah also asked the state DGP to visit the prison premises and submit a detailed report on the incident. Well, Darshan is currently in judicial custody in the Renuka Swamy murder case, and the Karnataka Home Minister also has said that he's spoken to the DGP as well, and an investigation has been launched in connection with the matter.
ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಂತ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದು ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನನ್ನು ಸಾವಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೊರಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಕ್ಕರ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಿಕ್ಕರಿಸಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಐತೆ.
No, they've already, see, yesterday evening as early as possible, we went there, the police department people, senior people went there, investigated. They found, preliminarily they have found about 7 people who were involved. So immediately they were kept under suspension. If there is, the further investigation is going on. If there is an involvement of senior officers, we will take action on them also. We'll keep them under suspension also. We will see, this is definitely a lapse. I definitely agree. This is a lapse on the part of the department officers. It should not repeat.
ये गवर्नमेंट को सीरियसली बोलना चाहता हूँ. क्या एग्जाम्पल दे रहा है आपको, आप सोसाइटी को. दर्शन जैसा एक क्या मर्डर किया है, ऐसे एक आरोपी व्यक्ति को ऐसे जेल के अंदर कॉफ़ी, टी, भोजन, ब्रेकफास्ट, सिगरेट, हर मोबाइल में वीडियो कॉल करना, ऐसे सभी काम वो चला रहा है जेल के अंदर बैठकर. कौन ऑफिशियल इसमें सहभागी है, उनके ऊपर गंभीर के रूप में कार्यवाही होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा डिमांड है.
Well, my colleague Pratibha is also now joining us live on the broadcast, getting us more on this. Pratibha, we do understand 7 staff members of the Agrahara jail have been suspended in connection with the matter, and the Chief Minister also has instructed that Darshan must be shifted or transferred to a different jail. What is the action that is being taken at the moment? How soon are we likely to see that?
In fact, I'm just a few meters away from Parpanagrahara, the place where the entire allegations took place, and the place where the picture of actor Darshan, an accused in the murder case, did also turn viral, pointing to the VIP treatment that can be meted out to several of those accused. This is not the first time that Bengaluru prison is facing such allegations. We have seen that a few years ago with respect to Shashikala, a Tamil Nadu political leader accused in a DA case, who was also facing these allegations there inside Bengaluru prison. And in terms of tightening up security, the Karnataka government, including the Home Minister, have promised that stringent action would be taken on that front. Just minutes ago, Home Minister as well as the DGP prisons were inside the jail trying to gather as much information in terms of the preliminary inquiry that was already ordered last evening when the pictures as well as the video went viral. They have said that apart from the 7 officials, 2 senior officers, including the jail superintendent, have been suspended so far, and that 3 FIRs have also been registered. In terms of giving further details in terms of the FIR as well as the investigation, I did speak with the DGP prisons, Malini Krishnamurthy. Please listen in. We have with us DGP Prisons, Ms. Malini Krishnamurthy. Ma'am, in terms of the investigation that has been on, so 7 officials as well as 2 other superintendents who have been suspended?
7 junior officers have been suspended in the morning. So we had had a look at the entire thing, and we found the severe negligence and lapses by 2 senior officers also of the rank of Chief Superintendent and the Superintendent. So suspension has been ordered by the Honorable Home Minister also. And in addition to that, 3 FIRs are being registered now. So 2 pertain to the mobile phone illegal usage and then cigarette usage and things like that. And regarding in fact, one of you were asking about the movement of day before the raid by the CCP. There was a movement. We found that in the CCTV footages. Another FIR is being registered for that also. And we have requested that one other IPS officer, instead of a prison officer doing a detailed inquiry, we requested for a senior IPS officer also to go into all the details. Like if you remember earlier also, when there was some instance earlier, Murugan report had come and we had taken action. So we had requested for that, and shortly I think they will order an inquiry by another
Does the FIR also include Mr. Darshan's name?
Yes, obviously yes.
All right, that was Bengaluru DGP Prisons Malini Krishnamurthy speaking exclusively to NDTV, where she said that apart from several officials, 2 senior, including the jail superintendent, have also been suspended, and action is being taken in light of the video that had gone viral, including actor Darshan, in which he was seen sitting along with other people inside the prison premises, smoking cigarettes and having tea. All right, we'll get you more on that. Some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. A light-hearted comment made by superstar Rajinikanth that Chief Minister M.K. Stalin deftly handled several veteran leaders in his cabinet who refused to quit has triggered even stronger response from the minister he referred to. The minister has said that veteran actors too are scuttling opportunities for younger artists. Listen in.
ஆச்சரியமான விஷயம் நான் பிரமிப்பு போகிறது அப்படின்னு சொன்னால், எப்போவுமே வந்துட்டு இந்த ஸ்கூல் டீச்சர் வரும்போது ஸ்கூல் டீச்சருக்கு இந்த நியூ ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுங்க வந்து ப்ராப்ளமே கிடையாது, ஈஸியாக வந்து சமாளிச்சிடுவாங்க. இந்த பழைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுங்க இருக்க பாருங்க, அவங்கள சமாளிக்கிறது சாதாரண விஷயம் இல்லை. இங்க ஏகப்பட்ட பழைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், நான் அங்கே பார்த்து சொல்றேன், ஏகப்பட்ட பழைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ். அது சாதாரணமான பழைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இல்லை, அசாத்தியமானவங்க. எல்லாருமே வந்து ஃபெயில் ஆயிட்டாங்க, இல்ல ஒரு ரேங்க் வாங்கிட்டு அந்த கிளாஸை விட்டு போக மாட்டோம்னு உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. கலைஞரோட வந்து தம்பி சின்ன வயசுல இருந்தெல்லாம் பார்த்து இதுக்கு இருக்கிறவங்க வந்து அவங்களெல்லாம் சமாளிக்கிறது சாதாரணங்க. ஒருத்தர் வேண்டாங்க, துரைமுருகன் சொல்லி ஒருத்தர் இருக்காரு, கலைஞர் கண்ணிலேயே முதலிட்டு ஆட்டினவர் அவரு.
கலைஞர் வச்சு ஸ்டாலின் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுறாருன்ற மாதிரி ரஜினிகாந்த் கண்ணுக்குள்ளே வரல விட்டாங்க. அதே மாதிரி தாங்க மூத்த நடிகரெல்லாம் வயசாகி போய் பல் உழுந்து போய் ஜாடி வளர்த்து சாக நிலைகள்லாம் நடிக்கிறதுனால இளைஞர்களுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்லாமல் இருக்கான். அதே போல.
All right, my colleague Sam is also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Sam, well, after superstar Rajinikanth's comments on old-timers in the DMK, Mr. Durai Murugan also had a quick and witty response to it.
That's right. It was a very half-hearted or on a lighter note to M.K. Stalin. Rajinikanth had spoken at that function attended by M.K. Stalin. It was a book release function where Rajinikanth was the chief guest, and he tacitly referred to the senior ministers of Stalin's cabinet as old students, rank holders who refused to leave the class, saying that for the teacher it's easy to handle the new students, but it's a challenge to handle old-timers. And in that sense, he was complimenting M.K. Stalin. And he also referred to one particular senior minister, Durai Murugan, saying that he was a tough challenge even for late Chief Minister Karunanidhi. And when the minister was asked about this comment, saying that perhaps Rajinikanth had suggested that the senior leaders are becoming a challenge to MK Stalin. He said, likewise, in the film industry too, many old, what he called dying leaders continue to act even after they get older with grey hair and losing their teeth. And they scuttle opportunities for younger actors. That's what he had said. And giving a kind of an even stronger response.
Right.
But later, both of them patched up. Rajinikanth saying at the airport that Thuraimurugan is a very close and old friend, and their friendship would continue. And Thuraimurugan adding that don't make the humor, the good humor, be made into what he called as enmity between us. Whether there was anything more to those comments, that's something we'll have to wait and watch. But it was on a light-hearted note. Rajinikanth had said in the presence of MK Stalin, and that's why it stands now. And commenting on such a comment by Rajinikanth, former governor and BJP leader Tamilisai Soundararajan has said that perhaps Rajinikanth had in mind the attempts to elevate Udayanidhi Stalin as a kind of deputy chief minister. And the lesson or the message she believes is to avoid that kind of a dynastic politics which could harm the state in her view.
Okay, so that's what Tamilisai, the BJP leader, had to say about the comment made by Rajinikanth. Well, we do understand. Well, this comment, of course, was made by Rajinikanth in a lighter vein. But if there is much more to that, that of course remains to be seen, Sam, as you've also been saying that. But Thuraimurugan, of course, has responded to Rajinikanth's comment, and in a light-hearted way, he's also said that, Rajinikanth compared the DMK leaders to a classroom full of old-timers or old students. It's the same way. Actors who had grown old with falling tooth and sporting beards in their end stages are continuing to act, denying opportunity to young actors. How easy it is to say so. All right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details there. Meanwhile, that is the latest that's coming in at this point in time. We'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, the BJP leader, Tamilisai, also, of course, has taken a dig after that comment that was made by Rajinikanth. All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news now that we are tracking at this point in time. Shortly after the BJP released a list of 44 candidates for the three-phase election to 90 assembly seats in Jammu Kashmir, the list was deleted soon after. Hours later, the BJP released a fresh list, but this had only the names of 15 candidates picked for the first phase of the election. No changes have been made in the candidates picked for the first phase. Now, 3 key names were missing in the now deleted list. That's Jammu Kashmir BJP President Ravindra Raina's name, former Deputy Chief Minister Nirmal Singh and Kavinder Gupta. The list, although had the name of Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh's brother Devendra Rana, who had switched from the National Conference recently. All right, my colleague Vasudha gets us more on that. Take a look.
There was, some sense of disagreement and dissent in the Jammu region of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and this, remember, is the stronghold of the BJP. These elections are particularly critical because, Kitty, these elections are being held after a gap of 10 years. The last time assembly elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir was in 2014, where the BJP actually managed to get 25 seats and PDP had 28 seats. It was a single largest party, and of course, then they formed a coalition of sorts, and then, of course, BJP pulled the rug and the governor's rule was established, and then you know what happened with the abrogation of Article 370. So the BJP wants to prove a lot of point here, which is why it's being very careful. I spoke to some leaders involved in this, and they said that there were few oversights, which is what they wanted to correct. Remember that the lists are prepared by junior members, depending on the discussions that they had yesterday. Remember, yesterday was a very important CEC meeting, which the Prime Minister chaired, and not just JP Nadda, even important ministers like Amit Shah were part of this. And, almost, over 50 seats were discussed. And of this, 44 seats were announced by the BJP in the morning. But of course, in the third phase of elections, which is when 40 seats will go to polls, which includes the Jammu region, there was a certain sense of disagreement amongst members of the party, which is what the BJP wants to now sit across and finalize. But of course, there's going to be time for that because October 1st is when those elections will take place. But it has done the needful by announcing the list of 15 candidates candidates for the 24 seats that will go to polls in the first phase of elections on the 18th of September, which is what is important because tomorrow is the last day, and considering today is a gazetted holiday because of Janmashtami, that part is sorted. Remember, all parties are rushing against time to announce their final list of candidates. It has to happen today or max by tomorrow morning. So that's what the BJP has done. This is not one of the strongest areas of the BJP. Jammu and Kashmir is where it has limited electoral prospects, but it is also looking at supporting some very strong independent candidates because it believes that both PDP and National Conference have seen setbacks with both the leaders, Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, losing elections, but National Conference remains a nemesis of the BJP because it has a strong network. So clearly the BJP is aware of the challenges, does not want to make any mistakes, at the same time wants to ensure this balancing act between newcomers and people who have been with the party for a long time, like Nazir said, and that is where this dilemma occurs, where it has accommodated people like Arvind Gupta and Yudhvir Sethi and others. It also has given chance to Devendra Singh Rana.
All right, these are latest visuals coming in from the BJP office in Jammu, where the BJP workers are protesting after the release of the first list of candidates. We also have a reaction coming in from Ravinder Raina. Let's listen in.
जितने भी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में आए हैं, मैं सभी पार्टी के सम्मानित कार्यकर्ताओं का बहुत अधिक सम्मान करता हूँ। हमारे लिए हमारे पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता ईश्वरीय स्वरूप होता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे जितने कार्यकर्ता यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अलग अलग कोनों से यहाँ पहुंचे हैं, मैं आप सबसे ये प्रार्थना करता हूं कि मैं एक एक करके सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से और जो वरिष्ठ नेता हमारे यहाँ पार्टी के मुख्यालय में आए हैं, मैं सभी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं से भी मुलाकात कर रहा हूं। पार्टी के जितने हमारे बड़े सहयोगी साथी हैं, पूर्व उप मुख्यमंत्री, पूर्व मंत्री, पार्टी के जितने वरिष्ठ साथी सहयोगी हैं, मैं एक एक करके सबसे मिल रहा हूं, पार्टी के वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ताओं से मिल रहा हूं। अगर कहीं किसी कार्यकर्ता को कोई नाराजगी है, किसी कार्यकर्ता के मन में कोई प्रश्न है, कोई अगर कार्यकर्ता को कहीं कोई परेशानी है, तो हर एक परेशानी का समाधान, हर समस्या का समाधान हम मिल बैठ के करेंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की सबसे बड़ी पहचान अनुशासन और राष्ट्रभक्ति, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की सबसे बड़ी पहचान है। और मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से निवेदन करता हूं, अनुशासित बद्ध तरीके से हम सब अपनी बात रखेंगे। हर एक कार्यकर्ता की नाराजगी दूर करना मेरा काम है। मैं हर एक कार्यकर्ता से मिलूंगा। यहाँ श्रीमान ओमी खजूरिया साहब भी हमारे बीच में हैं, पार्टी के समर्पित कार्यकर्ता हैं, हमारे स्वयंसेवक बंधु हैं। हमें हर एक कार्यकर्ता का सम्मान है। मुझे पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का, प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता का, पोलिंग बूथ से लेके प्रदेश के और राष्ट्रीय स्तर के कार्यकर्ताओं का मुझे बराबर सम्मान है। हमारे लिए पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता ईश्वरीय स्वरूप है, देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी में है। मैं एक एक करके सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से मुलाकात करूंगा, एक एक करके सभी वरिष्ठ नेताओं से मैं मुलाकात कर रहा हूं और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, आपकी हर एक बात हमने पहले भी सुनी है। आपसे परामर्श, विचार विमर्श मैंने हमेशा अपने कार्यकर्ता को साथ लेकर कार्य किया है और मैं आगे भी आप सब की बात सुनूंगा।
कैंडिडेट्स जो हैं, पैराशूट कैंडिडेट्स की जो ये एलिगेशन लगा रहे हैं, उनके नाम काटे जाएंगे लिस्ट से कि नहीं?
देखिए, हमारे लिए पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता, पोलिंग बूथ के कार्यकर्ता से लेके हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, सभी कार्यकर्ता हम सब एक परिवार के सदस्य हैं, एक फैमिली हैं। परिवार के सदस्य जब मिलकर रहते हैं और अनुशासन में रहते हैं तो परिवार मजबूत होता है। और इसीलिए मैं यहाँ मौजूद सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से जो जम्मू कश्मीर के दूर दराज इलाकों से यहाँ पहुंचे हैं, मैं आप सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से एक एक करके सबसे मुलाकात करूंगा। सबकी बात सुनी जाएगी, सबकी, हर एक कार्यकर्ता की बात सुनी जाएगी। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, अगर किसी के मन में कोई मनमुटाव हो गया वो भी हम दूर करेंगे, लेकिन हम सबको अनुशासन में रहते हुए सब कार्य करते हैं।
Well, Ravinder Raina was expecting his name to be included in the first list of the candidates released by the BJP for Jammu Kashmir polls. Was at the Jammu BJP office where these protests have been taking place. These are latest visuals coming in from the BJP office in Jammu, where the BJP workers here are protesting after the release of the first list, in which the names of Ravinder Raina, also we do understand Nirmal Singh, Kavinder Gupta remain missing. And my colleague Nazir now joins us on the broadcast here. Nazir, what is the situation on the ground? We've been seeing these visuals coming from just a while back, where the BJP workers had been protesting against the release of the first list by the BJP, in which, as we've been talking about it earlier, a few names were missing.
Well, there's a backlash against this, list of released by the BJP. BJP workers reached BJP headquarters in Jammu. They raised slogans. They demand the list should be changed and the mandate should be given to what they call deserving ones, who have been always the loyal, cadre and the leaders and workers of the BJP. And BJP state president Ravinder Raina, who is literally doing firefighting, he is trying his best to pacify workers, protesting workers and leaders. He said every problem will be resolved amicably and appeal workers to maintain discipline, because they were racks inside the BJP office, and put their demand in a dignified way. And he assured all the leaders and workers that he will listen to them. He will meet them individually and reminded them that the BJP is like a family, and we should ensure that it remains a family. And I'll meet each one of you and assure you whatever complaints you have, that they will be addressed. So soon after the list was released, the first list, 44 names, large number of these BJP workers, they raised slogans. They are demanding that the list should be again changed. They are even questioning why the mandate has been given to those who switched parties and joined BJP recently, whether they are from BJP, Congress, they were from BJP, Congress, PDP, National Conference, Panthers Party, and they are saying the BJP workers, loyal leaders have been ignored, and they should not, and this should be changed. So quite a tough time for the BJP, as they had to withdraw their first list and only release a short list of just 15 candidates for the filing of nominations tomorrow, as the nomination papers filing date last date is tomorrow for the first phase of elections in Jammu Kashmir. Right.
All right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. Well, that is the latest we're picking at this point in time. We have more news now coming in. We'll be going to that in just a bit. All right. Some breaking news that's coming in at this point in time. We are learning after the sexual misconduct allegations by a Malayalam female actor against actor Siddiq. Siddiq has now filed a counter complaint against Revati. Actor Revati had accused Siddiq of sexual harassment. However, Siddiq has now filed a complaint against Revati following these allegations, and has said in that complaint that all the allegations that have been made against him are baseless. Well, remember, Siddiq also had to step down from his post in the AMMA, and had earlier refused to respond to the allegations that were made against him. But now we are learning that a complaint has been filed by actor Siddiq against the female actor. All right, my colleague Uma Sudhir now joins us on the broadcast here. Uma, a complaint now, counter-complaint has been filed, we believe, by Siddique against the female actor who had accused him of sexual misconduct. And in this complaint, we do understand Siddique has clearly said that these are baseless allegations that have been made against him.
Yes, indeed. Actor, producer, director Siddique, who is in fact acted in as many as 350 films and is a very, very well-known name in Malayalam cinema. He has in fact now lodged a complaint with the Director General of Police in Kerala, and he has said that these are baseless allegations that are being made against him, he said that so many years have passed and now the allegation is coming up, and therefore he thinks that this is a conspiracy against him in order to try and discredit him at a time when the Hema committee report allegations have come out. Of course, the others also who have been complained against, whether it is a Mukesh or it is Mr. Ranjit, all of them have said that there is some kind of a conspiracy. Both Ranjit was of course part of the Kerala Chalachitra Academy, which is a government body, and Mukesh also happens to be the Kollam MLA against who Meenu Munir has made the complaint, saying that this kind of a harassment had happened with her about 11 years ago is what she has mentioned in 2013, and both of them now reading political meaning into it and saying that there is some kind of a political conspiracy as well, because of which they are now being targeted, because the attempt is to really target the left government is what both these people have been quoted as saying. What I must point out is that yes, the BJP we understand has also held some protests in Kollam demanding that Mukesh should now resign as MLA of Kollam, from where he was elected as the CPM candidate, as the CPM MLA from Kollam, and they have now demanded that he should resign from there as well. But the left government per se, I must say, they have made statements saying that they are with the women, and that's the reason why they have constituted this high-level special investigation team, which will have very senior officers, headed by a woman IPS officer, and that is where they expect that all these complaints should find their way, and they will be investigated there before any kind of an action or even FIRs can be initiated on any of these complaints. Back to you.
So what happens now? Now that a counter complaint has been filed by actor Siddique in this case, will the female actor have to appear before the SIT as well?
The complaint that's been made by Siddique is not to the SIT. He has approached the DGP is what we understand, and therefore they, I would reckon that they would proceed parallelly, because the complaint by the woman who has, Revati, who has complained against Siddique is something that the SIT will take up, but whether they are frivolous complaints and not without basis is something that will have to await the investigation by the officials themselves. What we must understand is that this is all the names that are now coming out. We have spoken about top directors, top actors, and also other people involved in the film industry, and they are all influential, powerful, well-known men with reputation in the industry as well. So they do have a right to protect their own reputation by lodging a counter complaint and asking for their version of the story to be heard to. So to that extent, perhaps this is something that the legal process allows you as a redressal, that you can tell your side of the story or lodge a complaint about your reputation or name being tarnished by a complainant. But yes, the SIT certainly is expected to take note of these complaints that are coming up from women who are in fact giving very, very specific instances, as we have heard in the case of Sri Lekha Mitra, as we have heard in the case of Meenu Munir, who has spoken to us. They have given very, very specific allegations about what happened and where it happened, and some of them also clarifying that it was physical sometimes, it was verbal sometimes.
Absolutely,
and
that's
sometimes
what Meenu Munir also said to NDTV while speaking to us a short while back. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. We have some more breaking news now coming in at this point in time. We are shifting our focus now. Centre has responded to Mamata Banerjee's letter that was written to Prime Minister earlier. In this response, the central government has said that there are stringent laws on rape in the new BNS and scheme for fast-track courts since 2019, but there are no fast-track courts operational in Bengal. Well, my colleague Maria also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on this response by the centre to Mamata Banerjee. Well, Maria, what more are we learning about this response that has been given by the central government to Mamata? All right. Maria, if you're able to hear my voice, what more are we learning about this letter that has been given in reply to Mamata Banerjee's letter to Prime Minister? All right, we'll go to Maria in just a bit. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. We are learning in a letter to Prime Minister Modi, Mamata Banerjee had requested for stringent central legislation to combat hate crimes against women, and she had requested that the stringent central legislation be formed to fight against the cases, the crimes against women. In response to that now, the centre has said that there are stringent laws on rape in new BNS in place, but no fast track is operational in Bengal. Remember, Mamata Banerjee had demanded strict laws as well as fast-track courts in her letter to the Prime Minister earlier. My colleague Maria joins us back on the broadcast here. Maria, what more details are we learning of?
Yes, so, remember Mamata Banerjee had written a letter to the Prime Minister, which many saw as almost trying to dilute the larger issue, which is essentially crimes against women, and the lapses which have come out in the public domain, particularly after the manner in which the principal of Artikar Medical College and Hospital handled the rape and murder of that 31-year-old. And post that, we had seen a lot of questions being raised with regards to the role of the Kolkata police. But having said that, the response which is going from the Government of India is coming from the WCD Minister, Women and Child Development Minister, Annapurna Devi, who has been very categorical in saying that it is the Bengal government which has much to explain, in the sense that, that you have asked for certain provisions in terms of what should be done. Then, Annapurna Devi goes on to say that what has happened, in Bharat Nyaya Sanhita, there are enough laws, but what is needed is implementation of these laws, where various states are important. What the government says here is that none of these courts have been operationalized till mid-June 2023 with regards to Bengal. It also says that in spite of a pendency of nearly 50,000 cases of rape and POXO cases in West Bengal, the state government has not taken any steps to start the remaining 11 FTSCs, which are essentially fast-track special courts. So the ball has been put back into Mamata Banerjee's, court, in which it says very clearly that although there is a legislative framework, what is needed is that the sheer will, political will and administrative will, which the state governments have to display to ensure that the girls meet justice, those who have been survivors and victims of these cases of sexual violence.
All right. Thank you so much, Maria Shakil, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. A response by the Women and Child Ministry to the letter that was written by Mamata Banerjee to the Prime Minister earlier, in which she had demanded that strict laws must be put in place and fast-track courts must be operationalized in order to ensure safety of women and in order to ensure speedy trials as well. But Centre now has responded to the letter saying that Mamata first must act in her own state rather than pointing fingers at the centre. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in the Kerala film industry or Mollywood, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, levels allegations against fellow actors Mukesh and Jay Surya, accuses them of verbal and physical abuse while working for a project. 7 officials at Bengaluru's Parapana Agrahara jail are suspended after Kannada actor Darshan, who is in jail in a murder case, was seen having tea and hanging out with 3 other people in the prison premises. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has called for a detailed report from the DGP. After the BJP released its revised list of its first list of candidates for the first phase of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls, there was a ruckus in their office. They released a revised list. Then, after withdrawing that first list, there was a ruckus but the BJP assured the workers their concerns would be looked into. Meanwhile, Congress and National Conference are in a huddle over seat sharing. Congress troubleshooters have been sent to Srinagar at Farooq Abdullah's residence, working out the details. After Rajnikant's swipe at the old guard, the minister from the DMK retorts. Rajnikant had praised Stalin, saying that he managed the old leaders well. As the state minister Durai Murugan hit back, saying even after losing teeth, actors are continuing. All right, our top story now, and the latest from Jammu and Kashmir as preparations are on for the elections finally in the Union Territory. Now, trouble for the BJP today, shortly after the BJP released a list of 44 candidates for the 3-phase elections to 90 assembly seats. The list was withdrawn or deleted soon after that. There was a ruckus at the BJP office in Jammu, as you can see there, those moments as many protested. Now, hours later, the BJP then released a fresh list, but this had only names of 15 candidates picked for the first phase of elections. Then the second list too was released, in which one name was added. Now, 3 key names were missing in the now deleted list. Jammu and Kashmir BJP President Ravinder Raina, former Deputy Chief Ministers Nirmal Singh and Kavinder Gupta. The list had the name of a Union Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh's brother, Devinder Rana, who switched from the National Conference.
पार्टी के जितने हमारे बड़े सहयोगी साथी हैं, पूर्व उप मुख्यमंत्री, पूर्व मंत्री, पार्टी के जितने वरिष्ठ साथी सहयोगी हैं, मैं एक एक करके सबसे मिल रहा हूं, पार्टी के वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ताओं से मिल रहा हूं। अगर कहीं किसी कार्यकर्ता को कोई नाराजगी है, किसी कार्यकर्ता के मन में कोई प्रश्न है, कोई अगर कार्यकर्ता को कहीं कोई परेशानी है, तो हर एक परेशानी का समाधान, हर समस्या का समाधान हम मिल बैठ के करेंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की सबसे बड़ी पहचान अनुशासन और राष्ट्रभक्ति, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की सबसे बड़ी पहचान है। और मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से निवेदन करता हूं, अनुशासित बद्ध तरीके से हम सब अपनी बात रखेंगे। हर एक कार्यकर्ता की नाराजगी दूर करना मेरा काम है। मैं हर एक कार्यकर्ता से मिलूंगा।
Well, let's go across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi now for more. Nazir, take us, through all the developments since the morning, the list released, then withdrawn, there was ruckus, and now the next list has been released. Give us the details.
Well, there's problem on both sides. BJP is facing serious problem, and so is the Congress National Conference Alliance. And I'll talk about Congress National Conference Alliance, what has happened after 2.5 hour long meeting here at Farooq Abdullah's residence, as Congress had sent its troubleshooters here to resolve the crisis. If there would be alliance, we'll talk about that later. But first to Jammu. There was ruckus inside BJP office in Jammu as the BJP workers, they protested against, and they are saying they disapprove the list which was sent, mandates which were given to the people who, according to them, they don't deserve. They are more agitated over the mandates given to people who have come from different parties and joined BJP over the last few years. Now, they have been rewarded by the party, but within the party, there are serious, differences. They protested inside, this BJP office in Jammu. BJP president, state president Ravinder Raina had to do lot of persuasion, and he appealed his party workers and leaders to maintain discipline because there was a lot of sloganeering, and then they were protesting, they were shouting slogans in favor of their leaders and against the party, and also demanding mandate. So this is a very, very serious situation in a party which always is known for discipline, where the high command, the leadership makes a decision and the karyakartas or the workers, they follow it. But that has not happened today in Jammu. There is a serious resentment. For example, there are 3-4 major senior leaders who have faced a BJP for last 5-6 years in Jammu. Sat Sharma, who was the BJP president until 2014, he won the election 2014, was the minister also. He has been dropped. He was not in the list. BJP's president, state president Ravinder Rana did not figure in the list. So is Kavinder Gupta, former deputy chief minister, and also another former deputy chief minister, Dr. Nirmal Singh, was also a BJP president in Jammu and Kashmir. His name also did not figure in the initial list, which was later withdrawn by the BJP. He used to fight from Bilawar in Kutwa, and someone else has been given mandate from that seat. So very, very serious challenge for the BJP, regardless of who people would approve, give mandate in the elections. But BJP is facing problems from within, and the J&K BJP chief Ravinder Rana is trying to do firefighting. He is trying to persuade and assure the agitating these party workers that he will listen to them, he will meet them individually, and ensure that whatever differences are there, whatever problems are there, they will be resolved amicably. But the crises are far from over. People are protesting. They are demanding that this should be changed. So in fact, BJP leadership was forced to withdraw the list and then release a list of just 15 candidates who will go to polls. The candidate whose nomination forms have to be filed tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last date of filing of nomination papers for the first phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Now I am coming to the serious problem in National Conference Congress alliance, and it appears that the alliance is falling apart even before it takes off. After 2.5 hour long meeting here at Farooq Abdullah's residence, KC Vinod Gopal, Congress General Secretary, organization, Salman Khurshid and other leaders, they left this venue without body language would tell us nothing much has been achieved. They have told your National Conference leaders whatever has been decided there, they are going to convey it to the Congress High Command, then they may come back. But sources say it's unlikely to happen because it appears this alliance is on knife edge. It is hanging by a thread. It has not worked. The proposal National Conference has given, they had increased the number of seats offered to the Congress from 5 to 7, but Congress wanted more, which has been completely denied by the National Conference. National Conference leadership saying, look, we are ready to help Congress be part of the alliance so long it is fighting BJP, but Congress cannot be allowed. They would snatch our seats and then they say it is an alliance. They say these are the seats Congress is demanding are National Conference seats, where National Conference has been traditionally winning those seats, or they have a formidable party structure there. They are saying Congress is eyeing those. So it appears there has not been any headway. The talks for 2.5 hours ended without any, final resolution. So today is the last day of these, these negotiations. Tomorrow is the last day of filing of nomination papers. Right now it appears the alliance is not happening even after last week, where Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge visited here and met Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah for 1 hour. There was that time it was announced that alliance is a done deal, but when negotiators sat and they were talking about seat sharing agreement, so then both sides appeared to be having divergent views, and it appears both actually agree to disagree.
All right, Nazir, so trouble really all around. The BJP, they're facing, a ruckus and withdrawing their list. Meanwhile, the National Conference and Congress talks, as Nazir was reporting there, seem to be falling apart. Tomorrow is the final day when the first nominations have to be filed. Well, moving away now from politics, and amid sexual harassment allegations by prominent female actors in Mollywood, that's the Kerala film industry, another Malayalam actor, Meenu Munir, has now levelled allegations against fellow actors Mukesh and Jayasuriya, accusing them of sexual misconduct. Meenu Munir named them in a post on a social media platform and also said they were the reason why she was forced to leave the Malayalam film industry. This comes in the wake of the Hema Committee report that outed various dirty secrets about the Malayalam Malayalam film industry and how women are treated there. Meenu Munir also named technicians working on a project with her in 2013 and accused them of verbally and physically abusing her. The post further said that she tried to cooperate and continue working, but that the abuse became unbearable. As a result, she was forced to leave the film industry and relocate to Chennai. Remember, this comes even as several Malayalam movie actresses have come forward and spoken out against the harassment that they faced at the hands of the male actors. 7 years after the Kerala government formed the Hema committee in 2017, after actor Dileep's case had come to light, and the Malayalam film industry has been shaken by all these allegations. Now, actor Siddique, one of those who has been accused, has now filed a complaint against actor Revati Sampath following her sexual harassment allegations against him. The complaint has been submitted to the DGP. That is what the Kerala police have said. So after the complaints, now a counter complaint has been filed against one of the actresses. Let's just listen in to some of the comments and what Sathisan had to say.
The government has been hiding the report for the last nearly 5 years. In the report, so many actresses, those who are working in the field of film, Malayalam film, they made their complaints to the committee. And it was a deposition. And it is on pen drive. The report and the pen drive and the WhatsApp messages are with the government. They are keeping it for the last nearly 5 years. From the report itself, it is very clear that a series of offences have been committed, already committed. Unfortunately, the government knew the fact that a series of offences have been committed.
We are at this social media boom, everyone is on social media doing so many things, I think anything which goes into the peak will start coming down, right? I genuinely feel now when I'm hearing all this news or whatever, and how women are treated, how anybody can say anything or anybody can do anything and they think they can get away with it. I think we are in the most possible worst, like if comparatively, like 20 years earlier, it was much better, the situation. Before that, 20 years before, it was a little more better. I feel we are at the
worst.
We are at the worst.
Thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. My first question to you is that you have made some allegations, serious allegations against many, in the Malayalam film industry. If you can please explain to us as to what happened with you.
Yeah, I had a bitter experience in Malayalam film industry. Actually, I was working in abroad in legal consultancy. I came to act in De Ingotu Noke, that one movie is there. The director was Balachandra Menon, and my character was as a chief secretary. When I was acting in that movie, then I went to the toilet, in the shooting was in secretariat. So when I went to the toilet and came out, this one Mr. Jay Surya, he's a prominent actor. He hugged me from behind and kissed me without my consent. And I was so shocked, and then I ran out. Then I wanted to tell other colleagues. Then I went down. Then I was about to share this to another senior actor. That time, this Mr. Jay Surya, he came back of me and he asked me, Minu, I want to tell you one thing. Just answer me yes or no. Then I said, what? Then he said that I have an apartment in Trivandrum. If you are interested, you can come. So you will get a lot of benefits if you be with me. I said no. Then after that, he didn't disturb me at all. And after that, again I acted in another movie. So one Mr. Muhesh, who is an MLA here. Currently, he is MLA in Kollam. And he also expressed his interest on me. He's interested, so I didn't agree for that. Then actually in Malayalam Film Amma Association, we will get a membership if we act in 3 movies. So after acting 6 movies, I contacted in Idamala Babu, who is the secretary of Amma Association. He said that you come to my flat, I will give the form. You have to fill that. So I went to his flat according to his invitation. I went there and he physically abused me there. He tried to. Then I ran from there. Then again I contacted that time. Amma president was Mr. Innocent, and I told him that I didn't get a membership in Amma association. Then he said, "You contact so and so person." When I contacted there also, that time Mukesh, so-called MLA, he called me and said, what you thought about me? Without my knowledge, you could enter in Amma association. He thought, because you are not ready to share the bed, no. So you better put wax there, wax of candle, no. Put wax over there. Don't share bed to anyone. You cannot share the bed to me, no. So we will not give a membership in Amma association.
Ma'am, so
And
certainly, you're making very, certainly very grave allegations as to how you were physically abused, verbally abused,
yes,
and then even the Amma Association declined giving you
yeah,
membership even after doing 6 movies. Ma'am,
yes.
in yet another incident, we have seen that another person who has been on a powerful position, Siddiqui, in Amma Association, he has, recently voluntarily, he says that he has resigned on similar allegations. How do you see that incident as well?
Yeah, that also, in Malayalam film industry, a lot of sexual harassment is going on, exploitation is going on. I know that many girls are telling. I have seen in online. Even I'm also witnessed. I'm also a victim, and I have 2 children. So because of the children, I had to suppress this incident. Even in 2013, I had told one channel, and that Kerala Comedy, they put that article also in one magazine that Minu is leaving Malayalam industry because she is unable to cooperate in adjustment. Then at that time also no one contacted me. What happened to you? Who abused you? No one asked me. So I just shifted from Kerala to Chennai.
So, ma'am, now the state government has said that they have formed an SIT to probe into this matter. Ma'am, how do you see this step, first of all, by the state government? Do you think it is going to reinstate the faith of victims like you to come forward and then, file a complaint?
Of course, we had to file a complaint, and all this negative influence like sexual harassment and exploitation must be eradicated. I very well know that the even minister is also supporting us. Those who all are hurted, they can come forward, and we are there to take action against them. So I trust in them, and also a full audience are there to support us for the justice. Even media is there, and also the Hema committee members, they all have come forward. They all had a similar incidents with them.
Ma'am, my last question to you is that we at NDTV are in fact running a campaign over this called Safeguard Our Daughters. And just like you, there are many more victims, ma'am, across the country. The crime rates against women are increasing. But, if we talk about the action from the side of the state government or the central government, they seem to be mere assurances. So my, last question to you is that what would you like to tell the government and also to more victims like you?
To government, I wanted to tell that, like this association, no, actually all men are, they are dominating. In this situation, like this committee, ladies also, those who are educated and well qualified and well experienced, they should come forward. They should be appointed in this like this organization. Even what I want to tell the government: do not give administration to a womanizer. Example, Mukesh. He left his children and he left his wife and he married another woman. He left her also. Then he is in the MLA position. He is not worth to be as a MLA. So I want to tell the government, please appoint educated and well qualified individuals, such like this administration place. I wanted to tell, and also in like this in film field like that Amma association, in that we have to appoint ladies also. New gen ladies. I want to know, just remove, eradicate the senior citizen who is possessing the film industry. I heard that some drugs influence also going on in Malayalam film industry. It all has to be eradicated from the industry, not only from the industry, from our country. We have to take care of the country, and government has to, seriously take action about this. I want to tell.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to us on NDTV.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
All right, let's go across to Uma Sudhir now for more on all these developments that have taken place and all these allegations being made. And very disturbing, Uma, really to hear what this actor Meenu Munir had to say. She relocated to Chennai and now she's being able to speak out, very clearly about all that she has undergone. What are the reactions to this latest development been?
Meenu Munir has made allegations against not just actors and some technicians as well. She has also named Mukesh, who is also a politician now. He is in fact the Kollam MLA from the CPM, and therefore that has other repercussions in terms of political reactions, I would gather. Because what Meenu Munir has said is that, ironically, she is talking about someone actually, embracing her and physically, sexually in that sense, making an advance and touching her without consent and kissing her without consent. And that happened inside the secretariat, she says, when she was ironically playing Chief Secretary of the state. And that allegation she has made against actor Jayasuriya. And she has said that subsequently, when she tried to get into the membership of the, Association for Malayalam Movie Artists as well, she was not allowed, and that she was also threatened by Mukesh is what she is alleging. Mukesh, on his part, had earlier reacted to this, saying that he believes that casting couch is not really an all-pervasive kind of issue in Malayalam cinema, and he had also said that there could be isolated incidents, and he had said that yes, there should be a probe against film director Ranjit, against who an allegation has been made of misbehavior by Srilekha Mitra, a Bengali actress. It is subsequent to that the allegation that Meenu Munir had made earlier, she has repeated, and she has named all these different actors, at least 4 actors and technicians that she has named, all of them very, very significantly big names in the industry. What we reckon is that all these complaints will then go to the SIT that's been constituted by the left front government. That SIT will then hear the allegations, not just the allegations that are being made afresh now, but also the testimonies that were given in the Hema committee report, and then investigate about further action on all of this. While all this is happening, the political reactions, of course, are there, right, because he also happens to be an actor politician. Even otherwise, the Congress has been saying that the left front government is not interested in giving justice to these women, and that's why they had delayed release of this report. But the government per se is saying that we are the ones who constituted this inquiry. This commission itself was set up because the Pinarayi Vijayan government gave in to the request of the Women in Cinema Collective after the assault on the actress in 2017. So in that sense, they are taking the high ground, but with their own party MLA being accused now, what their reaction will be, that still we have to wait and watch.
All right, so but that's the politics of it. But also actor Siddique has filed a counter complaint against actor Revati Sampath.
Yes, actor Siddique is another very high-profile actor, has been in about 350 films, of course, mainly in Malayalam, but also in Tamil, Telugu, even Hindi. And he's someone who has also been a film producer and director. And the complainant in that case has in fact said that in 2016, she was approached through social media by Siddique, who called her Mole. Mole means daughter in Malayalam, and that he had approached her, asked her to come over and have a discussion. And she says a sexual assault, a physical assault, as well as verbal kind of threats happened against her in a Kerala hotel. She has given all those details, but in talking to media just a couple of days ago, when the complaint was became public, in fact, she has mentioned that 2019 she had put out a Facebook post and there was no reaction to that, and she had at least at that time said that she is not planning to file any formal complaint against Siddique. But there is another third-party complaint that has come to the Kochi police against Siddique, and in that there has been a mention of a case under the Prevention of Sexual Crimes Against Children, which means POCSO is the act that would come up in that particular case, but that's been filed by a third party, and now we understand Siddique on his part has lodged a complaint with the Director General of Police. So the contents of the complaint are not public. What we do understand is that he has said that these are baseless allegations, and he says he is in fact being made a victim in this case. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us. So lots of, fast-paced developments there and accusations and complaints being made in the Kerala film industry. We'll continue to track all those developments. But moving on now to some breaking news. Exchange Board of India, or SEBI, has issued show-cause notices to Vijay Shekhar Sharma, founder of 197 Communications Limited, that's the Paytm parent company, and board members who served during its initial public offering in November 2021 for alleged misrepresentation of facts. This is what is being learned. Let's go across to NDTV's Rishabh Bhatnagar now for more. So Rishabh, this IPO took place in 2021, but now you have this notice being given, and also the impact of it, Paytm's share price dropping.
That's right, Gargi. We're seeing this notice being delivered, and the issue that is being talked about is about at least 3 years old during Paytm's IPO process way back in 2021. The heart of the issue is, of course, the classification that Vijay Shekhar Sharma had at the time of the IPO. This was also classified, this was also taken up in 2023 by an advisory firm. And the fact that Vijay Shekhar Sharma was not classified as a promoter at the time of the IPO, despite his aggregate shareholding being a little more than 10%, which is not according to SEBI's norms. Now, that is at the heart of this issue. A trickle-down effect of this issue would also be whether the fact that Sharma was eligible to actually get the employee stock options that he did end up getting, which aggregated to about 4,000 crore rupees. So we're seeing a bunch of these notices that have been shared with Paytm. All we know right now is that the founder and a few directors from that time are in receipt of this. Now, this could be a material disclosure that Paytm will have to actually put out on its stock exchanges, given that it is a listed company now. So we're awaiting that, and more details should emerge from that. Back to you, Gavi.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us there, Rishabh, with all the latest developments there. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app.
Welcome back. Former bureaucrat Ruchi Ghanshyam spoke to NDTV's Vasudha Venugopal about the unrest in the subcontinent and the different stages of India and Pakistan's relationship.
Hello everybody. For years, diplomats have told the world the story of India, bridging cultures, building trust and also fixing policy gaps. One such former diplomat, Ruchi Ghanshyam, who has many firsts to her credit, joins us now for a chat. She's also the author of a book. It's called An Indian Woman in Islamabad, 1997-2000. Thank you, Ms. Ghanshyam, for speaking to NDTV. I start with a very basic question. During your career of 38 years, you worked in various capacities, including as director in Pakistan. In fact, you were the first Indian female diplomat stationed in Islamabad. And in your book, you have a quote: "The relations between India and Pakistan can be good or bad, but not normal." And your book also details the life your family led in Pakistan. You talk about raising 2 young children there. So from constant surveillance to Pakistan's fondness for cashew sweets to some very serious foreign policy matters, including former Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit to Lahore, you have covered a lot of things in your book. What made you write this book? Because we often don't see female diplomats talk about their personal and professional lives and the challenges they face.
I think this is a very important question that you have asked. Because from the time we served in Islamabad, the one question which we have been asked universally, both my husband and I, and me more particularly, is what was the experience like? Everybody that we have met always wanted to hear about what was it like living in Islamabad. And while I always tried my best to give a reply, it was not, I mean, it's just not possible to respond in a sentence or two about what it was like. I mean, at the end of the day, I have written a book. So it's a book-long worth experience. And that's what, when I retired, I mean, it was always in my mind that I should find a way to tell this story, because people are naturally so curious about what it is like living in Islamabad. And so when I retired, I thought, okay, this is the time that I should take to write about it. I didn't want to write too much about, as you said, heavy diplomacy and heavy, geostrategic matters, because I want everybody to be able to read it, not just the people who are deeply interested in international affairs. Even for those who are interested in international affairs, I hope that there is enough, because on almost every issue, I have touched upon the background. I have tried to explain the scenario, the context. But at the end of the day, I want people like me, people like you, people like, everyday Indians to be able to read it and enjoy it, take something home from there, and maybe set some perspectives in place. Right. That is the other point that I wanted to make.
Okay. Ma'am, also my favorite part of your book is also that you dedicate an entire chapter to women of Pakistan, and you specifically talk about how some of them remain confined in their houses. You talk about Chadar and Char Diwari. Why did you feel the need to highlight this particular aspect of, of the lives of women in Pakistan, something that has had the world's curiosity for a long time?
Well, to start with, as you said, there are not many women diplomats who write about diplomacy or living this life. In my case, I'm very clear that my first identity, of course, is an Indian, but my identity is as a woman before it is as a diplomat. So diplomacy was my career for 38 years. But before that, during that, and after that, I am a woman. And so what I have written is from the perspective of a woman. And it would have been incomplete if I had not written, because there were so many women I met. And though I start off with, chicken curry and all that, but the thing is that there are some very smart women in Pakistan. It's not like the kind of experience that one would generally, if one had no knowledge, one wouldn't have that kind of view of the Pakistani women. So I wanted to put that in perspective, but there are many challenges that women in Pakistan face. So I wanted to write about them. Now somebody may say that, oh, but in India you have similar problems. I don't know, maybe similar or not. Maybe different problems. It's not that we don't have problems. It's not that we are a perfect society or a perfect country. But my objective was not to write about India. I was writing about Pakistan, and the story would have been incomplete if I hadn't touched upon this important part.
Absolutely. Ma'am, you also talk about segregation, being the norm there amongst gender. And you also talk about finding some very fine, wise women there as support system. You talk about meeting Asma Jahangir. So clearly you've had various experiences there, even with respect to people who live there.
See, when I went to Pakistan, I can't say that I had a clear picture in my mind about what I would find. For instance, a lot of people in India asked, even after I came back from Pakistan, if a lot of women follow parda in Pakistan, which if you see on the surface of it, on the face of it, you don't see anybody doing parda. You'll see them wearing the head, the chunni or the dupatta on the head, but you don't see women in parda. Women, very smart women that you encounter in Islamabad. But then we had also some experiences where there was complete segregation of genders. And I have described one such incident in my book, where it was right in the beginning of our tenure, and I was taken to the women's section, and I was there only with the women. But we also attended a wedding, for example, where men and women were kept separately. So that traditional part of Pakistan you may not see it at first, but it does exist.
Right. Also, Ms. Kancham, one thing that you constantly refer to is the kind of radicalization and the treatment of even Muslim minorities in Pakistan. And you talk about Ahmadiyas, Shias, Baluchs, and even, the Christian population. We saw what happened in Bangladesh, a few days ago, and also the kind of attacks on minorities. With respect to both Pakistan and Bangladesh, did you see any of this coming?
Well, to be very honest, firstly, I don't have a personal experience of Bangladesh, but I didn't really expect this kind of development in Bangladesh, because I always had this feeling that Bangladesh was more progressive, more modern, and more democratic than Pakistan. But, well, obviously, there are lessons that we are all learning from what is happening around us today. And maybe it's because I have no personal experience of Bangladesh that I couldn't anticipate this.
Right. Also, Ms. Kansham, coming back to the woman question, you talk about how even the common imagination of diplomats is usually a male having a drink and getting a lot of work done over dining and drinks. It has been a field that has been dominated by men, but we've seen female diplomats in the last few years making their mark. How do you see this change?
There are more women in diplomacy, not just India, but other countries as well. There are more. The number of women has certainly gone up, but have the methods changed? Not to that extent, because well, to give an example, when I became High Commissioner for the first time, it was to a country in Africa, a country called Ghana. And I was High Commissioner there. My husband was posted elsewhere. He was in Angola at the time. So I was alone, and I actually bought a wedding ring, though we have no such culture in India. But I bought a wedding ring because I was going to be living alone in a country. I didn't know what I was going to find when I went there. But I bought a wedding ring so that being a majority Christian country, that they would realize that I was a married woman. Well, not that I faced any difficulties, but when I had to take people out for a meal, because that's part of diplomatic exchanges, that you talk a lot over, okay, I couldn't drink alcohol, but at least I could take people out for lunch or dinner and talk to them. But then it's such a small town that I realized that when people known to me saw me with another man, they were a little bit, I could feel that the vibes were not right. So it does create challenges for a woman to work, but I think we have seen enough successful women in all professions, journalism included, to know that women do find ways to overcome the challenge.
Absolutely. Ma'am, there are also, the best part about your book is also your observations. There are small things that you note about Pakistan, from shopping in Bahawalpur to, shopping in Lahore, to going through some really tough times as a family with small children, especially when the relations between the two countries, India and Pakistan, was at the worst. And you served during that time. The hijacking happened, Mr. Vajpayee's Lahore visit, and then, of course, the Kargil war. When you think back, what are the things about Pakistan that you remember the most?
They were also challenging years in between. Yes, it was. I think I would have expected to remember the challenges and the negatives much more, but I remember the positives actually. I don't know if it is human psychology that we tend to only remember the good things, but what has stayed with me from Pakistan are the pleasant experiences of being friends with the people, how nice they were to us, the way we would be welcomed. I mean, it's not universal, of course, it was not universal, but by and large, our friends were so nice. And some of them we are still in touch with. Many we have lost touch with, unfortunately. But that is what I remember Pakistan more, and that is why I think I sometimes feel bad when I see that the country has not really been doing all that well.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, also one of the most defining sentences in your books towards the last chapters is how you think instability and chaos across India's borders have far-reaching implications for India. What do you think is the best that India can do, especially when the neighborhood is in a state of turmoil?
Yeah, well, the reason why I wrote that is because I was just thinking of it yesterday, that if there is a fire in your neighbor's house, the first thing that you worry about is what the embers will do to your own property. And that's why, if there is chaos and confusion and things spiraling downwards in our neighbor, then we have to worry about what the implications of that would be in our own country. And that is what I had in mind, that we should be careful about. Now, being careful about is one thing, but doing something about it is quite another. And I really can't say what it is that India can do, because India has taken major initiatives to reassure Pakistan of our, of our goodwill. And the Vajpayee, Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit happened during my time, which I happened to see personally. So after that, what did India get? India got Kargil. But again, Prime Minister Modi tried so hard in the beginning. He invited Pakistan Prime Minister. He made a sudden visit to Lahore for his birthday, and then we got only terrorism in return. So, what is the scenario? I mean, at least for India, having stability in our neighborhood is important. And if Pakistan, for instance, sometimes people talk about Pakistan imploding. I mean, imagine a nuclear weapon state becoming a failed state or imploding. I mean, the implications of that are extremely dangerous and scary. So, a stable Pakistan, in my view, peaceful Pakistan, a Pakistan that can live peacefully with India. I think that is what we can hope for our entire neighborhood. Plus or minus, some relations will be better than others, but at least a peaceful neighborhood would be in India's interest.
Ma'am, that's really well said. And since Kashmir is also an important part of your book, I'd like to ask you this question and wrap up this conversation with that. How do you feel about assembly elections finally being announced for Jammu and Kashmir? The valley, of course, has been witnessing a spike in terror attacks, many sponsored by Pakistan. What can India do in such a situation?
I think having the elections is a good step. We have to focus on bringing peace and development to people in Jammu and Kashmir. I think that is very, very important. As I see it, I mean, I'm a first and foremost, I think I consider myself to be a woman and a mother. And how do you treat your children? If one of your children is angry with you or is naughty or is going, it doesn't mean that you stop loving them. So the first and foremost thing that India has to do is to be to provide the best possible for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. And I think in that sense, elections are a good step.
Thank you, Ms. Ghanshyam, for speaking to us, sharing your insights, and also speaking in detail about your book, the new book, An Indian Woman in Islamabad. And good luck with that. Thank you so much for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars